It's time to start for you, whoever you are, watcher, Resident Evil. Look at this. His eye. What do you think? And she finds it. You impressed? Are you impressed yet? I'm gonna give you a tour of the city. It is Jeanette. What can you tell us today, Jeanette? Did you hear? My beloved Franz is fighting today. I can't wait to see him carve that overground oath into bloody chunks. Why, thank you, Jeanette. That was very insightful. Hello, King Orange. Hello. How are you? I am giving you a tour of the city of Urdach. I always come back. Thank you. Giggler. I have received a comment from a creator called Fellow Traveler. And it was a mean, misgendering comment. But on the flip side, I was also called a kid. So that must mean that I look pretty young. Do I look young? Can this be? Let me groom like that. Show you my youngness. It's true. I will display my youngness to you. Today is a very special event in this game. This is why I'm giving you a tour of it. Who are you? Skywatcher, I don't need you. It's the 10th anniversary of Final Fantasy XIV, as you can see here. You see it? The little thing. So we're gonna do the event, the special quest. Do you know what I'm wearing? Okay, I'm gonna ask you what I'm wearing. Guess what I'm wearing. It's amazing. You'll be surprised to learn what I'm wearing. But maybe you already know. Maybe you're already a big fan of what I'm wearing. Oh, I promised to mute. A dress, but what sort of dress? I will tell you if you don't know. It's a very specific dress. It's a traditional Vietnamese attire. It is called Ao Dai. It's a traditional Vietnamese outfit. All my Vietnamese friends were very happy that it was included in this game as an outfit to wear. You know, it's an actual traditional Vietnamese outfit. It's very nice. Which is why I knew I had to have it in the game. What's sus? What do you mean? Why is it sus? It's an Ao Dai, a beautiful Vietnamese outfit. Okay, let's... Oh wow, what is this? Aodai, yeah. Yeah, that's right, Karasu. A traditional... Then you realize that means I'm laughing. Oh. See, look. A Vietnamese outfit. Doesn't it look great? Apparently even men can wear it, but now if men wear it, that's too sus. Actually, men don't wear it super much. It's actually mostly worn by women. Let me see. It's actually mostly women's outfit. Wait, I'll show you everything, okay? I will react. How? Let's see how it's written in Vietnamese. Oh, it's actually Ao Zai. Oh, that's true. It sort of maybe does. It pokes through. Ao Zai. What a short article in Polish. Ao Zai. Ao Zai is a modernized Vietnamese national garment. Besides suits and dresses nowadays, men and women can also wear ao dai on formal occasions. It is a long split tunic worn over silk trousers. Yes, my character is actually not wearing the long trousers. But the full set includes the dress, the trousers, the shoes, and a hat. Different sections as a cut in the middle to have your tail. Oh. Wow. That would not be Ao Dai anymore because it's supposed to be like a one, like the other. Like, I guess you could just have the tail under the dress, you know? Technically speaking. Look. There should be a photo here. See? This is like a pen. See? It's beautiful, isn't it? It's a pretty outfit. Where's let's take a look more. To show you the trousers as well. Show the full one with the trousers as well. You know? Full Ao Dai. Ao Dai. Because when there's D without the dash, in Vietnamese it's like Z. pronounce it Z at the moment. I'm gonna find that word. Oh, this one has the translate. This one has the translate. There you go. I'm gonna use this link to show you the trousers. See? The trousers, the hat, and the shoes. The roll the shoes are not the shoes in the set. What do you think? You think it's nice? You can have different colors, of course. And as you can see in the game, it has like the flowers on it. You know? It's a beautiful outfit. Let's do the anniversary for now, and then we'll move to the segments. Segment number 1 is the 10th anniversary of Final Fantasy XIV. Remembering the past. Nananji appears to be in deep thought. The determined set of your jaw, the dynamic presence as if you're ever ready to leap into action. There's no mistake. You're an adventurer and a dependable one at that. Wow. Maybe. Tell me, are you familiar with the name Louis Levelier? Let's put down Levelier game music and up your voice. Oh, wait, am I too quiet compared to the game? That cannot be. Wait, hold on. That cannot be. Wait. Something's wrong. Let me see. Should be fixable. System. Oh! Oh my god. Wait, how is that possible? Okay, let me see. How is it now? How is it now? How is it now? Now it should be way better. Now it should be way, way better. What the hell? Okay, is it better now? Or is it not better? Because I know what was wrong. You'll be shocked to know what was wrong. So how is everything now? When I tell you what was wrong, you're gonna be shocked. Unless it's not better. Also this, what happened to the volume and everything? What the hell? What in the blazes was happening here? What in the hell? Okay, I'm ready to receive your feedback now. Tell me, are you familiar with the name Louis Lavalière? This cannot be. And yet it is. Oh my god. Oh, so I am familiar with Louisoix Le Verrières. Of course I am. Never heard of him. Of course you are. Of course you are. Forgive me my suddenness. I am Nananji, a budding writer, and I seek to pen a biography of the great man. Nananji. What a name. Can you believe this? Can you believe that this is happening to me, to you, to us all? Alas, no feedback still. In particular, I wish to cover his movements leading up to the calamity, and to that end, I've requested an interview with the Immortal Flames. He served the Orisian Alliance as a tactician, you see? So there ought to be someone in the Order who had dealings with him. Oh wow, that's 1.0 lore. And while my request has thankfully been accepted, there's just one problem. I don't have much experience conducting interviews, and I'm worried whether I'll be able to do a proper job. As an adventurer, you're doubtless used to dealing with people, and thus I would like to ask you to accompany me in the capacity of an assistant. It would be tremendously reassuring to simply have you watching on. And if you're amenable afterwards, I'd like to interview you as well for your own impressions. For your troubles, I'll be certain to credit you as a collaborator. So please, won't you help me with my biography, that the memories of the calamity might be preserved for future generations? Of course. I'm in your debt. Or as they would say in Japanese, onnikiru. To begin with, please come with me to Camp Drybone in eastern Tanaland. Why there? Of all places. There's a place I'd like to visit ahead of the interview. Let's go. This game actually deals with the topics of refugees a lot. Camp Drybone. Nananji. Uh-oh, it's raining. Don't worry, I've got my... There you go. Now I'm safe, you see? There you are, to explain why we're here. Oh, but I haven't even asked you your name. How am I supposed to credit you if I don't even know that much? Lucy Hazet, the Lucy Hazet, champion of Eorzea. Small wonder I felt you were dependable. With one such as you helping me, everything will surely go well. But getting back to business, the interview I've arranged is with an officer of the Immortal Flames. As there's still time, however, I thought you would pay a visit to the nearby graveyard first so I can explain my motivation for the biography. I see. I come from a small village near the Cartanu Flats. It was burned down in the calamity, and those who died were laid to rest here, my parents among them. It's hardly an uncommon tale. After the dread primal emerged from Dalamud, he unleashed fury devastation across the length and breadth of Eorzea. But as much as the calamity has scarred the realm, it is quickly becoming just another event in the history books. Hello, not here, even though you're here. Beyond occasionally giving thanks to the archons that Eorzea was saved, people spare it little thought. But when you've lost so many loved ones, it's hard to feel that anything was saved. That's why I wish to know more about Luniswa. By learning about his part in Eorzea's salvation, I hope that I will attain closure. That's my motivation for writing the biography. Indeed. Now then, in preparation for the interview, let's review what is known about our subject. Yes. Do you know why? It's because when I plugged in this became my primary microphone. This little controller. This was my microphone. When you told me to change the voice balance, and I was like, wait, what's going on? And that was because this was set as the primary microphone, the thing that I'm holding in my hand. I can't believe it. It's difficult to define exactly when the Seventh Umbral Calamity was set in motion. Many historians, however, point to the Empire's Meteor Project, which sought to bring Dalamud down upon Eorzea. I was wondering why you sounded better. Wait, what? Did you read the comment fellow traveler responded to mine? Wait! Fellow traveler responded to your comment? Wait, I'm gonna... Is there a third comment or is that the second comment? Wait, hold on. I have to go to the comments right now. Right now, gigglers. My goodness, so much anger. I do my due diligence. I do my due. Osh was right. No matter how nice you are, these people will be toxic. Wait, was it under your video when you said that they were dishonest? Well, I guess. This game actually tackles a lot of political topics like prejudice, um, refugees, which is actually a very currently relevant topic. You know? Yeah. Was it under? Yeah. Was it the comment where you said that his video is dishonest? That's the comment, right? Oh wow. What pictures? I'm gonna screenshot. There you go. I screenshotted this, even though I'm streaming, so it's recorded on video. I tried being so nice. Well, it doesn't work. It was the year 1562 of the 6th Astral Era. Seeking to combat the imperial threat, Louisoix founded the Circle of Knowing, an order whose objective was the preservation of Eorzea. Though its members are archons of Charlian, the Circle worked to unite the nations of Eorzea in common cause. The result was the formation of the Grand Companies in the three city-states, the Immortal Flames, the Order of the Twin Adder, and the Maelstrom. None of these would exist now were it not for their efforts. Thank you for commenting, by the way. And then in the year 1572, when the situation was coming to head, Louisoix himself made the journey to Eorzea in secret and engaged with each of the nations. What took place during that time is what I seek to learn in the interview. The man we're due to meet is the contact for the Free Brigade, a unit form of adventurers, and he apparently had Louisoix a sentence for a mission. Oh, nice. Nice, nice. Sadly, fellow traveler is not engaging with anything. Yeah, except for genocide denial. That's the only thing he engages in. Enthusiastically. The meeting place is Highbridge to the northeast. It's more or less time now, so let's make our way there. It's raining on our heads, but don't worry. I've got a tool to deal with this. Look at me. See? For some reason it turns off during cutscenes, but I have it. Look, a cemetery. A big cemetery. With a temple here. Temple of the 12. We're gonna go to the bridge slowly with our umbrella. That's right. Maybe we should take a look at another video of that person today, fellow traveler. He has a whole channel of videos. And I'm sure all of them are great. One of them is about Poland, you know? Did you know? That fellow traveler has made a whole video dedicated to Poland. Are you curious about it? Are you curious about It's about the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. It was probably pretty recently, actually. I'm curious. I absolutely... Not sure I'm prepared though. There you go. Let's take a look. It's from 4 months ago. So not super old, but not super new either. Were the USSR and Nazi planning to team up? The truth about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Are you ready to know the truth? Oh yeah, there's also a video called The Truth About North Korea, a People's History of the DPRK. Okay? Why Zionism is anti-Semitic. That's actually also a video that I would like to see. Why Zionism is anti-Semitic. Because believe it or not, there's actually... I think it's stretching it a bit, but there is a case to be made. There's a discussion to be had there. Let me put it like that. There is certainly a discussion to be had there. Lurking and working, says Boy Meets Mini. Hello, boy. Hello, boy. We need to have more discussions on Southern Asia. Because the first one was great. We need to have more. A lot more. Look what I can do. Okay. Are you watching? Okay, look at this. I can check the rain with my hand. And I can also do this. Prepare yourselves. That was great. I think that was one of the better streams. To talk about. I think my streams should be more like this, you know? Discussing with people about the world, you know? The world as it is. I think it's important. It's an important part of life. It's an important part of understanding our part in the world, you know? It's important that we understand what we are a part of. Yes. I think that's the best wording that I can think of. It is important to understand what we are a part of. I'm actually into a little side research on Tamils and Lemuria, how the concept of Lemuria had influenced the Tamil talk of mythology, in independence, etc. So if PM knows anything about it, I am open. See, boy? Karatsu is open. This drip. This is a traditional Vietnamese outfit, by the way. So that would be Southeast Asia, you know? A traditional Vietnam outfit. Kumari Kandam. Kandam. No, it's Kandam, yes. Oh. Okay, let's see. Watch this. Watch what will happen now. In case you were confused, it is now the 10th anniversary of Final Fantasy XIV, and we're taking part in a special event to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the game. Are you excited? Are you excited as I am? I bet you are. Also, look at my portrait because you can make a portrait now. This is my portrait. Nice. You're the ones who seek an interview. I must say, I wasn't expecting to see the champion of Eorzea. I'm Nananji Nononji, the writer who made the request, and Lucy is kindly accompanying me for the interview. I can't thank you enough for taking the time out of your busy schedule to humor me. Come on. Okay, he didn't say come on. Come now. No need for the thanks. Like everyone, I hold Louisois in the highest esteem. Is that so? If you wish to know about him, Colleen Aubrey is always glad to oblige. Indeed. Oh my gosh. I do the salute. Without further ado, then let us begin, said the writer. My understanding is you had dealings with Louisois. Could you please tell me the details? As you know, our grand companies were formed thanks to the Circle of Knowing, but it wasn't until the Lamud began turning red that Louisois first appeared. We're gonna get a flashback. Oh my god, a flashback. It's you. It began with the word that an elderly Elezen man. Okay, Elezen is basically the Final Fantasy XIV word for the elven-like race. An elderly Elezen man had come to Gridania, who held the key to vanquishing primals. Upon learning of this, I sent an adventurer of the Free Brigade to make contact with him. I later learned that the Maelstrom and the Order of the Twin Adder had done the very same. At that time, our companies weren't yet collaborating. Each one only thought to stay ahead of the others. And if truth be told, at first we didn't think much of Louisois, only that he was the leader of scholars who studied peculiar prophecies. But when the adventurer reported back, our opinion of the man completely changed. With his spellcraft, Louisois had opened the way into Ifrit's domain, and by the hand of dauntless adventurers, the Lord of the Inferno was brought low. Alas, many defeats preceded that victory. It was reported that countless charred corpses lay strewn in the bowl of embers. Now the mission also yielded a shocking revelation. Following the battle, Legatus Nervandarnus of the 7th Imperial Legion appeared and told the adventurer that the hour of reckoning was at hand, that Dalamud would soon fall and cleanse the land. That was when we realized that the Empire was behind the Red Moon's anomaly. So thanks to Louisois, You came to be aware of the meteor project. Still, it doesn't seem like you had much to act upon. As you say, afterwards we scrambled to learn all we could about the project. For a blessing, we had the cooperation of Garlean defector Sid Garlon, whom you know well. He revealed the details of the project, that it utilized a transmission tower to pluck Dalamud from the heavens, all for the purpose of purging us savages from the realm. I could continue telling you what I know, but from this point on, there is someone better suited than I am. If you're interested, I would be glad to introduce you to this individual. What say you? Well, now, we'd be keen to speak with this person indeed. Very well. I will send word to the Adder's Nest. If you could take yourselves to Apkalu Falls, I will arrange for a meeting there. To go to such lengths to help us, I can't say how grateful I am. Do not mention it. As I said, I hold Louissois in the highest esteem. He was the one who brought our three nations together, and nothing would please me more than for him to be remembered. Wow. While it's past time, I return to Uldach. I pray that the coming interview bears you fruit. Bye. 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 It's still raining. The lieutenant certainly has great respect for Louissois. And thanks to him, we have another promising interview. Come, let's head to Gridania, where the Archon has sojourned. It is true. Bye. Oh, it stopped raining. Very abruptly, I might add. A ducky. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Wah, wah, wah. I also have a ducky. It's actually a good idea. Good call. Where are you, ducky? Ugly duckling. Wait, cannot execute it this time? Oh, that's because I have an umbrella. Never mind. I cannot believe this. Can you? Okay, I think we can turn the... I think we can put the umbrella away. But... Can we put the umbrella away? Wait, I'm gonna go to live chat instead of top chat. Hey, what happened to my animation? Oh my gosh, I'm sliding. Well, whatever. Minion guide. Ducky. Oh my gosh, look at this. Now that's a minion. Let's go, Ducky. Follow me. Don't fall behind. What a duck. Wah, wah. Okay, let's go. little companion. My little friend. Whoops. I am so ready to celebrate the 10th anniversary of this game. Unfortunately, there will be no celebrating my marriage in the game because my spouse in the game quit the game. Which is sad. I wonder what happened to my wedding ring thing. Do I still have it? Do I still have the wedding ring thing? I don't see it. Maybe I've put it away. Interesting. So this Apkalu Falls, the conspicuous lack of the creatures aside, is quite a beautiful place. Now then, the person we're to meet should be along shortly. Who are you? Aha, it's you. Lucy with Lucy? Yes. Well, actually it was, believe it or not, the person who I married in the game was called Sloppy Maid. So I married a sloppy maid. Sloppy Maid was actually not sloppy at all. Sloppy Maid was a professional at upkeeping gardens in the game, that is. And I was the helper. The helper that helped upkeep many gardens in this game. Those were the Garden Empire days. But it ended. Good old days. I was told there were those who wished to learn about Louisoix, and who should be one of them but the champion of Eorzea. Well met. I am Lieutenant Surofulke of the Order of the Twin Adder. Indeed. Hello. Yo. There's a Hungarian folk literature hero called Ludas Matei. He's a clever young boy with a geese. Oh. Well, I'm a clever aura girl with a ugly duckling. Nananji no Nonji at your service. Thank you for sparing the time to speak with us. Think nothing of it. I must say, though, the Lieutenant Aubrey chose the perfect spot for the subject matter. It's rainy again! The rain is following me. Oh my gosh. The rain is following me. And Hungary, as is always pronounced as sh. Oh. Ludash. Ludash Mati. Oh. SZ is sh in Polish. Louisoix spent much time in rumination here in the days before the calamity. We Gridanians being somewhat reserved by nature. At first, the citizens kept their distance. But I cannot think of an English word that has T. Oh, T is one letter. Interesting. But in time people warmed to him. He patiently lent an ear to their troubles, healing hurts and offering counsel, and gradually earned their trust. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. How do you like this quote? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. Do you like this quote from the famous Louis Soix from Final Fantasy XIV? Do you agree? Or maybe you disagree? Oh, okay. I understand. Stew, 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 stew. Louis spoke those words and lived up to them. He was the epitome of a Charlean sage, and I recall myself being moved. Now, shortly after we had become aware of the Meteor project, the hamlet of Quarmel was attacked by the primal Garuda. Both soldiers and civilians were among the casualties. Wow. The Order of the Twin Adder moved to vanquish the primal, but we were not alone. Through Luixois' meditation, we had the support of not only our sister Grand Companies, but capable adventurers the realm over besides. Using an artifact known as the Vortex Feather, the Archon opened the way to a band of adventurers to sally forth into Garuda's turbulent domain, where they felled the fearsome being. Are they retelling Final Fantasy XIV 1.0? Upon her defeat, however, the Primal's dispensed ether did not return to the land. Instead, it was absorbed into the Red Moon Dalamud. And when the Empire constructed a new base in Mordona, the elder Seed Seer saw the need for decisive action and put forth a proposal, the formal reformation of the Eorzean Alliance, which had for so long laid dormant. Dax. The initial response from the other nations was lukewarm at best. They felt that the burden to be borne by each party was excessive, and they were loath to aught that would place them at a disadvantage against their rivals. Damn. But the revelation that a lunar transmitter had been erected in the Imperial base prompted a change of heart. The tower controlled Dalamud's descent. If it could be destroyed, then the Meteor project would be forestalled. After having constantly been on the back foot, our nations were motivated to join hands, that we might strike a decisive blow against the enemy. Thus was the Eorzean Alliance reformed, and the Circle of Knowing had hoped. As the Circle of Knowing had hoped. What an iconic image. At the same juncture, Louisoix was asked to join the Alliance as a tactician, and in that capacity, he provided sage counsel to our heads of state. So although he was at first treated with wariness, Louisoix earned our trust through his actions and paved the way to enduring cooperation between our nations. Indeed, were it not for him, we all would have perished divided. We owe Louisoix a great debt. Now then, I expect you might be interested in hearing about the operation to destroy the lunar transmitter. But for that tale, I would recommend you seek out another, a decorated soldier who actually took part in the operation. Although a hardened warrior, she's quite friendly, and should be glad to regale you with her experiences. Shall I send her word of your on your behalf? We'd be duly grateful. Indeed. Very well. If you could take yourselves to Maelstrom Command in Limsa Lominsa, I shall see to it that she knows to expect you. With that, I shall take my leave. I pray that the biography is a success. I swear if the rain follows me to the next place, I'm gonna be mad. Everyone has been more helpful than I had dared to hope. It seems Wiswa had quite an influence on others. Indeed. That interview gave us some valuable insights into his character, and I'm eager to see what we learn in the next. Come, let's head to Limsa Lominsa. Let's. Let's do that, gigglers. Right now, without mercy. You see me showing mercy? No. Even though what I'm saying right now does not make much sense. I feel like sneezing a bit. I'm muted. So hopefully you did not see or hear. Well, you saw it. You didn't hear it. Where is the ducky? I don't understand. Good luck with correct... What? Okay, it's... Never mind. Giggling. Okay, let's go. We must go to the upper floor and learn what happened to Luisua, or as I would call it, Loisoix. Loisoix. Have you heard of the sage Loisoix? I bet you have not. The great sage Loisoix. Uh-oh. Where are you, Loisoix? Okay, we're gonna change our outfit for this. Because you're bored of this one. Look at this. Now this is like a trendy outfit, you see. Let's go. I'm ready. Ready and rejuvenated in my trendiness. I'm gonna sprint to my destination. Oh. Do you hear the song? It's a song from the time where the meteor was about to drop on the planet. Wow. That's nice. Break free. No, walk free. Walk free. Oh my goodness, walk free. That's a good song. Answers, I think is the title. There it is. Maelstrom. Or Maelstrom. Command, shall we then? Lucy, ever a sight for sore eyes, and you must be Nananji. Rashakt, Riki at your service. I understand you wish to hear about the operation to destroy the lunar transmitter. Indeed, I'm penning a biography of the Archon Louisoix, you see, for which I'm interviewing people who had dealings with him. I truly appreciate your time. You're very welcome. I would be glad to assist even if it wasn't a request from Lieutenant Fulke. Wow. Yeah. Yep. Now then, to continue where he left off, it was shortly after the Orzian alliance was formed. Our scouts returned with word that the 7th Legion had activated the lunar transmitter in their fortress in Mordona. Now known as Castrum Sentry, the fortress was originally called Castrum Novum before the 14th restored and renamed it. Indeed, this was the last mission in Final Fantasy XIV 1.0, destroying the lunar transmitter. It was in order to break through its defenses and destroy the transmitter that our three nations joined hands and were determined to succeed. The strategy that Louisoix proposed was elegant in its simplicity, while our main force drew Garland's attention with an all-out siege. An elite band of adventurers, which were we were the band of adventurers. It was a raid. Would infiltrate the castrum and make for our objective. We had entrusted adventurers with ridding us of the primals. Now we entrusted them with the very fate of Eorzea. I still remember the operation as if it were yesterday. Though we met with fierce resistance, we fought more fiercely still. No matter the cost, we had to ensure that the adventurers had a chance to strike at the transmitter. And when the messengers arrived, bearing word that they had succeeded, it still makes my heart sore to recall that moment of triumph. That day we learned that by standing together, the people of Eorzea could oppose even the might of the Empire. There's no exaggeration to say that that victory paved the way for Eorzea's future. Without it, there would not have been an Operation Archon. Alas, it wasn't all glad tidings, for though we destroyed the transmitter, Nael Vandarnus appeared and claimed that he no longer needed the device to bring down Dalamud, that he himself had the power to do so. So long as Vandarnus lived, the threat of destruction remained, and so, branding him as an enemy to all life in Eorzea, the nations of the Alliance undertook a desperate manhunt. At length they located him in Coerthas and sent their strongest warriors to hunt him down. Leading that formidable band was the adventurer whom they called the Warrior of Light, and though no records remain of the fierce encounter, one thing is certain. At battle's conclusion, Nael Vandarnus was brought low. As you know, however, our vows did not end with the White Raven, for Louisoix and his disciples determined that Dalamud would continue to fall. In a last-ditch bid to prevent the realm's annihilation, the Circle of Knowing issued a request to the Eorzean Alliance to secure the Cartino Flats where the Red Moon was expected to crash. It was no simple task for the entirety of the 7th Legion, had amassed in Cartano, but it was necessary in order to perform a ritual to stop Dalamud, a ritual that invoked the power of the 12. So it was that the Battle of Cartano was joined, and I dare say you know how the tale continues. To everyone's shock, the elder primal Bahamu emerged from Dalamu and proceeded to unleash his fury upon the realm. Aye, and brought all bore witness as Luiswa initiated the ritual. None remember what came to pass afterwards, neither what happened to Bahamut, nor why the realm was reborn. The Hazeh, or rather haze, the haze that afflicted memories of the calamity, but people remember events prior to that moment, yes? If so, do you know if anyone was near Luiswa during the battle? Someone who may have spoken with him? If someone was near him, I'm afraid I do not know. He was atop a rise for the ritual while I was a good distance away on the front lines. My apologies. No, no, please don't apologize. You've shared a wealth of information and I couldn't ask for more. Well, if you're satisfied, then so am I. With that, I shall return to my duties. I look forward to reading the biography when it's finished. Bye. Yoink. This is a retelling of the first of the Final Fantasy before it was rebooted. My children, in whom life grows abundant. What a beautiful song. This is a great example, by the way, on how to change failure into success. Final Fantasy 1.0 was a total disaster, but now you can't play it anymore. So its story can be used for an anniversary as a nice tale to be told through the NPCs. Isn't that a pretty smart way to capitalize on the rebuilding of the game from scratch and to use the failed version of the game? Now I have a grasp of events leading up to the calamity, and yet... Oh, forgive me, I was deep in thought, in no small part due to your help. I've managed to learn a great deal. There is still more that I wish to know. Might I trouble you to accompany me a little longer? If you're willing, please let me know. Wow. Oh! End of an era frames kit. Wow. You'll continue accompanying me then? Wonderful. Come, let's head to the drawing wench to discuss our next move. We're gonna go to the bar. Our research proceeds apace so far. We've even learned things not found in literature. But tell me, based on what you've heard from our interviewers, what is your opinion of Louis Swa? He's an exceptional leader. He had a difficult task. Others deserve more credit. Okay, I'm gonna choose the middle road. He had a difficult task. Although I do agree that others deserve more credit. He had a difficult task. Indeed, from an imperial invasion to rampaging primals to Neil van Darno's scheme, he had to contend with the toughest of problems. What struck me was how grateful the interviewers were to Lesua for bringing their nations together in cooperation. It was nothing short of necessary for our survival. See, we could learn from this game. We need to unite for survival. Yet, in knowing this, I can't help but wonder if this capacity as a tactician, it seems to me, had done more than enough by devising a plan and facilitating its execution. He went far beyond that, risking life and limb on the front lines for a land not his own. Perhaps he needed to be there for the ritual. Perhaps he felt a sense of duty. Even so, as noble as it is to desire to help others, what good is it if you end up sacrificing yourself? What was it that compelled Louisoix to go to Carteneau, and what went through his mind as the battle unfolded? In order to do his biography justice, I feel I need to know these things. If Louisoix had people near him at the time, perhaps he shared words with them in his final moments, words that could provide some insights, but where to begin searching for such individuals, assuming they exist? Sorry, friends, but I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. Just so happens I know a bloke served among Louisoix's guard at Carteneau. Oh, really? Truly? You know someone who was with him? As far as I'm aware, I wasn't keeping the fire secret just for good measure, though. Why do you want to speak with him? Blah 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 blah. Le soir biography, in that case I reckon the bloke will be willing to cooperate. En gros, the name as I was lieutenant of the Maelstrom after the calamity turned to adventure so as to be a great help to the common folk. A Maelstrom officer turned adventurer. We'd be most keen to speak with him. Where might he be found? When Orange dropped in the other day and said the emphasis is the Murray dry docks. If you're lucky, Myers is still there. Understood. We're in your debt. Nice. We can't let this chance pass by, Lucy. Let's take ourselves to the dry docks at once. Yes. Yeah. Bye. How convenient. Oh, their children. Oh. The music is gone. The music of 1.0 is gone. Now it's just the regular music. That to all of our children. Teleport. Preserving the future. We're teleporting. It's true. It is my companion. The fastest duck in the world. Wah, wah, wah. The best minion in the game, in my opinion. Let's talk. Nananji. Right, where could Orn be? In hindsight, we should have asked what he looks like. His name would suggest he's a Midlander, but Well, not wait for it, but to make inquiries. Let's split up for the task and meet again here. Wait, I have to do stuff now? I have a flying bird. Where are you? Aha! Veteran shipwright. Looking for old Oren Gutsurn, you say. Don't know anyone but that name, I'm afraid. I did walk by an unfamiliar fellow just now, though. Over by the mark of the spinner. He had a flower in his hand, so he caught my eye. Let's go. Where are you, unfamiliar man with a flower in your hand? Is this you? Is this you? Or, as it happens, I spoke with him just earlier. He said that he wanted to buy flowers, so I directed him to a vendor. Not sure where he is as of now, though. Oh. It's a chase against time. Against all oppositions. Where are you, Orn? Where art thou? Is this you? Are you Orn? I'm sorry, but I've only just started helping out here. I'm still learning our customers' names. I couldn't say if it's the person you're after, but a man did come by earlier who appeared to be an adventurer. He bought an Emeria lily that we're currently trialing. You have an inkling as to where Orn might be. Time to rejoin Nananji. Let's go. Nananji! Where are you, Nananji? Oh? Is this Orn? There you are, Luck Lucy. Were you able to learn anything? So a man who could be Orn bought a Nemea lily, then went to the mark of the spinner. If we hurry there, we might be able to find him. Let's go. Bye. Bye. Let's go. Let's go. I'm gonna sprint there. Like a true warrior of light would. And a giggler to boot. Open sesame. Open sesame. Where are you? Nananji, I'm jumping to you right now. If he was only just seen, he should still be nearby. Invisible. Surveying the area very, very slowly. Very slowly. Oh my gosh. I cannot believe. Oh. It's you. You look like Thancred, but not Thancred. A Thancred wannabe. Begging your pardon, sir, but are you Lieutenant Orn Gwincom? I am indeed a Thancred clone. I haven't been a lieutenant for years, but that's me. What can I do for you? You look very much like my friend Thancred. I realize this sudden, but so you're writing Louis Sua's biography and want to hear my account as someone who was near on hand at Cartanel. There must be a reason that you're here too. The warrior of light who led us to victory in Operation Archon. Very well. I will tell you my tale. Ah. Now then, where to begin? I close my eyes in a romantic gesture. As you know, the battle was fought over the land where Dalmud was expected to fall. In the beginning, neither side was able to gain the upper hand, but when the Imperials deployed their Magitech armor, our ranks were thrown into disarray. Those charged with protecting Luswa like me could only watch the carnage from afar, and though our forces managed to hold out, thanks to the adventurer contingent, we sustained grievous casualties. But the real tragedy was what followed. As Dalamud hurled towards us, it began shedding fragments of itself before finally bursting open to unleash the primal Bahamut. Bahamu. As all below looked on in shock, the battle completely forgotten, Bahamut took wing and spewed fire all over the land. Man and Magitek armor alike were set ablaze and sent flying like so many insects. I only realized that I had stopped breathing when a commanding voice broke my trance. "You've done enough," Luswa told us. "Now fly, fly and save yourselves." But like my fellow guards, I wanted to remain. I couldn't charge into battle besides my comrades. At the very least, I would do my duty here and protect Luswa to the last. But upon seeing us standing there, not making a move, Luswa smiled and spoke thus. "If you would give your lives to protect something, then protect my hopes. Every soul who lives to determine their own fate is a source of hope, bright and brilliant. So live, I bid you, and be among those who bear the light for others to follow." Those words awaken us to greater purpose. If there was hope in my living, then I would live as Louiswa bid. No matter what, I would survive. And so, together with my fellows, I began making my retreat. Alas, we hadn't gotten far when an explosion erupted and sent us sprawling. I struggled to my feet just in time to see the enormous, menacing silhouette of Bahamut looming over Luswa. In the next instant, he was enveloped in light, and that was the last I remember of him. Luswa's final moment. I can actually show it to you in a moment. Amidst the light, he looked to be smiling. What he was thinking in that moment, I couldn't say. But one thing is certain, we all of us are alive thanks to him. Following the calamity, was reported that Louiswa had defeated Bahamut and set about the land's miraculous regeneration. Do you believe this is the truth? Every soul who lives to determine their own fate is a source of hope. What we've learned has reaffirmed my belief, Lucy. The belief that Louisoix was not an all-powerful savior one reads about in tales, but merely an ordinary man. But that man never forsook Eorzea. No, he stood for this realm. So to the last, he and countless other brave souls, and saved it from becoming a scorched waste. Against unimaginable adversity, he fought and, at the cost of his life, paved the way to a brighter future for us all. The least I can do in return is tell his story, spread his message that where there is life, there is hope. Indeed. Thanks to your account, I believe I found an angle for the biography. I'm truly grateful. Yeah. Indeed. Bye. Oh, it's not bye. Okay. Would you care to offer a prayer as well? A prayer that the light of hope which Louisoix preserved shall ever burn bright. Indeed. The calamity left deep scars across the realm. There was no place that did not want for help to rebuild. After being saved by our twin other allies, I decided to become an adventurer, the better to honor Louisoix's legacy and lend aid to those in need. During my travels, I often hear your tales, and I'm glad I could share my own with you. Allow me to thank you again for recounting your experiences to us. Nay, 'tis I who owes you thanks for giving me the chance to share Louisoix's words. All these years, I had avoided speaking of the moment of his passing out of respect, but it would not do to take the tale to my grave. Through the biography, it is my hope that his spirit will live on in all of us. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I shall resume my pilgrimage to the marks. Wherever your travels take you, I shall be praying for your safety. Bye. Nemaya lilies, the symbol of safe passage. As Louisoix stood there in Cartano, I wonder if he likewise prayed for someone's safety. At any rate, these interviews have yielded everything I had hoped for and more. Come, let us return to Uldach. I'll have your reward for you at Uldach, at the Hall of Flames. My reward? Alright, I'm here for my reward. In Uldach. Come with me, Daki. Let's teleport. Together, like a family. Would you believe that the Daki teleports with me? Together, like a big family? Okay, let's go for my reward. You have learned the history of this game. Are you excited? More than ever before. We're in Uldah, the desert city of Uldah, with a rich tradition. What's this? What a weird bathing person. There you are. I ended up troubling you longer than I had intended, but it was a truly fruitful series of interviews. How fortunate that we could hear from those who lived that fateful time. While I still have many questions, the biography is beginning to take shape in my mind. I also feel as though I've attained a measure of closure. Wiswa fought simply as one of us, and he made the ultimate sacrifice that hope might endure. This I've come to realize and I appreciate thanks to everyone's heartfelt testimonies. Now then, last but not least, I'd like to ask you for your thoughts on something. According to Orn, Louisois smiled in his final moment. As he was enveloped in light, what do you imagine he held in his mind? The image of mankind thriving in the future. I see. I appreciate your thoughts. As I pen the biography, I'll certain to remember your words. Well said though it is, it's time for us to part ways. I'll set to work on a draft and I won't rest until the biography goes to print. Thank you for all your help, my friend. I couldn't have come this far without you. You're right, you couldn't have. You're right. Wait, that's it? There's nothing more? Oh, there's one more quest. Let's go. Gigglers. There's more. The anniversary is not over. Kipit Yakaya. Hello, Kipit Yakya. Kipit Yakya is looking our sister. Oh, if it isn't Lucy, it's been too long, my friend. And how fortuitous that you should appear now, just when I'm in need of help again. Pray hear me out. You see, my brother recently wrote saying that he wishes to meet me in Uldach during the rising celebration. However, the appointed hour has come and gone, but I've seen neither hide nor hair of him. I've checked all the likely places in the city to no avail, and I'm beginning to worry if it isn't too much trouble. May I ask you to help me find him? Okay. I am in your debt. Now, my brother is a youth of 16 by the name of Nagi. He recently became an adventurer, something he had aspired to since he was little. Being an adventurer yourself, perhaps you know of him, if not crossed paths. I'm not familiar with the name, alas. Well, it would be too much of a coincidence, I suppose. At any rate, if he isn't in the city, chances are he went outside on some business. To begin with, I propose we split up and make inquiries in case someone has seen him. If you could focus on this area, I shall speak with those in the quicksand. Afterwards, let's reconvene by the entrance to the tavern. The Udach Tavern. Greetings, adventurer. How may I assist you? Oh, Nagi, I understand he's doing some work for the Wandering Minstrel. I dare say his client can point you in the right direction. If you can track the man down, that is. I'm afraid I don't know his whereabouts at present. The Wandering Minstrel is the director of this game, Naoki Yoshida. You might have not known this little fact, but it's true. Something you need? Walk free, giggler. Ah, Nagi. I know the sprightly lad. Couldn't say where he is now, but last I saw him he mentioned taking on some delivery work. He's a curious one, he is. Gets along with everyone well enough, but doesn't seem to like working in a team. What with talk of bandits probably in the road of late, I can't help but worry. There has to be one more person to talk to here. Aha, Bran. Oh, slap me silly with a harbor hearing. If it isn't the adventurer who gave this guy's a story for the ages by bringing that letter in a bottle way back when. So what can Bran do for you this fine evening? I see, with apologies, I haven't seen this Nagi. As a matter of fact, I've been rather busy working on my upcoming piece of The Rising. Why, just earlier I was interviewing the ever enigmatic wandering minstrel who's got another unusual adventure in the offing. The letter forest, he calls it. If that piques your interest, I recommend you go and see the man. He's at the Gold Court, over the steps of Tal. It appears Nagi is carrying out some work for the Wandering Minstrel. If you talk to the man at the Gold Court, you should be able to learn more. I... That's what... Okay. That's what I was told. Indeed. Wait, I have to go inside. Oh my god, what a long quest. Ah, my dear friend. What a pleasure surprise this is. I trust you have been keeping well. Now then, how might this minstrel be of service? So Nagi's sister wishes to find him. Indeed, I have entrusted him with a task, and have an inkling as to where he might be, said Naoki Yoshida. As you may have heard, on the occasion of this rising celebration, I am hosting an exhibit called The Letter Forest. All are invited to anonymously submit letters to this forest and express their gratitude to and encouragement for another, and all may pursue the letters at their leisure. Now, in order to collect missives from outside of Ul'dah, I have dispatched a chocobo carriage. Nagi is escorting said carriage. When he contacted me on Link Pearl a while ago, he said that they had emerged from the 12's route on their way back to Ul'dah. Given the hour, they should have already arrived. I know not what is causing the delay, but might I trouble you to look out for them? I would go myself, except I am needed here at present, said Naoki Yoshida. I am truly grateful. In case it helps, the carriage was meant to pass through Black Brush Station, so perhaps you could take your racers to that area. I pray that nothing has befallen them. He's even made to look like the director of the game now, Kiyoshida. Oh my gosh, what a self-insert. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Here you are. Were you able to learn out of Nagi? Escorting a carriage for the minstrel, so that is the way of it. As suggested, let us take ourselves to Black Brush Station and try searching in the vicinity. Let's go! Let's go, gigglers. Wait, where am I going? Oh, let's just teleport. Okay, who are you? I mean, what? Is that you? Lucy no sooner arrived that this man came running out of breath. Your adventurer thanked the 12. It's the bandits from Quiver on Mans. They've fallen on a chocobo carriage over the clutch. Carriage only had one guard. And he was sorely outnumbered. Please, you must help him. There has to be Nagi with me, Lucy. I'll destroy the enemies. Is it time for me to destroy the enemies? Oh. Where's Nagi? Oh, Nagi's a Pugili. Damn it, there's no end to them, said the Pugili. We have you now, you stubborn little shite. Enough, leave my little brother alone, or 12 as my witness, you'll receive such a thrashing as you've never known. From this fearsome adventurer here, that is. True. I kick your butt. That's no ordinary woman. Retreat. Are you alright, Nagi? I'm sorry, it did come when I said I would, sister. Rest assured, I'm not too badly hurt. That's a relief. I'll take a proper look at your wounds back in the city. Yeah. It seems you're an adventurer too. Thank you for your help. What's your name, if I may ask? Lucy Haza. Lucy Haza, I'll remember it. Send your foes running without even drawing your weapon. You're clearly a great adventurer. Still have a long way to go, embarrassing myself like I did. If I want sister's approval, I need to grow stronger and be able to fight my own. My approval? But first things first, Brent and I have a delivery to make for the rising. If you'll excuse me, we will hurry back to Da. Let us head back as well. I had mind to pay the minstrel a visit in any case. She bullied him when he was small. Welcome back, my friends. Please, I am to see that Nagi is safe and well. Rising attendance inform me they now have all the letters. With this, we may proceed with the letter forest as planned. Thank you, Nagi. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm late, you see. Running my mouth like a big giggler. Ah, indeed. Were it not for Lucy, there's no telling what might have happened, become of letters, and Brand, in the end, I was utterly useless. So that is how it happened, said Naoki Yoshida, the director of this game. As Nagi's client, allow me to thank you as well for coming to his aid. That being said, my boy, you were far from useless. Nay, you bravely defended the carriage until help arrived. There is no need to belittle yourself so. Well, Lucy didn't need to rely on anyone. No, she drove off the bandits with nary more than a stern look. I couldn't hold a candle to her. Like her, I want to be able to deal with any problem without help. Otherwise, I can claim to be an adventurer worth his salt. Without help. Tell me, Nagi, all this time have you been working alone, even for dangerous tasks? That's right. A worthy adventurer doesn't rely on others. If I'm to be the kind of adventure you approve of, I must be able to handle anything by myself. Imagine if I had to solo all of the raids. I see. If that is what you believe, then I can't consent to you being an adventurer any longer. Return to our village and start over. What? But you were so happy for me when I became an adventurer. I am working so hard to succeed, to prove to you that I have what it takes, but now you've developed a grave misconception. Until you recognize what it is, I can't in good conscience approve of your calling. If you can't accept this, if you wish to remain an adventurer, then you must win me over, and it begins with pondering why you first embarked upon this path. Alright, sister, I'll think on this. How stern, how tough, tough love. I'm sorry you had to see that, Lucy. Despite how it may appear, no one wants my brother to succeed more than I do. To succeed and be happy, after all, I know better than any hard work he works. How hard he works. Unless he changes his ways, however, he's like to die to somewhere out there. And even if he managed to stay alive, he will only know an artist's life. That's why I didn't go out of my way to be gentle when dressing his wounds. If he could just focus on what actually matters, instead he obsesses about gaining my approval and compares himself to others. Give me a quest. Ooh, Rising Phoenix Whistle. Look at this. And truth be told, no matter what Nagi wants to do, it is my intent to support him. It's his life after all, and no one else's. It isn't my place to interfere. Be it as it may, if he is sabotaging his own aspirations with his obsession for my approval, I can simply stand idly by and watch. Loath though I am to impose until my brother has found his answer, might I trouble you to keep an eye on him? Please take it as a request from me as well. Ever has adventuring been dangerous, and it is more dangerous still for one who spurns help. Like, keep. I do not wish for Nagi to continue on his current path. As a fellow adventurer, please help him find a better way. Thank you. Now then, on a related matter, I must pay a visit to Waver's Guild, but I will see you again anon if you'll excuse me. Bye. Where am I going then? Nagi set off this way, so you may find him at Sapphire Avenue Exchange. We leave him in your capable hands, my friend. My friend! Oh, I see him. I see him. I'm gonna sprint. I'm gonna sprint to where he is. Follow me, Ducky. Follow me. Oh my gosh. Listen to my story. What are you doing here? Burp. Oh, it's you, see, what is it? I am here to guide you. Is that so? I'm sorry, this is really something I should be doing alone. Still, it's nice to have someone to talk to. Like my sister bade me, I'm pondering why I choose to become an adventurer in the first place. Kipich has looked after me since I was no more than 10 after our parents passed away. She was already a reporter by then, and her work took her to various places. From her, I heard tales about adventurers and came to admire them. You perv. Oh, it's time for HRT. Look at this. And you believe? Um, oh. Quack attack. Can you believe this? Okay. Upon learning of the full extent of the imperial calamity, she took us to a village in the mountains where our aunt lived. It's desperate times like these that people need stories of hope, she used to say, and I believe she had wanted to remain in Gridania and continue her work, but she left in order to keep me safe. I was a burden to her then. I don't want to be a burden to her again. For that, I need to show her that I don't need to depend on others, that I am capable adventurer who can handle anything by himself. Ponder as I might, I can't understand what's wrong with that. Well, when I doubt, I suppose I should do what adventurers do and gather information. It would be good, I think, to speak with people like my sister, people who aren't adventurers but are familiar with them. Who in Uldah would fit that description? How about the local purveyor of information? You mean Vaimon? While he's certainly knowledgeable, the kind of information he yields isn't exactly what I need. Instead, how about Miss Mamondi, the face of the Adventurers Guild? In her capacity as guild representative, she's bound to have some valuable insights. Let's seek her out at once. I did not give good advice. I have failed as a human. Or as an aura. Burp. I'm gonna show you the mount while we get it. Let's get into the bar. I am ready to enter. Talk to me, giggler. I still remember when I first came here to sign up, I was nervous wreck but now this place feels like a second home and I come all the time for crumpets. He make them so springy and serve them drowning in butter and honey. Sorry, now there's no time for that. Come, let's have a chat with Miss Mamodi. Hello. Well now, if it isn't Lucy and Nagi, to what do I owe the pleasure of both your companies today? I was hoping to get your advice on a certain matter. Blah 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 blah. The misconception you've developed about being an adventurer, that's an interesting one, I have to admit. Talk, yes. Try as I might to figure it out, I keep going around in circles. I thought you might be able to offer some insights. Desperation on the face. Yeah. This is just a gut feeling, but I reckon I understand what your sister's trying to say. Tell me, Nagi, suppose you fail to get your sister's approval. Would you simply give up being an adventurer? Would it all become meaningless? From this here counter, I've indeed seen of many an adventurer, each and every one unique, with dreams and destinations all their own. But in spite of their differences, they all share something in common, a reason for first embarking upon their journey. Lucy, would you mind telling us why you choose the adventuring life? I bought the game. I wanted to see the world. It seems exciting. A friend recommended it to me. It's a secret. I wanted to see the world. Because that is the task of a Zem. Hehe, how very like you. Keep that reason close to your heart now, you hear? And you, Nagi, what inspired you to become an adventurer? It's simple, really. I heard about adventures from my sister and became infatuated with their lives that they led. Like them, I wanted to be able to see the world while helping those in need. And isn't that enough? Your sister's approval or no, you have a reason all your own. By the 12th, I see now. At some point, my desire to prove myself to Kipich had displaced my own motive for being an adventurer. That's the misconception Kipich wanted me to recognize. What a fool I've been! Wanting someone's approval isn't wrong in and of itself, mind, but it's got nothing to do with why you're an adventurer. It shouldn't force you to do things you wouldn't otherwise do, like trying to handle everything alone. Well, that's enough from me today. I've said my piece. What you do now is up to you, Nagi. Thank you for helping me realize, Miss Momodi. Think nothing of it. It's my job to watch over you all. Nothing makes me happier than to see you happy doing what you do. Yeah. Bye. Yeah. Bye-bye. And that is how it goes. It goes like the wind, it goes like the sand, it goes like the magic wand of a duck. Thank you too, Lucy, for accompanying me. I think I know what to say to Kipich now. And loath though I am to trouble you again, there is something else I'd like your help with. You see, of the letters we collected in Limza Lominza, one was from an explorer who was seeking an escort for an expedition. By now the letter should be on display at the Gold Court. I want to show it to my sister, and I'd be grateful if you could help me find it. Come, let's rejoin the minstrel. Let's go, Deki. It's my duty to do the thing that I have to do. You understand my feelings? I hope you do, Ducky. Here are my companion. Let's go. What happened? Oh. Welcome back. There, I hope you were able to win the find the answer. Yes, I'm happy to say Miss Mamondi helped me to come to a realization, and when I got to speak with my sister. I see, I see. By all means, feel free to borrow the letter. Does it have any distinguishing characteristics? As I recall, there was a large drawing of a blue chocobo on it. Very well, let us search together, the more swiftly to find it. Yeah, I thumped my chest like a real giggler. Show me the letter. Where is it? Is this it? On my first try? A shield drawing. Someone who charged with the city's peace, I cannot overstate how much of a boon adventurers are to our efforts. Some folk had expressed concern that an increase in drifters would see a corresponding rise in crimes, but on the contrary, they are steadily declining. Soldiers like ourselves are somewhat limited in the scope of our duties, and we are not always available to lend our citizens what assistance they need. Thus, would I take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to adventurers who step up to fill the void. Hello, Maya Mayor! While the content rings a bell, this letter wasn't written by an explorer, nor does it bear a drawing of blue chocobo. It isn't the missive Nagi is looking for. Aww. What about this one? Where is the next letter, Maya Mayor? Oh, we're doing the Final Fantasy 10th anniversary. 10-year anniversary. Can you believe this, Maya Mayor? Oh, we read this already. Where's the next letter? Here? Show me. Dear Not So New Adventurer, as a traveling merchant, I've had my fair share of happy encounters. But sharing a carriage with you stands out above them all. For you see, I went on to sell veritable crate loads of the ring I gave you, and turned enough a profit to buy my own carriage. You shared with me your adventurous luck, and I count my blessings every day. No matter where I go, I often hear tell of your exploits, and it makes me inordinately proud to have met you. Till we meet again, my friend, I pray for your continued safety and success. When the contents ring a bell, we know the drill. Let's find the right letter, gigglers. Let's do this in the name of justice and love. Whenever we find our justice and love, a letter! Look at this. Let's read it right now. Dear adventurer, how far is your journey? Mine continues, and I wake up to the sound of bird song and lie down to sleep beneath the moonlight, and I seek unblazed trails. Long ago, when an adventurer aided me, I was made to realize how alike we are. Deep down, we're simply travelers who thrill to make new discoveries. Thus do I write this letter now, in hopes of recruiting such like minded souls to join me on an expedition. If you at all share in my desire to make the Uncharted charted, then I invite you to seek me out at the Drowning Wench in Limsa. Eagerly do I await your coming. This is the letter. Yoink. No luck over here so far. How about you? I found it. A blue chocobo. Yes, this is the one. All that's left is to talk to Kipich. Do you know where she is? She went to the Weavers Guild, saying that she had business there. Perhaps she's buying clothes. At any rate, I'll look for her there. Thank you. Wait for me! For this too, I might trouble you to accompany Nagi. Afterwards, I ask that you tell me how events unfold. I shall wait you at the Ruby Road Exchange. Said Naoki Yoshida, the director of this game. Because yes, the director of this game actually has an self-insert character in this game. Yes, it's my minion, the Ducky. The best minion in the game. Look at me, little Ducky. Let's go. It is time. It's time to run. Run like the wind with the Ducky. The fastest Ducky ever. Ducks are actually pretty fast. Duck friend. It's true. You're here too, Lucy. I must confess, I'm feeling rather nervous, so I appreciate your presence. So what will happen now? Oh dear, you came to find me? My apologies for taking so long. So, Nagi, were you able to find the answer? Aye, to begin with, I want you to look at this. The what? An explorer is assembling to escort for an expedition. Certainly sounds exciting. In wanting your approval, I was determined not to rely on others, but a part of me dearly wanted to be part of the expedition, to go where I dare not set foot alone, so I've decided that I will answer the invitation. Then this means you've given up on trying to do everything alone? I had wanted to prove to you that I'm capable, that I'm no longer a burden, and in my obsession I lost sight of why I became an adventurer in the first place. I dropped in earlier, but YouTube wouldn't load. Was there a problem with the website? I don't... People did chat in the YouTube, but I'm not sure. To see what lies beyond the horizon and lend a helping hand to those I meet, that's what drives me. And I was able to remember this thanks to Miss Mamodi and Lucy. And whether or not you approve, I want to continue adventuring for my own reasons. Is that alright with you? Didn't you say you didn't need my approval? But to be clear, I never actually intended to stop you. Do you remember what you once told me, Nagi, shortly before the calamity struck? Aww. Did you interview adventurers again today? What were they like? What kind of places have they been to? Heh, you never get sick of hearing about adventures, do you? Never ever. When I grow up, I want to be an adventurer too, said Nagi. Well, that's as fine an aspiration as any, but do you know what kind of adventurer you wish to become? A hero like in Tales, perhaps? Oh no, sister, not a hero. Adventurers are free spirits, and I want to be the freest spirit of all. Oh yes. I'll travel the world and meet lots of people, and when I visit home, you can interview me as much as you like. Aww. How nice. For that boy to spurn help for want of my approval. I couldn't bear to see it, and in order to bring you to your senses, I might have spoken a little sternly. As an adventurer, you'll experience no small amount of hardships, but you choose your path because you want it to be free. So don't let yourself be shackled by expectation, be it your own or that of others, and instead take things as they come. Indeed. So long as you are true to yourself and recognize your limits, you'll surely find a way forward. And remember, not even heroes can accomplish everything alone. Relying on others doesn't make you a lesser adventurer. If anything, the freer we are, the more we need to look out for one another. And that, I believe, is the essence and beauty of adventuring. Wouldn't you agree, Lucy? Well, it's true that I cannot solo raids. Wholeheartedly, an adventurer is never alone. Understood, Kipich. I won't ever forget this. Knowing you, I expect your rating to answer the explorer's petition in Limsa Lominsa. Raring. Rating. You'll be taking an airship, yes? Yes. In which case, I shall give these garments to you now. I had them made for you, thinking it was past time you had something better. For me? Thank you so much, sister. But yes, Kitani, maybe that's why there are not so many people watching today. Maybe people have problems with YouTube or something. Maybe that's why the audience is so small. I must thank you too, Lucy. You're the kind of adventurer I admire, and I'll keep on working hard to be like you. I couldn't have asked for a better person to watch over my little brother. I appreciate everything you've done for him, and look forward to meeting you again, be it for a story or something else. With that, we take our leave of you. Till next time, bye 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 bye. Yoink, yoink. Yay. You see the siblings of safe in the knowledge that all will be well. Time to rejoin the wandering minstrel, who is actually a self-insert of the director of the game, and rely to him that tells happy conclusion. Let's go meet Naoki Yoshida. Himself. Where are you, Naoki Yoshida? You hiding from me? I'll hit the streets. I am hitting the streets just to meet you. Let us go. It is time. No time to waste. Oh, also, let me check something. There was a new comment from our favorite creator, the fellow traveler. There wasn't. Oh well. FT. Yeah, fellow traveler. Did you see his comments under my video? You should check it out. He misgendered me and called me a kid. That's right. Look, it's Naoki Yoshida, the director of the game. Welcome back, my friend. Judging by your expression, I take it is all is well with Nagi and Kipich. It's true. All is well, Naoki Yoshida. I see. Pleased I am to hear that. When we first set out on journeys, It is usually for the simplest of reasons. Yet as we make our way, those reasons may become lost in the haze of motives, causing us to lose sight of what truly matters. Okay, this is the best, for a second, it almost looked like the Daki was saying the thing. Is that Ginger Eminem? No, that's Naoki Yoshida, the creator of this game, or rather, the director and producer of this game. In such time, we can but remember what prompted us to take our first step. We will always find the strength to take the next. Nagi shall be fine, I am certain of it. My thanks for keeping an eye on him. And yes, Naoki Yoshida has his hair dyed red, actually. And that's basically his haircut from what I remember. These events have inspired a new verse in me, a verse about the dreams of those who seek new worlds and the hopes of those who seek them off. Oh my goodness. Are we going to meet Naoki Yoshida again? Are we back in 1.0? Greetings, warrior of light. Who are you? This is a world that exists outside your reality. Could it be a dream, a flight of fancy conjured by your weary mind, perhaps, or perhaps not? Naoki Yoshida! Oh my gosh, I knew it. Tis a pleasure to meet you again, as I have in the past. I have beaconed you here that I might express my gratitude. 10 years have now passed since the world was reborn from its ashes, since we set forth upon this journey. Countless things have happened during that time, and I have had the pleasure of meeting many an adventure along the way. If truth be told, it hasn't always been easy. There are moments when I wonder why I must struggle so. Days when I'm tempted to cast it all aside. But in spite of this, I always manage to carry on, and it is thanks to my wonderful comrades and to you, our esteemed adventurers. Ah, by now I must have been regaled with tens of thousands of your tales. You and you usually share them with a smile, but even when it is with a frown, you tell me that you're still enjoying yourself. It's no exaggeration to say that I derive all of my driving force from you all. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. Ours is an unending journey, and nothing would make me happier than if we could keep walking it together. As you may as you make your way, we promise that we will ever be at your side, matching you step for step. Now that time has come for this vision to end, time for your eyes to open from this waking dream of meeting the director of this game. Much time has passed since the world was reborn from its ashes. Countless souls have made this place their home. Every single one has left an indelible mark upon it. Together we have built this world, and it is our sincerest hope that we shall continue to do so for many years to come. So please be safe and well. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. Amazing. I dare say Nagi is aboard the airship by now. I pray he and Kipich will find happiness upon their respective paths. I hope you do so as well, my friend. If you would lend me an ear, I would dedicate these verses to your future. By morning light, your journey starts, a thrill of hope is in our hearts, and merry and mercilessly went to river song into the world where we belong. There you go. This is me singing the song. Bar fields of white and azure sky, sunset storm a crimson fire, jewels a glitter on pitch black veil, a new day dawns, so goes the tale. By eternal wind we carry on, boldly towards a golden morn, with memories as a guiding star, shining our steps of near and far. Amazing. Yes. Yes, indeed. Aw. Look, look. It's the things that cause animals fear. Where will you go? Whom will you meet? What will you see? There is no telling what the future holds for anyone. Fireworks should stay in games where they don't threaten animals. Yet come what may, I bid you never forget this. The bonds you forge, the memories you make, and the footprints you leave behind. They shall one day spur you forward. So pray continue walking your own path wherever your journey leads. I shall be praying for your happiness. Wow. With memories shared yet all our own, as one who have brave frontiers unknown. Thank you for 10 years. Wow. Damn. Thank you. Now I'll show you something amazing. Now have access to the letter forest, the gold court. Speak with the tender station there to read the letters. Additionally, you have also unlocked the Koopa Adventure minigame on the steps of Nalt. Speak with the Nonora at the Ruby. Some of other minigames may also be played by opening the toy chest. The toy chest! My children, in whom light grows abundant. What a game, Gigglers. What a game. But now that we've done the thing, I'm gonna show you the mount that we've just won. And then we're gonna do a segment. As I can see that not many people gather for Final Fantasy, unfortunately. Okay, watch this. First of all, I have to use this. Now observe. You can now summon the Rising Phoenix. Okay, so mount. I become the Phoenix. Oh wait, what's the music? Let me see what the... Okay, I was expecting something better. So there we go. There we have it. We've done it, Gigglers. How do you feel? Turtle! Must kill. A hornet! Must kill. There we go. No hornets will stand on my... A marmot! Must kill. No marmot will... 2 more marmots! Must kill. Must kill. There we go. It is over now. I'll go to the toilet and then we will do a segment. A segment about your favorite Vaus. Because Vaus has done something again. Something so unspeakable. Something so bad that it's... Prepare yourselves for what Vaus has done to us and our families. One moment. So I will go to the toilet and then I'll be back. For now, look at this beautiful character. Don't go away. I'll be right back. And then it's Vaus. Vaus time. We're changing the title. We're changing the title. Here we go. It's time, Vaus. Oh my gosh. Together, we will stomp. What is happening here? Wait, need to find the Vaus. Vaus. Oh yeah. Have you heard about Elon Musk saying that he bought Twitter because it transed his daughter? You know about that one? Oh yeah, and Elon Musk also blames Jewish people for Twitter's downfall. Those are, I guess, two big news. One, that he wants to sue the Anti-Defamation League because he said that accusations of anti-Semitism has caused the company to lose half its value. And second, Elon Musk says that he had to buy Twitter because it caused his daughter to be trans. Oh my goodness. I don't know what to say to all of that. It's really. There you go. Nightmare libertarian debate turns into screaming match. One moment, please. I have a phone call. Mom called, but now it's time. Now it's time for the debate. Okay, it's time for the debate. Nightmare. Nightmare debate. Screaming match. For that, I will need to have game. You know what a game I need? You know what's our favorite debate game? That's right. Vaus. Owned games. Vaus is protecting the approximated war. Can you believe that Vaus is protecting the approximated war? Where's the game? Where's the... How do I start the game? Okay. Oh. Sinking. It's sinking. What's happening? I'm gonna restart the program. Something's wrong, Giggler. Something's wrong. It's sinking. Oh. Oh. What's happening with this game? Okay. Oh. Well, whatever. No game for now.
Man, oh my god.
Yes, the Twitter Spaces audio is bizarrely bad, and it makes Vaus sound like he has a lisp. Vaus has a lisp? Wait.
Space's audio is so man, oh my, than I do when I'm on the phone. I don't know what was with the audio because at one point Conyer came in and Conyer said my audio sounded different than I do when I'm on the phone. I don't know what caused that. Twitter Spaces audio is so man, oh my god.
What? What? A wisp? I don't... That is so weird. Just as weird as a good... I actually heard about the lisp. I actually heard about the lisp. Okay, I guess we have to turn on a different game. Where are my games? Vash Novidia. True. And Google Games does not work well, so we're playing a different game. Got the perfect game. What I want the Warcraft game. What is wrong with this silly program? Okay, I have to... I'm stubborn. I am stubborn. Oh yeah, Vaus no video. There we go. Now we have video. Play. Now I can play. There we go. That's better. We'll restart the video. I'll make it quieter so we can hear anything. There you go. Now Warcraft should appear. There you go. Now we can sort of restart the video.
I don't know what was with the
There we go.
audio because at one point Conyer came in and Conyer said my audio sounded different than I do when I'm on the phone. I don't know what caused that. Twitter Spaces audio is so man. Oh my god.
You have a lisp. Admit
think
to your wisp.
really thinks threatening nuclear war is a valid response to what?
Oh my god. Okay. He really does sound like he has one. That's so funny. You think that Putin's war... That's funny, okay? For this debate, I'm gonna use a Daffy Duck thumbnail. No matter what you think.
Being shafted by the EU when he was building the Nord Stream pipe.
I can't. I can't do it. I can't. That's so funny.
Lines to what? Being shafted by the EU when he was building the Nord Stream pipelines and was.
You think Putin really thinks threatening nuclear war is a valid response to what? Being shafted by the EU when he was building the Nord Stream pipelines? To what? Really?
EU when he was building the Nord Stream. Valid response to what? Being shafted by the EU when he was building the Nord Stream pipeline.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that the infrastructure affects your voice to this degree. I didn't know that it can mess up your voice to this degree. The infrastructure of a page. Oh my goodness.
I'm just a cat. Please, talk to Yenna.
True. True. That is so true. Oh my gosh. That is so funny. And that will be the audio throughout the whole debate. That is... Oh my god. That is too good to be true.
You think Putin really thinks threatening nuclear war is a valid response to what?
And it's not just the lisp as well. His voice sounds worse through Elon's whatever X Twitter than from Conyers' phone. That's so wild. Like the overall voice just sounds better, not just the lisp effect. That is so weird. That is so bizarre. How does that happen? That is so strange.
What? Being shafted by the EU when he was building the Nord Stream pipelines?
He sounds so emotive here, and he sounds so, I don't know, quiet and defeated in... Thanks, Elon. You're welcome. I'm not Elon, but I'm just saying You're welcome.
Clint Russell, host of Liberty Lockdown. I am a second-generation libertarian.
What does that
big
mean?
anti-war, non-interventionist guy. Obviously, a protege of the Scott Hordens and Dave Smiths of the world, and starting up a show with Luke Rudkowski tomorrow. So that's me.
A second generation What? What is that a thing? Doesn't even sound like Bitrate, DK. What's a second generation libertarian? What is Vosh playing? Is this Terraria? No, it can't be. Is he playing Terraria?
Awesome. All right.
Awesome.
Just a second. I'm just pulling up my notes.
Awesome.
All right. So thank you both for joining me. So Clinton and Vosh are going to be debating the war in Ukraine. Vosh, you will have the pros. Clint, you will have the cons. So just the rules. So as many of you who've been in my spaces know, I'm a free speech absolutist. So I don't have a lot of rules when it comes to these spaces in regards to what you can and can't say. So feel free to cuss. Just, cuss respectfully, I guess, if that makes any sense.
Absolutist.
And try not to interrupt each other.
The brainlets of the
I do understand that things can become heated in debates sometimes, so I simply ask for civility and patience if they do, and I'll intervene as needed if things go off track.
Civility? Didn't you say you were a free speech absolutist? What is this? Cowardice. What is this? That's not a true free speech absolutist.
Drag on, become personal, etc.
What is this cowardly
And finally, since this is a debate, I only ask that you gentlemen debate the topic at hand and try your best to avoid logical fallacies such as whataboutisms, non sequiturs, ad hominems, false dilemmas, inductive reasoning, etc. Do either of you have any questions?
No, I think that about sets it.
All right, awesome. All right,
Yeah,
perfect. All right.
Yes. Why should we avoid anything if we are free speech absolutists? We should be able to say absolutely everything if we are a free speech absolutist, including logical fallacies. What are you? Limiting my free speech to say fallacies. Was this daddy a libertarian? I guess so. If this person says they are second generation libertarian.
So let's kick it off. Ukraine became a battleground in 2014 when Russia annexed Crimea and began arming and abetting the separatists in the Donbas region in the country's southeast. Russia's seizure of Crimea was the first time since World War II that the European state essentially had annexed the territory of another. And on the 24th of February of last year, Russia invaded Ukraine again in the escalation of the Russo-Ukrainian war.
Technically speaking, that's not really true, is it? Because after, like, the taking territory from Germany and giving it to Poland, technically speaking, happened after World War II. So this is not exactly the first time since World War II when the annexation of territory happened, sort of. No? So did she say call deductive reasoning a logical fallacy? Maybe. Maybe so. Maybe she did. What are you gonna do about it? Are you gonna forbid it? She's a free speech absolutist. What are you gonna do about it?
This last invasion, it's killed tens of thousands on both sides. Peace deals have been rejected, and there is no end in sight. So Vash, why don't you go ahead?
Keep in mind that free speech absolutism includes absolute freedom to say bullshit as well.
Yeah. Well, I want to say right off the bat that I'm always sympathetic to any anti-interventionist arguments when it comes to our foreign policy. You know, the history of American intervention in foreign countries' affairs is not a great one.
I can't! Oh my god. I'm gonna have to get over this. I'm gonna have to get over Vaush's voice. Oh my goodness. It feels like he's doing a bit, but he's not. It's so strange. It blows my mind that a poor infrastructure could do something like this. Also, the Yugoslav wars, and then Russia did like few times before Crimea. True. Also, there was like, when was Georgia invaded? Two 2008. Okay. Anyway. Okay, I have to calm down. 2008. I have to calm down. I have to be the adult here. I must calm down.
And I think there's plenty of reason to be skeptical generally. I've been against most everything America has done abroad, certainly when it comes to military engagement. I just think this is one of the rare examples where we're doing something decent. You know, I think that Americans and American government officials should prioritize Americans first, right? We have our own affairs to take care of. But we do live in a global society. There is no ignoring what goes on around the world, and we have to acknowledge the fact that our withdrawal from international engagement only cedes ground to others. I think that what fascism has done to Ukraine, both to its population and invasion, and what it's done to Russia in the form of the Putinist regime, is a net negative globally. I think it causes incredible harm around the world, and I think that it's good for us to support our ally by providing them arms and intel. There are, of course, ways in which this can go poorly, but at the moment, right now, I think that there is genuine benefit for the American and Ukrainian people, and God willing, the Russians down the line, the Russian citizens, that we see a Ukrainian victory in this conflict.
Vaus, do you think that we're on track for a Ukrainian victory at this point?
Well, it's a difficult.
Unironically true. And I don't just think it's good for the US and Ukraine. I think it's good for a lot more. For Poland, Lithuania. God, Belarus is such a tough cookie. If Vaus was a little plushie with cat ears, he'd sound exactly like that. True.
Difficult road, and it's hard to say. I think that Ukraine is doing better now than anyone expected in the onset of the conflict. I don't think they're doing as well as many people hoped. But I do think there is still a road to what many Ukrainians would call a victory, yes.
Right.
And would that victory entail maintaining the Donbass and Crimea?
I'm not sure. I mean, I can't see the future, of course. If they have the ability to retake Crimea or the Donbass, then that's certainly something they want to do. And I think they should be supported in doing so, depending on certain conditions.
I think so.
Whether or not they're going to be able to, though, it's a tough fight.
Yeah, well, it's a very tough fight at this point. Just to give kind of my overarching thesis about this is that this war was highly avoidable. There's a litany of...
That could be said about all wars in history. All wars were highly avoidable at some point. It's such an empty statement. The Second World War was highly avoidable, unironically. The Second World War was much more avoidable than the First World War. I'll tell you that much.
Both political and commentating.
Because World War I was like this huge machinery of many different countries that sort of clashed suddenly, you know? Alliances kicked into motion. And World War II was more of a case of like a country just starting things. without that declaration of war, no less. It's a tough fight precisely because of people like this libertarian. Second generation. Excuse you.
Professionals from the 1990s that knew that the expansion of NATO right up into kind of an encircling alliance.
NATO is such an old excuse that was used to invade Czechoslovakia. Such an old and weak excuse. I'm so disappointed that people still think that this sort of excuse is gonna work in any capacity. While Ukraine was getting weapons on a trickle down slow for IV drip, Russia got to entrench its position despite having subpar logistics and morale. True. Yeah. And everybody that knows what they're talking about has been screaming how Ukraine should be getting more and faster. Faster being a very important factor here.
Alliance on Russia's border, the old Baltic states would catalyze this conflict almost inevitably. Obviously, the timeline was unknowable, but just to give an example, I'm glad to hear Vaus say that he does disagree with much of our imperialist past. I struggle to understand why this is different, but I'm sure we'll get into that. The U.S. since 1991 and the end of the USSR has bombed and invaded.
And the USSR has no imperialist past? Don't make me laugh.
A litany of countries. I'll just run down a quick list. You have Iraq, obviously, then Bosnia, Afghanistan, Iraq once again, Pakistan, Somalia, Kenya, Libya, Iraq again, Yemen, Syria. So that's 10 wars. That doesn't include the nations that we sanctioned and a dozen color revolutions that we funded. I could go through the list of color revolutions that were also largely funded by our State Department and fomented through the CIA, oftentimes Yugoslavia, Georgia, Ukraine, Kyrgyzstan, Lebanon, Belarus, Moldova, and then Iran. It's my opinion that the U.S. is the empire of the world, at least in modern history, and this is playing directly into the Project for a New American Century kind of Dick Cheney worldview, and it is not to the benefit.
So far, Belarus is firmly in the hands of Russia, so
for the American people, it ultimately is leading us towards what could amount to a hot nuclear war, or if by some miracle, a non-nuclear World War III. It has also driven Russia, which repeatedly requested to be added to NATO. It has driven them into the arms of China, which I think is not to the benefit of the American people. It is breaking apart kind of the unipolar moment into a bipolar one, and bipolar both in terms of physical, but also in terms of psychological. It's becoming increasingly dangerous. And while I am personally grateful to see the unipolar moment ending, just simply because I don't think that the U.S. government has behaved in a way that is worthy or morally befitting a unipolar hegemon. It is also a moment of great peril in that there's going to be a kind of a reshuffling of the power dynamics on Earth. You have the BRICS alliance, which is now creating a competing currency system that looks to undermine or at least go head-to-head with the U.S. dollar. Given that the primary export of the U.S. economy for the past 30 years has been our inflation, that will be truly catastrophic. So the risk-reward benefit on this is completely lopsided, and I apologize for going on for so long, but that is my operating thesis.
So I think the problem here is that we're running into the same rigmarole. First, and I hear this all the time, you talk about a bunch of other conflicts. Well, this isn't those conflicts. This is this one. You talk about, I'm
going to be honest. The things that this person has said were so... I don't even have the word. That, it has taken my mind totally of the whole voice thing. Like, I swear. Bro shows how clueless he is because China has more territorial disputes with Russia probably than the entire Europe combined. True. Well, China has territorial disputes with everybody, doesn't it? With Vietnam, with Japan, I think, even. With Russia, definitely. I guess it doesn't have any territorial disputes with Korea. I guess that's a place that it doesn't have territorial disputes with.
You play up the idea that it's Western behavior that's causing a breakdown in the unipolar world. I disagree. The idea that Russia was trying to join NATO right before this conflict, Russia
Right.
briefly bantied with joining NATO, and that was something that we entertained. But it didn't play out for a wide variety of reasons.
It didn't amount to
Ultimately, this
anything.
breakdown in communication, this failure in our international diplomacy, it is a product of the fact that Russia's regime has pursued an ultra-nationalist, fascist agenda.
True.
Like the idea that
True.
this all gets laid at our feet, it sounds almost like an America last attitude. You know, you talk about it's not beneficial to the American people, but then what do? You play up the idea that BRICS is really going to establish like a contrary economic bloc. The idea that we're the ones to blame for the breakdown in diplomacy when Russia is the one that is constantly and nonstop engaged in threats, both nuclear and across borders. Russia is the
True.
one that actually engaged in the invasion. No, I think
Yep.
ultimately, when you look at all the problems that we've had with Russia and you draw them down to a common denominator, it's pretty clear. The
It's
problem
Russia.
is with Russia. It's with Putin. And if we want to deal with these issues, we have to help the Russian people arrive at different leadership. That may sound harsh or interference oriented, but hey, what's the reason why we have no ability whatsoever to engage in any kind of diplomatic relations with North Korea? Well, it's certainly not the United States, right? Their government relies on that distance. It's a strategy for them. And that's the problem that we're dealing with here, too. So yeah, I say we have to acknowledge who's to
It's
blame
part.
here,
It's
and we
because.
have to leave
Oh
all of
no.
that aside when it comes to the real material issue of
Well, the North Korea thing is probably more because of China than
assisting our
actually the.
ally. You know, Ukraine, even if everything said here was true, Ukraine doesn't deserve to suffer and to have its population annihilated, its land taken, just because,
True.
what, 30 years ago, America pursued a strategy with NATO that Putin didn't like?
Well, let me start by pushing back against one thing you said.
Yeah.
You know, you're basically endorsing the toppling of Putin. I assume you mean through CIA means. I don't know exactly what you're hinting at, but
I don't care
I
what
believe that to
means.
be a truly psychotic perspective, given that they still have 6,000 nuclear warheads and some of the most advanced arsenal on Earth. Not to mention their submarine fleet. It's an
Psychotic.
extraordinarily dangerous thing to push for. But on top of that, this belief that you're
This
going to
person is
topple
stupid.
Putin and then have some sort of liberty-oriented, non-fascistic, a ruler rise up in his stead is largely delusional. But also,
I guess
if
that's
you look
true.
at the other history of nations that we've toppled over the past 20 years,
I mean, I guess that's true. You have to have a really big change within Russia itself. I guess I do agree with that. That the posing of Putin alone would not change much. I guess, yeah, we can agree on that. Maybe.
you
I don't even think that Fosh disagrees on that necessarily.
don't see that. That's not what comes about. So, what is it in this circumstance that makes you finally believe that the U.S.'s decisions in this process to replace him with someone more befitting of our preferences would actually come to pass? I just don't see it.
I didn't say we should topple him or imply anything with the CIA. It's a fascist regime, and Putin is banking on success in Ukraine. It's a centerpiece to his current
You
domestic
said
strategy.
we should help the Russian people find a way to replace him. What does that mean?
He's a dictator. If he grows sufficiently unpopular that people oust him, then that's the responsibility and the right of the Russian people. I don't like autocrats, but I'm not saying the CIA should do that. That's the right of the Russian people. And the Russian people right now are blanketed nonstop with pro-Russian propaganda. I mean, it is completely
Also
insular.
true.
I mean, you see this in many countries where their entire internal propaganda network is oriented around oppositional foreign policy, North Korea, Iran, to name a few.
True.
I think the only thing we can really do there is we can, well, for one, not let our ally get invaded and conquered. I think that would be good. But also,
Pretty cool.
a failure militarily will probably be detrimental to Putin's regime. makes him look bad. I mean, he plays the strongman card, doesn't he?
Okay, so your point is that if our support of the Ukrainian military, if they were to push back Russia, that would be enough to potentially topple him.
I think that it would contribute towards his unpopularity. We're already seeing signs of weakness from him. That business with Kadyrov, and then later with the Wagner group, where Lukashenko had to step in, the whole thing made Putin look pretty weak. And right now, of course, he's running a deficit war economy. He's providing
True.
pretty strong financial incentives to soldiers. The economy is keeping up as it is now. A lot of this has to do with the fact that Russia has a very small economy, but a very large net export market for oil and natural gas, which, economically it's complicated to like unseat stuff like that. But I think that narratively, when you take a look at how Putin's talked about his country, it's been all about glorious revival and opposition to the West. But we're not invading Russia, and I don't want to invade Russia, and it would be a silly idea considering all the nukes. I think that this invasion of Ukraine is a desperate bid to try to reclaim a bit of former glory, and I think that he should lose, not only because it is right, but because it might destabilize a strong man's, boasting and power grabbing.
Well, you and I agree that this is a bit of a desperate bid, but I think that we should be respectful of that.
While possibly, yes, a defeat in Ukraine would remove the single posturing card his regime has at this point. True. What I would like to see is a big movement within Belarus. Finally, and then Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, and Belarus can form a strong alliance and call it the Polish, Lithuanian, Belarusian, Ukrainian Commonwealth Alliance or something.
That desperation, particularly. Oh yeah, I think we should be respectful of the desperation that they're in. I think that Crimea and Sevastopol in particular is viewed by Putin and his cadre of elites as being existential to their survival. Whether they're right or wrong, they perceive it to be that. And I think that people don't like to do this, but I think that if the shoe were on the other foot, everyone would expect the U.S. empire to react in the exact same fashion. If we only had one year-round warm water port and it was in Tijuana, and all of the same confluence of events came to pass, undoubtedly the U.S. government would invade Mexico and claim the Tijuana port for themselves. So it's just a level of hypocrisy to dictate 6,000 miles from our border that we can have both the moral authority, much less the gall.
What do you mean we can have the moral? Ukraine asked for help from all over the world. Not just the US is helping you. What?
to tell them that they shouldn't be doing this. Now, I will agree with you wholeheartedly that this war is tragic, and I absolutely do not support Putin in his invasion.
You do.
But I think, one, it's a losing effort, and two, it is not in American interests to be doing so. And ultimately, you said that Putin is running a deficit budget to support this war. Well, so the fuck are we. So there's many reasons that I think that this is not America's place, and they do not have the moral authority any longer to be dictating to the global stage what others need to be doing.
Well, I think you're using a lot of morally loaded language. I'm not saying America should dictate anything. Ukraine wants to defend itself, and they are our ally, and we are helping. And also, frankly, I don't really care if America's done bad stuff in the past. I don't think that means that I should do bad stuff now.
Exactly.
Like, I'd be like, well, America's done bad things in the past, so we shouldn't have assisted in defeating the Nazis. They're like, well, no, okay. Maybe America as a country is self-interested and hypocritical, but my personal justifications, I think, in this case are pretty consistent.
True.
Now, I agree with. I'm being told by well-meaning listeners that my voice sounds terrible through Twitter Spaces.
I have no idea why, and there's nothing I can do about it.
It sounds fine on my end.
Oh well, I appreciate that. If you now you talked about like Russia being a dangerous bear to poke, and I understand that. The problem I have is that I think
Twitter Space. Why are they talking through Twitter Space? First of all. Okay. Second of all, Everything he's saying could have been used about the US keeping USSR alive during early years of World War II. True, actually.
I think it's worse in the other direction. If Putin gets a win and takes over all of Ukraine, now they share a
said.
border with Poland. That's dangerous. I mean, if we meaningfully
would
want
have
to fix
been
this, right? If
messed
we
up.
want to destabilize, or sorry, not destabilize,
I would have been. Oh boy.
de-escalate
I would
the
have been
conflict.
nervous
Yeah, yeah. If
about
we want to
sharing a
de-escalate
border
the
with
conflict,
Russia.
we cannot let Russia border more NATO countries. Russia does not have the most self-control when it comes to engagement with its borders, especially when it comes to former Soviet states. I think it's necessary that they lose here for exactly the reason you cite, that they need to not be interfered with. Because the worst thing you can do with somebody like Putin is let him win, is let him get what he wants over and
Libertarians
over.
like you
With
and a lot, I
Chechnya,
guess.
with Georgia, with Crimea, he builds and he builds and he builds. And then what are you teaching him? Well, I mean, ultimately, you're teaching him that he can get what he wants with violence. And I think that it's essential that he not. If nothing else, Ukraine is a quagmire, a desperate one that has cost the lives of many soldiers on both sides, and that's horrible. But it's a war Putin started. And I think that we face the potential of much more conflict down the line.
What if let's say he wins in Ukraine, okay? What if he then invades Poland and says, Poland is not that big, don't interfere in Poland because if you do, nukes start flying. Don't risk it over such a small country like Poland. What then? Who's stopping Putin from doing something like that at that point? Who?
If he gets the impression this is a consistent winning tactic for his ratings.
Well, again, I just don't know how Americans can view Russia and say if they get wins, that'll set a terrible precedent, given that the nature of our empire over the past 30 years has been truly catastrophic for the globe, at least the people that we've invaded and bombed into oblivion. So why is it that
Oh yeah, because the nature of the Russian Empire has been wondrous for the people around the globe.
the American, I mean, well, let's actually circle back to another point. I think that, well, certainly the invasion was ultimately Putin's decision. You can't disconnect the catalyzing factors that led to his decision-making process. You have a litany of examples of him from 2008 all the way up until 2022 or 21, where he's declaring repeatedly, Ukraine is the red line. You have our State Department that's acknowledging it in confidential wires to Condoleezza Rice. They knew that this was the red line, and yet still Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, in the 6 months lead up to his decision to ultimately invade, were still talking openly about adding them to NATO. If given that fact, given that our government,
how dare Ukraine be independent, that not our puppet state? That is our red line, allowing independence to Ukraine. Okay.
Government knew, given that they knew that this was the reddest of red lines, given that they knew that the Russian people also would galvanize around Putin in this decision because they also view NATO or view Ukraine being added to NATO as an existential threat to their survival. How is it that we can then turn around and say, well, this is all Putin's fault, and ultimately we should, risk world war to push him back?
How is Ukraine joining NATO an existential threat to that? Makes no sense. His decision-making process was Russian economy going to shit and his regime only having nationalist bread and games left. True.
Putin does not get to decide for a foreign military alliance whether or not another country gets to apply.
True.
Application to NATO from Ukraine hasn't really been on the table for a while because they're currently engaged in civil conflict after 2014. Like, it's not really on the table. But if you set the standard where Russia, an autocratic dictatorship, has the ability to determine for NATO who NATO considers, no. You don't buy into his lies. Putin did not invade Ukraine because he was afraid of a NATO alliance. I think that's ridiculous. I think that's ahistorical. The odds of Ukraine joining NATO went down after 2014 because of the ongoing engagement within the country. This isn't some panic fear thing. You said it yourself. America would invade Mexico if they were looking for their only warm water port. Well, that's what this is for Russia. They want the land, they
True.
want the zeal, but this is not really about threat. Of course they play up the threat. That's all they do. Go listen to like Iran's public broadcasts, and what do you hear? Every single day, Iran says, oh, America does this, America did that. Now, did America do bad things in Iran? Sure, yeah, we did. But in 2023, right now, is every specific government decision from Iran a direct consequence of us? No. They use us as a scapegoat. We're an easy thing to blame. We're an easy thing to point at and go, you know, okay, maybe I can't justify this behavior on its own merits, but I sure as hell can say that America is the one responsible.
True.
That's what I'm concerned about, you know? We're kind of playing into the narrative a bit. Like, imagine what it would say about not just America, but Ukraine. If Russia, the country Ukraine is afraid of, would be able to take them off the list for self-defense. I mean, that would be, why not give them everything at that point?
Well, I mean, so you acknowledge that America would do that, but you don't think that Russia should be allowed to, and America should be the one dictating that they don't.
No,
I mean,
I oppose.
It's
both.
essentially the Monroe Doctrine kind of conceptual framework. It's but instead of our Monroe Doctrine, it seems that you're advocating that our Monroe Doctrine spans the entire globe, and that they have no right to dictate the policy of their bordering nations.
Wait, hold on. No, Russia does not have the right to dictate the policy of its bordering nations. Certainly, I don't know why you keep implying that I'm okay with all of the bad stuff that America does.
Well, because you're advocating for America to do this. So
no. Wait. I fundamentally reject this framing. Ukraine was invaded. They request America for aid. That is not America dictating the rules or the boundaries abroad. That is not us exercising moral authority.
That's not true. You know that there was peace negotiations that were happening in the early stages of this invasion and in the lead up to it that were shuttled by Boris Johnson at the explicit direction of the State Department. So how can you say that we are not dictating policy there, especially given that the outcome of this war is almost certainly going to be what that...
Wait, hold on. Boris Johnson from the UK.
That peace negotiation would have ultimately yielded.
First of all, I'm not Boris Johnson. He wasn't even he's not even an American, so I don't know how I'm meant to account for that. But what's more, when it comes to this invasion, we are not the ones dictating that Ukraine be invaded. That was Russia. And we are not the ones who initiated the request for aid. That was Ukraine. We are providing aid to an ally. I don't like this constant, well, how can you as an American? I'm not an American alone. I'm Vaus. I have my own opinions.
Boris.
And if America was to invade Mexico for a warm water port, I would take issue with that as well. Great issue. I would be thrown in jail for treason, the extent to which I personally would disagree with that conflict. But if you're to argue this, well, how do you have the moral authority? What you're essentially saying is that nobody has the right to push for anything good internationally because every country's done bad things. And I just
I'm specifically saying that the United States government doesn't have that right. If I framed it as if it was you as an American, then I retract that. I was saying, how is it that the American government has that authority to do so, given that they would do the exact same thing in their area of influence, but instead of just realizing that the Monroe Doctrine and their area of influence is in this hemisphere, we're applying our own, moral dictates across the entire planet. It's just totally unreasonable and hypocritical on a scale that's you have to be able to recognize.
I think that it's insane and nonsensical to Ukraine requests aid because our ally is being invaded, and for us to go, oh no, sorry, we've invaded countries in the past, so we can't help you not be invaded by fascists. It's ridiculous. I feel like the obsession with pointing fingers and accusing people of hypocrisy is born out of an unwillingness to engage with the actual moral conundrum. Has America done bad things? Yes, and it always will. Nation states will do bad things. I mean, I'm a libertarian. I don't believe that we can ever expect reliably good behavior when it comes to nation states under any circumstances. But I still
True.
support the U.S. intervening to stop the Nazis. I still support the United States,
True.
honestly, the number of things that it's done abroad that
True
are
and
good is
real,
pretty
Vaus.
small, so I'm just going to stop at the Nazis. But I support
On,
that. And I
on
support
on what libertarian framework are you basing your support for interventionist policies, regardless of the moral, quandary?
providing aids when requested by an ally because they're being invaded by fascists is a classic we're helping them against a violation of the non-aggression
True.
principle. Ukraine did not invade Russia. Russia invaded Ukraine. Ukraine is
True.
not capable of defending itself because Russia's a big country and, well, Ukraine was pretty weak and young.
But this
So
is
we,
still
as
this is
friends,
still
help.
an intervention. This is still an interventionist position. So I'm just trying to nail down how intervention from a libertarian framework makes sense, because I'm unfamiliar with it, just to be honest.
Do you think that libertarianism means that you can't have any kind of international negotiation? Because by that definition, all negotiation and diplomacy would be intervention,
So
which it technically
stupid.
is.
Yeah, no, I would argue that entangling alliances are both foundational to the American framework, but also to libertarianism.
So wait, you think entangling alliances are a good thing?
No, I'm
Okay,
arguing against them.
I misheard. Well, it seems to me then that you're pro-war. International alliance and diplomacy have been the most effective tools for preventing warfare that the world has ever seen. I mean, countries used to spend like centuries at war with
100
everyone
years
next
war.
to them. Like it's the we live in an era of unprecedented peace, and a lot of that is because we rely on international trade and negotiation and
Literally
trading blocks
100-year
in order
wars.
to encourage countries to get what they want through non-war means.
So
And I think that is all interventionist, right? I mean, us having trade deals and negotiations with other countries, we are intervening, to be sure. But I mean, it's
Wait. How is trading with another nation intervention? I'm lost.
Because trade has to be facilitated through international trade agreements. Corporations don't usually just do it on their own. It's usually something that gets built and brought about by the nation states working with each other to some extent as well. And as long as they're doing that, they are shaping each other's policies. But if it prevents war, I am all for it.
Well, in terms of trade, I don't perceive that to be intervention at all.
And we're trading them with arms.
Well, not really. I mean, we're giving them the money to acquire those arms.
Selective.
Well, we're giving, a lot of the times we're just giving them like some of our surplus equipment. God knows we have tons of it. But that's a trade. It's a nation providing something in exchange for something else. In this case, sometimes it's for debt, but sometimes this is just,
Vaus, I know you're smart enough to know that when they give them the old arsenal, it's just so that they can then turn back on the Mike complex and replenish that stock. So you can't possibly think that we're doing that out of the kindness of our heart, right?
I don't think any nation does anything for the kindness of our heart.
Exactly.
I think it's in the geopolitical interest of the United States to see Russia lose in Ukraine.
The kindness of their
I
heart.
also think that it's in the interest of Ukraine to see Russia lose. And I think it's morally right for Russia to lose.
Exactly.
So, no, I don't think it's out of the goodness of our heart.
Okay. Well, I will agree with you that the entangling alliances, particularly NATO, has decreased, the World War phenomenon that we saw with obviously 1 and 2. But I would argue that is more a product of the nuclear arsenal that came about, at the tail end of World War II. And I would also argue that by intervening consistently and having all these entangling alliances, what we're in fact doing is not allowing local skirmishes to be settled on their own terms, but rather building up to the potential for a cataclysmic war that...
Local skirmishes to be settled on their own. Translation, just let Russia win. It's a local skirmish that has to be settled on its own. This is brain dead. Analysis. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Local skirmishes that have to settle themselves on their own. Oh boy. Incredible. Incredible and amazing. Just 1v1 me, bro. True.
Endangers all humanity on Earth, and I don't perceive that to be the benefit of humanity. Quite the contrary. I think it's extraordinarily dangerous.
I mean, I don't think there are any local skirmishes. I don't think that's a real thing, right? If you want local skirmishes, you can go to like Africa, right, where you have like the Sudan conflict and everything. I mean, that exists, sure. But when it comes to war, war is war, and a lot of countries have nukes these days. I don't think the absence of alliances would improve the situation. I think what we need to do is make sure that everyone is playing the same game. We need to essentially break Russia and Saudi Arabia to a
You know, Russia, small, far off country. Why care about them? Exactly. Hello, Palm Dad. Welcome. Welcome to the stream, Palm Dad. Today's stream feels a bit slow. Oh no, wait, it's not. My browser was just slow. Never mind. Okay.
to a large extent too. Countries that maintain their economies based on resource trading, we want everyone to be playing the same econ game, right? Like the
True.
reason why America and China will never really go to war with each other, we'll see how the Taiwan thing plays out, but I really doubt they will, is because we're so economically codependent. Russia is not economically dependent on anyone because their economy is so small that it's easy to internally maintain, and they just sell all their natural resources. They don't need to engage in like a complicated network of mutual exchange. As long as we're all playing the same game, we're safe. And Putin's regime is a major impediment to that. I mean, we talk about the
Exactly.
irresponsibility of the West when it comes to our NATO preferences. Sure, fine, fine. But like, Putin threatens nuclear war every other week. And why? Right? Why? Because Ukraine next to them may in 20 years join NATO? No. Because, like North Korea, the screaming of tin pot dictators is a way to maintain constant internal fervor, drum up support, keep people angry and scared so they
True.
don't think of, voting in Navalny or a more democratic leader. And the only way to fix this, you got to arrange the conditions in such a way that there are fewer world leaders like Putin. And giving them victories and letting them handle their local squabbles without international, engagement, that does what they want. That's what they want.
That perspective totally diminishes the efforts of Russia post USSR, where they attempted to essentially immerse themselves in the European economy. Every step
Is
of the
that
way,
so?
they've been, given the cold shoulder. It's really tragic.
That's not true. That's bullshit, actually. Like, Europe has invested in Russia immensely. There are whole books written about it. I could have sworn I have a few books about it lying literally here. And those books are like 10 years old or more about how Europe has been investing in Russia. Ridiculous. Wait, has the internet died? Is the chat app? The chat has just died for me. So if everything's up, give me a signal. Okay. We're here. Hello, our family. You're the family. Okay, nice. Sounds fine here. Alrighty then, let's continue. It felt like the thing died for a second there.
That when they I mean, even Putin himself said, we don't want to be in alliance with the Chinese. We are European. Accept us as such. And they've been told repeatedly no. And when he's threatening nuclear war,
Citation
you laugh
needed.
it off. I take it quite seriously. If he views this to
Citation
be
needed.
as existential as I believe he believes it is, well, then we ought to be listening. And that all
Bullshit. This is just horrible horse shit. Russia has been given deals. Russia has been given money. Like, I'm sorry. Give me a citation on this whole Russia has been begging to join the European family and has been rejected. What would be the motive of that? Oh no, we cannot accept you into Europe. We want to have an enemy still. That is such horse shit. I'm sorry. Literally, the book about Putin starts with how certain nationalistic citizens of European countries were loudly complaining about the fact that so much money is being pumped into Russia. Ridiculous.
Also
Europe has done its best to get Russia into the fold, to make it a peaceful country.
includes the expansion of NATO, which we promised repeatedly we would not expand, and then we did to the tune of 20 nations and thousands of miles encircling their entire border. It's just not anything that the American government would ever permit to happen to them. But when Russia does it, you describe him as a tin pot dictator and a fascist and a lunatic and all these other things, and it's just it's just not fair to the Russian people. It truly is not.
You don't bring it back to the Russian people. He's a dictator, all right? And also, there was no correlation between half the stuff
He is
you
a
just
dictator.
said. First of all,
Bullshit.
even if he's gotten sidelined by the EU community, cry about it. He's threatening
True.
nuclear war. You think this is the language you're engaging in unwittingly appeases him. This is appeasement rhetoric. If you
Bosh, come on. Why is he doing that? Why is he doing that, though?
Why does North Korea do it? Why do countries do this? They do it because it drums up internal support. North Korea isn't under threat of being invaded every day. They threaten nuking Japan. Do you think Japan's going to invade North Korea? No, of course not. Tin pot dictators do this. We see them do this. It's not new. You really think, like, this is you playing into his dynamic. You're doing his propaganda. You think Putin really thinks threatening nuclear war is a valid response to what? Being shafted by the EU when he was building the Nord Stream pipelines and was going to make trillions off of selling to them?
I think it's extraordinarily reasonable given
NATO was created as a defensive pact against the aggression of the USSR. And there was a lot of propaganda about NATO by the USSR that NATO wants to take over countries.
The encirclement strategy
of the Soviet bloc.
The U.S. Empire is utilizing against the Russian. What?
What encirclement?
What?
What encirclement?
I mean, we have our military, our Navy on his eastern seaboard, and then we also have NATO alliance that's encircling him on the west.
Wait, where?
Encircling him.
What do you mean where?
Okay, so Russia is the largest country on Earth by far. It is so large that you could accidentally encircle Russia simply by existing on Earth in multiple locations.
True.
It is massive. What you're describing, I assume, is our presence in Japan and our presence in Europe. First of all, this is hardly encirclement. We don't encircle them towards their largest borders on the north and the south. To their south, they find allies and unwitting compatriots, and to the north, they find nothing but the cold, frozen wastes they seem to enjoy living in.
Yes, we're encircling them in the most hospitable and habitable areas of their landmass, and you're dismissing that as if it's just some rantings of a lunatic.
That's not. First of all, okay, yeah, it is rantings of a lunatic for a couple.
Yes, it is literally the rantings of a lunatic and buying into propaganda that spans all the way back to the USSR. And North Korea has neither the threat nor enough nukes to overwhelm shit. North Korea's only meaningful threat is all the artillery with Seoul in its range. Well, also, North Korea's only claim to fame is possibly banking on its alliance with China, you know? That's also, I think, that sort of North Korea in desperation can try to leverage. Because if it wasn't for China or arguably maybe Russia, then what would stop the unification exactly? South Korea is much stronger than North Korea.
Couple of reasons that you won't be able to answer. First of all, nobody is thinking about invading Russia. The idea that he's operating out of some kind of legitimate fear of the territorial sovereignty, well, then there's no reason to be threatening nukes, and the encirclement thing is BS. Encirclement implies
the reason it's so existential. The reason it's so existential to them is because the nuclear deterrent strategy only works if they actually have some time to react, and we're diminishing that time. We're increasing the chances of a human error error, a misread of the radar. Like,
No-
this is all extraordinarily
What?
dangerous, and you're
No, we're
dismissing
not.
it.
Wait, we haven't been moving nukes towards Russia since the Cold War.
True.
We've moved nuclear capabilities away. The idea that there's some
In
escal-
fact, it's Russia that has been moving nukes to Belarus. Who's been moving the nukes now? Who's been increasing the chance of an error? Isn't Russia then to claim large swaths of the Arctic? Well, Russia's always trying to claim something, as well as China for that
So, like,
matter.
first of all, the idea that we have moved nukes so close to Russia that we could stop them from retaliating when they have the largest country on Earth and they have nuclear silos that are so heavily dotted across the landscape that it would be impossible to hit them all is ludicrous. You just said they don't fear invasion, but now you're implying that we're setting up for some kind of first strike, like 2024 coming up?
No, I'm not.
what's
I'm
the
not
threat?
implying that.
What threat justifies Putin threatening to nuke the world? What justifies that? You say
These
it's
people, this person is either bad faith or an idiot. I'm gonna go with idiot. Chat, what do you think? Idiot or bad faith? Right in the, in the little box. What a moron. Russia has the biggest nuclear arsenal, though probably a lot of it doesn't work. And the nuclear. Oh my goodness. Both?
a legitimate
It could be both. Libertarian. It could
fear.
be
What
both.
makes that fear legitimate?
Because
Nothing.
we are increasing our
Nothing.
alliance territory on their western border.
So
And
nothing.
they have explicitly said that it's the reddest of red lines for them. You
So
you
we're
dismiss
not
it out of
allowed to-
hand.
So the answer is nothing. This is just saying things. The real answer is nothing to Vosh's question.
We're not allowed to form alliances. So wait, we form alliances that they don't like, and in response, they legitimately fear military aggression enough to threaten to nuke the world.
It's not just the fear of a first strike. It's not just the fear of invasion. It's also the fear of not being able to participate in the global economic system, which they have great reason to fear that, given that they've been kicked off of SWIFT and ultimately had
Wonder why.
sanctions and a whole litany of basically the entire. We fired
that was
a
them.
financial nuclear arsenal at them already. So yes, they are very concerned about this,
That
and
was
they should be.
them.
No, that wasn't them. That was our
What did
response
they-
to their
what did they
invasion.
do? Yeah, that was them. Yes, you can't blame us for kicking them off SWIFT when they invaded Ukraine.
Oh, I can blame us. I can blame us when we knew that adding Ukraine into NATO was the reddest of red lines.
They have not been added into NATO. You keep going back to that, but it's
Because you have the president of the United States openly stating it. You have the vice president of the United States openly stating it, stating that the door is wide open. They said it in 6 months leading up
Now
to
it is.
That's not an acceptable position to have. The American government would never allow for that with anything in our hemisphere, and
Russia
you know it.
does not quit with the hypocrisy arguments. They're weak-minded. Russia does not get
That's
to
not
dictate.
true. It's
They
valid.
They're weak-minded.
It's
Russia
not
does
weak-minded.
get
It's
to
valid.
Russia does not get to dictate whether or not the countries they're eyeing for invasion are allowed to
True.
seek defense by joining other military alliances. And the idea that Russia's been trying to get up with the EU, as if Yanukovych in Ukraine, their puppet leader who got ousted after he tried to become a dictator, he got ousted in Euromaidan after he abandoned the EU to join.
Yeah,
with
if history
Russia's
started
economic
15
bloc.
years ago, that point might be valid, but it didn't. It started in 1991 when USSR fell. I'm talking about from 1991 all the way up until 2005. You had
You mean when Russia was pumped with money to become buddies with Europe? You mean that time? That person knows nothing. That person knows nothing at all about anything. Europe has literally pumped money into Russia. Russia should have been kicked out of the international economic system over minority rights way before any invasion of Ukraine. Why? Because they are not China. The world doesn't need them. And suck a chode. Like, come on. Don't give me that BS. That Russia has been isolated since the USSR fell. It's the opposite, actually. The USSR fell. and Europe tried to prompt up Russia as a partner.
Multiple leaders of Russia that were attempting to become more in alignment with the EU economy, and they were laughed off repeatedly.
They were not laughed off. It's more complicated than that. Also, Russia was making bank off of selling natural gas and oil,
That's
the largest
bullshit.
pipeline in the world for Russia, meeting all of Europe's energy needs. And they fucked it up. They fucked it up by invading because Putin couldn't keep his hands to himself. They had a
True.
pathway. Now, am I saying we're blameless? No, of course I'm not. This isn't about defending America. It's about the fact that Putin's fear-mongering, his I have no choice but to threaten ending the world is bullshit. And I think, and by the way, I think it's very cowardly of you to accept that framing when you are correct in accusing the United States of being generally quite bad. You're willing to acknowledge the US has done this and this and this, but then when it comes to Russia threatening to, again, nuke the world, then it's like, oh, well, how could he not when Ukraine might have joined NATO in 20 years? I think that's bullshit, and I think you're playing cover for it.
I'm not at all okay with it, and sure, it is cowardly. I don't want to die in a nuclear war, Vosh.
But
so,
you are making it worse. You are.
That's such an NPC argument. All people say it. All idiots that Russia shows say it. Haha, nuclear annihilation, Vaus. Get out of here. That is such a tired argument. When is this devolving into a shouting match? I want to hear that, and I hope Vosh wins. This is just ridiculous.
Justifying the logic that the person who would fire the nukes is
no, I'm explaining the logic, not justifying it. That's different.
He's lying. He wants Ukraine for the land and the territory and the clout. He wants it because strongmen need invasions. Saddam Hussein did the exact same thing. Strongmen need invasions to justify their power. But you're accepting his framing at face value, which is what he wants, which is
I'm not accepting his framing at face value. I'm accepting the fact that his framing is supported by many of the leaders in the United States government, including our State Department, for 30 years, Vosh. You can't dismiss it.
Our State Department has said that he needs to threaten to nuke the world because Ukraine may or may not join.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying his framing about expanding NATO and that Ukraine was the reddest of red lines was supported by our State Department. This is not some myth that I'm concocting that's some sort of Russian propaganda attempt. It's a fact. It's a fact, and you know it.
It's a fact that he said it. I don't think we should respect it. Why should Russia get to decide whether or not the ally they're
exactly. King, hello, Red. Oh, Red, I'm not sure if I've seen you here. What brings you to the stream, Red? How did you find this? Not again? Oh, so you've been here. So you've been here before. Oh, okay. Join the page. You need to fight with King Orange. I guess King Orange is your nemesis or something. Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. You're here to see a Russia defender. Another one. We've dealt with a USSR defender, and now we're dealing with a Russia defender, I guess. A champion of Russia. The dude, his debating sounds like Haz without the loudness. That's true. Also, this dude will mention how Russia threatens nuclear war and that nuclear war is a serious threat, but then will pretend to be upset by stuff like the missile shield. True! I remember when there were plans to build a missile shield over Poland and how Russia started being pretty defensive about that. Oh, how dare you! And they called the Polish anti-missile shield an offensive shield. Remember that? Remember when Russia accused the US of wanting to build an offensive shield in Poland? Remember those times? Ridiculous. I remember those times. He's a second generation libertarian, so his dad is definitely also his brother. Oh my god.
Or the neighbor they're looking to invade join another military alliance. Do you want to give them that next? Maybe next they'll say, now our red line is that Poland is part of NATO. Poland is part
True.
of historical Soviet territory, and the fact that we now border
True.
Poland now that we've conquered Ukraine is a red line for us. If
Bosh,
the
the
West
rea-
doesn't do something about this, then we might get angry. Like, would you
the
give them that?
the reality of their demands before the invasion is essentially what we're looking at as the
True.
outcome of this tragic war where hundreds of thousands of people needlessly died, and it's all because the peace treaty was
What Vosh is saying is actually very realistic, by the way. I would actually expect what Vosh is putting here to happen. You know what? Now, literally, now Poland is our red line. Why not? Why not? How dare you put up a shield? That's offensive to me.
was shuttled by Boris Johnson at the direction of the State Department.
Incorrect.
And yes, it's true. And
It's not correct.
ultimately, what is going to be the outcome of this is that
Oh
the
boy.
Donbas region is going to end up being autonomous. Crimea is going to stick with Russia, and that's going to be the end of this.
So
and
you
when
noticed
when
you
that
just
happens,
avoided my framing right there. I just said, like, would you accept it if they started going, "Oh, Poland is a part of NATO. That's our historical territory. This is our new red line."
I
We will
would
move
like to
the
see the
world."
United States government exit NATO personally. I think that
Okay,
it is.
no, answer the question. If Putin says,
Answer.
after successfully conquering Ukraine, now Poland is our red line, this is our territory, actually, would you go, "Oh, well, yeah, I guess it is like historical Soviet territory. And to be fair, we did say in that one time that never got recorded on paper that we would not move NATO over to Poland." So
My position will be consistent in that I do not believe the United States government should have entangling alliances, nor
So the answer is, yeah, this dude would accept that. So Poland should just be taken by Russia next. Thank you. I would love to live under Russia's thumb. Oh yeah. That's my dream. To live under Russia's thumb. I would just stream from Russia under the threat of being executed for whatever reason for existing. No thanks. No thank you. Ukrainians really have no choice. Tobia should hold for 1,000 years as the Russian Empire slowly bleeds for centuries and drags entire nations down with it or try to get out. Like, literally, this dude's answer without answering is yes, I would accept Poland being the red line and I would accept Poland being taken next.
or should it be intervening in the politics 6,000 miles away?
You're America last. Yeah.
No, I'm America first. I'm a non-interventionist. You're not a libertarian. You don't understand non-intervention at all.
Bro, you hate the American people. You're like, America should give up power everywhere, and Russia should get to invade whoever they want. Russia should get Ukraine. They should get Poland. Give them the Baltic states too. Because after all, if America ever did anything as audacious as
That's an absurd framing of my argument. These nations all have a right to defend themselves. They all have a right to defend themselves.
But we shouldn't help our allies.
Correct.
Okay, well then that's an America last position because Russia does bully its allies into helping. Belarus, they're puppet states. You would give the world to Russia because you want to see America weak. You want to see us cowering. Listen, to earlier you propped up BRICS as though it was like a real thing. Like, yeah, BRICS.
It is.
This isn't America first. This is like you're like, oh, America better watch out. China is 3,000 years ahead of us. Look at this like video of children learning how to swap.
I'm not saying any of this. I don't even know where you're pulling this from.
Because it seems to me like all of your America first positions seem to involve us ceding all power on the world stage to a fascist in exchange for literally nothing. Like you're asking America to. So we're giving power to fascists, gaining nothing, losing alliances, losing economic clout. How is this America first?
How is it libertarian to believe to the contrary that the United States empire should?
What's the point of having allies if you don't help them? Well, according to this dude here, there should be no allies. That is what this person's saying. There should be no allies. So there you have it. No allies.
Should be
Allies are
dictating
banned
policies 6,000 miles away.
forever.
We're not. Ukraine asked free association for a
Bullshit,
contract
we're not,
with
Bosch.
us. Ukraine
Bullshit, we're
wanted
not.
free association with us. They asked us for aid, and we accepted their contract. Their NAP was violated.
Are you denying that we shuttled the peace treaty early on? Are you denying that?
Yes.
If you seriously think Boris Johnson has the ability, all he did was go over there and suggest they not. No, he doesn't. That's not how it works. The Ukrainian
I do believe that. I do believe that Ukraine would not be in this war if it weren't for the West support. So ultimately, they get to dictate peace or war.
The Ukrainian people overwhelmingly support Zelensky.
Nope. The Ukrainian people keep fighting, West or no West. Like that person does not understand at all how those things work. You should study up more on his history of these places. He's a fascist. America First means the same as non-intervention of the German-American Bund. Listen, the only Bund I accept is the Jewish Socialist Organization Bund, okay? That's the only Bund that I accept. Ukrainian people would have been genocided if the West not supported them. Yeah. And the West did not support Ukraine enough, you know? Ridiculous, just ridiculous.
And his continuing the conflict, all like one Westerner going over there and giving advice is not the same as us dictating policy.
True.
Well, that's a very naive perspective, Vosh.
Yeah, because I don't think you think the Ukrainians are real people. It's like tens of
No, I think they're real people. I just think that they're powerless in the face of the Russian army.
Well, they voted
if not for the West. Yeah, if not for the West, though, they would have no chance in this fight, and you know it. That's why you support
allies are for. Yeah, and you support them being bowled over and murdered and raped by fascists. And I
support not catalyzing these invasions in the first place by dismissing the concerns of a country with 6,000 nuclear weapons.
Yeah,
if you had actually listened to their concerns, there's a distinct possibility that this invasion never happens.
Well,
but you dismiss that.
We can't turn back.
Bullshit. It would have happened either way. I'm saying it now. It would have happened. It's like saying if only we gave more, if only we listened to the Third Reich concerns more, maybe the invasion on Poland would not have happened and World War II never would have started. What? The Russians' people's main concern is an autocrat, not Ukraine. True.
Back time. Now we're dealing with this. I think that your framing of this is totally incorrect, by the way. The idea that this was because of NATO. I think Putin's just flatly lying, so people like you will pick up that rhetoric and pretend.
Yeah, so is our State Department. So is Condoleezza Rice. They're all lying, Bob.
Yes, I'm aware, but I'm not trying to. But you're the one repeating State Department lies. The Russian State Department.
What? No, get the fuck out of here, dude. Yeah, that's Condoleezza Rice, dude.
Yes, you're like word for word.
These are cables from our State Department, the United States State Department.
I think that Comrade Putin is correct in his glorious fight against U.S. imperialism, and I think that NATO expansionism is to blame. Like, you are repeating State Department lies. You're just doing it for a different government.
That's the U.S. government that acknowledged this repeatedly. I don't know what you're talking about.
The U.S. government believes that Ukraine not being denied NATO membership off the bat is the reason why Russia invaded, or the U.S. government has acknowledged that Russia has said that's a red line, because those are two very different things.
The U.S. has said that it's a red line for Russia.
They say it's a red line. Should we allow foreign dictators?
It sure looks like it was, huh? It sure looks like it was a red line, huh?
No, because it's been 30 years of us possibly having Ukraine as part of NATO in the future. So what, just any time in the past 30 years this might have happened?
No, it was after the Maidan Revolution that the coup they ultimately took a much more antagonistic stance, including taking Crimea.
But Ukraine has been potentially in the future eligible for NATO membership since the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Why now?
Yes. Because they were manipulating the politicians in Ukraine, and then after the coup, they didn't have a friendly politician there anymore. So they realized that it was imminent threat. They took Crimea, they took Sebastopol, and then, Bob's your uncle.
So it sounds then like the real red line for Russia was not controlling Ukraine, and the moment they no longer had.
Wait.
Okay. So if you
Did
Correct.
that person just say, mm-hmm? So this person thinks that Russia should just control Ukraine. This is... Yeah, you're right. Who said he was a fascist? Who was the person that said that he was a fascist? Where is that message? He's a fascist. Kittany, there you go. He is a fascist.
then that it's not
100%.
about Russia actually being worried about its safety and it's just about politically controlling its neighbors, then I agree with you completely.
Well, it's not entirely that, but yes, that's a huge part of it for sure.
So they're just a bully that wants to control their neighbors, and we, the United States, are supposed to abandon our allies because they want to bully harder. What is that? What is
Yeah,
this?
yeah. The U.S. government should should probably stop bullying the entire planet if that's
Yes,
the case.
I agree. I am principally against bullying, but you seem to be in favor of it as long as the U.S.
No.
isn't the one doing it.
No, I'm saying that the U.S. government doesn't have the moral authority to be bullying
Who
back.
cares? I don't give a shit about moral authority. It's either
True.
things are good or bad.
Well, I do give a shit because it's ultimately my tax dollars or the inflationary, destruction of
Oh,
my life.
fuck you. Your tax dollars are so minuscule that they mean nothing. Take your tax dollars. They mean nothing. In the grand scheme of things. Your tax dollars don't fund a single thing on their own. My tax dollars. Oh yeah, an individual's tax dollars are worth so much.
Things that is funding this.
That doesn't have anything
and
to do
No.
also
moral
risking
authority.
it's also risk what?
That's not a moral authority issue. We're just arguing over whether it's good or bad. I don't care if America has done 999 bad things. If they do a good thing, I'll defend the good thing. I'll keep at it too.
Well, you can argue that it's a good thing in defending the ally, but you'd have to then acknowledge the bad thing, which was catalyzing this war and this conflict in the first place, which you won't do.
Yeah, I don't think we did. I think that Russia was.
I'm just gonna say this person's probably unemployed, so I'm gonna actually doubt the whole taxes claim to begin
always
with.
Going to head down this road as long as Putin was the leader. When strongmen are leaders of countries that don't have much economic exchange with other nations, we're pretty much like you've set yourself up for failure right there.
If Russia were to have fomented a revolution or a coup to have a less friendly political establishment in Mexico, would you find that to be an acceptable thing to do?
What coup?
The Maidan Revolution. According to George, what's his name, Friedman of Stratfor, it's the most obvious coup in the history of the world.
Oh.
I don't agree with that at all. The Ukrainian people didn't like their leadership.
Well, I agree with you. They didn't like their leadership, but it's a little bit more complicated than that. If you want to make it as simplistic as possible to fit your framework, that's fine. But the rest of us dealing with the reality of the situation are going to acknowledge that this war, it was catalyzed by U.S. intervention abroad, 6,000 miles away, unnecessarily. They don't have...
yeah, because this is the nuanced take. The U.S. just did a coup. Otherwise, it's simplistic. What? This is the nuanced take? The U.S. did a coup? My big concern is that if Russia ever starts building genocide concentration camps, people will defend them. For all we know, they already are.
Have the moral authority to dictate what Russia should do in response. Again, this is what they wanted. This is what they wanted from the jump.
No, it's not even remotely. All of this was caused by Russia, and you're so like held.
All of it was caused by Russia.
Yes.
As John McCain, the warmonger of warmongers, is standing at the Maidan Revolution with a microphone, advocating, saying, "America stands with you."
This is what I mean by you being America last. You're like those white guys who keep bragging to everyone in earshot.
No, I'm America first. I think John McCain's a nightmare of a human being.
You hate America because you are so desperate to blame every element.
No, I hate our empire. I love America.
Let me finish. America did not cause Euromaidan. Russia tried to have a pet dictatorship over in Ukraine by allowing
Oh my
Yanukovych
God.
to enforce the black protest laws. What was it, Black Tuesday? They
Yeah.
encouraged him to do so. This is
Yeah.
Russia doing this.
And
It
and then
seems
and
like
then we replaced him with our puppet regime. It's the same. It's the
Puppet
same bullshit.
regime.
No. See, this is how you keep making up because you hate America.
Pay
You want to
puppet
blame us. You want to
regime.
accept moral fault for everything. The
Bosh, it is such a
Ukrainian
bizarre framing to say that I
people-
hate America because I don't
You
like our
do.
empire.
No,
I don't like our
you just
empire.
don't like America. You seek to blame it for everything, like the
No.
self-apologetic white man or the
True.
self-hating male feminist. You take America. No, that's what I mean. It's pathetic. America did not create the regime after
You're fun, man.
Yanukovych was removed. Not even remotely.
You're
the
fun.
Ukrainian people.
I like you.
You're getting upset because you don't like this framing. The
I
Ukrainian
know I
people,
don't like the framing of
the
saying that I hate America because I don't like our empire. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish telling you how un-American you are.
You haven't let me finish in ages, man. Yanukovych was outed because he was a puppet dictator, and the Ukrainian people have consistently engaged in higher levels of democratic engagement.
Yeah, and
what,
the puppet.
I wasn't finished. Of democratic engagement and
True.
lowered levels of corruption constantly. Now, your goal here is to promote Russian state propaganda by blaming every change on America. Everything. America did the coup because McCain spoke one time at an event. Oh, actually, America was the one who shot down the peace treaty because Boris
True.
Johnson went over there. The Ukrainian people did not want a dictator. The Ukrainian people do
My
not want to
goodness.
be invaded by Russia. The Ukrainian people have a very different take on these events than you do. As the ones actually being invaded, I think their perspective is very worthwhile to listen to. And what you are doing is taking every petty justification from the Kim Jong-un of Russia, and you're repeating
True.
it uncritically, as though it actually is all our fault. Did we fuck up? Yes. Did we handle the dissolution of the Soviet Union terribly? Yes. Are we at fault for a lot of things? Yes. But for God's sake, there are things we're not at fault for. And I think it's really disgusting and anti-American to legitimately lay
True.
this at our feet, especially when it comes at the expense of a Ukrainian self-defense.
It's not anti-American to want to see American troops not go die, dude.
They're
It's
not
not
going over there,
anti-American.
man. They're not over.
American troops are not going to die in. Since when are American troops going to Russia to fight? Hello, Obsessive Forge. This debate was silly. This debate is frustrating. But it's the same. It's the same as all debates about Russia, basically. It is.
there. But
Yeah,
you want
well,
us to
actually-
see,
actually,
you
that's
want
not
us to
true. There
see
are, but-
political and economic influence everywhere. You said you don't want us to
Yes.
have alliances.
Yes.
You don't want us to have trade alliances. You don't want
No.
anything.
No, I did not say trade alliances. You framed that as intervention. I don't believe that to be the case.
We're trading arms with Ukraine. You have issue with that.
That's not trading
True.
arms, dude. Stop being so. That's such bullshit.
Yes,
Come on.
it is. It's no. That's literally what we're doing. We're giving.
We
them,
we lend
Yeah.
them the money to buy our arms, Vosh, and then we forgive that debt later on. You know exactly the game.
Yeah, that is an economic exchange. That is trade by definition.
That's communism, dude.
That's true.
What?
It's communism to forgive loans? No, that's what Jesus asked for, actually. Jesus Christ was the one who said you should
What?
forgive your debts every 7 years.
Yeah, I don't think he meant a nuclear arsenal.
Well, you'd have to,
or
nuclear-
biolabs as
wait,
part
Ukraine is a nuclear arsenal?
of that. You know what I'm saying? That's just a joke.
Oh, well, I mean, we'd have to find Jesus and ask him. Yeah, it's an economic trade, you know? We're trading
Yeah,
arms. we're trading
HIMAR
arms.
missiles. You gotta give your allies HIMAR missiles and then forgive the debt. That's what Jesus said.
Yeah, if the alternative is being invaded and conquered by fascists, then yeah, sure,
What?
why not? Yeah, I do believe in.
Well, why
self-defense
not?
as a
Because it's
core
not libertarian, brother. It's not libertarian.
Because you're not libertarian. You don't believe in self-defense.
No, I believe they have the full right to self-defense. I don't believe that the American empire has any role in that process.
What, we don't have the right to freely associate with Ukraine to provide them arms and help them self-defend?
We don't have the right to freely associate. Do I have the right? Do I have the right to opt out of this process?
Yes.
That's not how nation states work. But if we live,
Yes, you as an individual have the right to opt out of this process. Stop paying taxes. See how that works out for you. Opt out. To begin with, I doubt any of your tax money goes for this effort, but whatever.
full like libertarian society, then I
It's communism to forgive debts, apparently.
guess sure. I mean, there wouldn't really be taxes or a nation state in a full libertarian society,
Right.
right?
But
Yeah.
but we don't. So my opinion matters. And my opinion is that we
So-
shouldn't be doing this.
So you don't believe in nation states forming treaties or trading or?
I think if it's a peace treaty or a trading, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Well, wait, hold on. A peace treaty is a kind of interventionism because peace implies the absence of
True.
war. And the absence of war, I mean, that is a statement to the effect of we will not invade you, right? I don't know if peace treaties should be allowed under your definition.
True.
Well, okay. I think
Well,
I think I'm good with it.
I don't know what you think countries can and can't do because it seems like you're okay with Russia doing everything and dog, but then with America we actually have to lose all of our allies.
That's just a bullshit framing, dude. I've never once said that what Putin did was okay. I've explained the
Bullshit framing. Maybe Vosh is just matching your energy. I think being foam like Vosh.
rationale. I've explained the U.S. lead up to it. I've explained the U.S. participation in.
Ukraine should set up a Patreon. True. That is actually true. While we're at it, feel free to donate to this stream. Okay? Donate to the stream in the off chance that Putin decides to take over Poland and a bunch of people like that say that it's okay. You know, I need to set up a fund, a war fund. Oh boy.
Fomenting it. That is all pertinent information for the evaluation of the overall circumstances of this conflict. You want to diminish all of it because you're trying to ally yourself with the Project for a New American Century neocon worldview that the U.S. government has the right to dictate everyone's policy all over the planet. I disagree.
Ukraine's policy was already one of self-defense. You keep lying to justify your point. We are freely.
I'm not lying. We replaced their leadership. You have Victoria Nuland and Jeffrey Pyatt.
Who are we?
Not true.
We have Victoria Nuland and Jeffrey Pyatt on the phone. What's that?
You're repeating all the Kremlin. I've literally heard everything you're saying.
Have you heard the tape?
So I guess by this person's logic, Zelensky was installed by the what? There was a whole election after the Euromaidan. Zelensky was elected.
Yeah, I have, because I heard it from Russian Telegram channels. It's all bullshit, but easily debunkable propaganda. But it's
that's not debunkable at all. They haven't even attempted to debunk it.
It's crazy that you, a so-called America First individual, it's like one-to-one. Like, yeah, da Doyovich. Like, yeah, I'm getting my marching orders over from the Kremlin here.
Josh, you haven't countered any of what I've said. You just labeled it as Russian propaganda. That's not an argument.
You say that like you oppose.
I mean, if the shoe
fits, what will you actually do to oppose it? Nothing.
I will applaud them from afar, boss.
In the dick.
I will applaud them from
Guys,
afar.
remember to try to avoid.
Wow, that's very helpful.
Remember to try to avoid logical fallacies and insulting each other personally. All right. I know it's getting heated.
Gotcha. Back to my logical argument. You want America to shoot itself in the dick. You're like,
True.
oh, I think what Putin's doing is bad. By the way, let him do it, and also America abandon all your allies and also lose all foreign influence.
What you're advocating for is actually increasing the chances of us all shooting ourselves in the dick. I'm trying to push back against your worldview. I think it's extraordinarily dangerous.
I want alliances. I want countries to get along. And in order for countries to get along, they have to have each other's backs. Otherwise, an alliance doesn't mean anything. But
all right, so it's a fairly similar circumstance with Taiwan. So I assume you're prepared for a dual front world war.
Boy meets me, Vush bad. How dare you not kowtow to a genocidal regime? Don't you know nuclear war?
Or if they were to invade Taiwan?
I don't think China will, but if they do, yes.
That's lunacy.
Yeah, I agree. I think that all countries but America should be able to conquer the
True.
world, and we should just sit on our thumbs and jerk off the whole time. I think that's an excellent America first
Yeah,
position.
your position is that to prevent any other empire, we must maintain our empire indefinitely.
Well, that's the
correct?
nice thing about our empire. Our empire with Taiwan is us just being on good terms with them, and China
Yeah,
would be
see,
invading them.
I'm glad you admitted that. You view our empire as benevolent. You ask the people
Yeah,
in the
because
Middle
we
East, I
have
think
an
they would
alliance.
disagree.
I'm sorry. Do you think there is a meaningful difference between being allied with a country and invading them? Do you think there's a difference between those two things?
I wonder what the answer
Sure.
will be.
Okay, so when we're quote unquote being an empire with Taiwan, what we mean by that is that they're a fully autonomous country over which we have no direct political control, but we're an ally to them. And when
Yeah,
China
but
means
see, this is the difference, though.
when China wants to get involved, they invade and conquer. Do you think there's a difference between those two situations?
Of course,
Uh-oh.
but that's also not acknowledging the invasion and conquering that the U.S. does, or the fact that the 2014 revolution put in a puppet for the West.
You are
and you
so
know that.
desperate
Again.
to blame America. America last every
You're
time.
so desperate to dismiss all of this, even though it's true.
Listen, American man, bow down and prostrate before your Kremlin superiors, for you are responsible for all evil in the world. American man,
this framing
you
may
may not
work with
have
your
an opinion on anything
this
abroad.
this framing may work with your incel audience online, but it ain't gonna
Incel
work
audience.
here, dude.
Incels love my America first rhetoric. It is true. Look,
I would
man,
imagine it's the only thing that makes them feel like their dicks are working.
it's like, but I mean,
What?
we'll know our dicks are working when we're sitting on our thumbs jerking them in your ideology. Like, no foreign influence whatsoever. You want us to cede everything.
What's happening
everything.
Yes.
in this
Yes.
debate?
Yes.
I want to end the
Including
American empire, as most
mutually-
libertarians that aren't rocking with the Project for New American Century believe.
What is the
Mutually
Project for New
beneficial
American
alliances,
Century?
free
What is this?
association between nation states. Taiwan wants to be friends
What is
with
this
us, and we want to be
conspiracy
friends
theory?
with Taiwan. But then you come in. No, you say. we
Yeah,
can't
I
be
come in-
friends
I
with
come in and
Taiwan because
I
it's
come in and I
morally
say-
wrong or something.
I come in and I say that a hot war with 1.4 billion people and 300 nuclear weapons is not a good idea. That's
Yeah,
where
okay,
I come in.
So what happens when they want to take Poland? What happens when Russia wants to take Poland?
True.
Do we do
I
anything
say
Let
that
'em.
the EU better get its shit together and defend itself, but the
hold on,
US is out.
Why would the EU do it? Why would
Wait. Does that person think that without the US, a global nuclear war would not be able to happen? Now that's delusional. That if the US just kept out, no world war could. 2 world wars started without the US. Does that person realize that? That both world wars started without the US? What?
Because it's NATO. It's, you know what I'm saying, man. Come on.
Whoa! Hold on. Wait, you want other European countries to get involved in a Polish conflict? What you want?
I'm
like,
saying
European
that's to their actual benefit and their mutual defense treaty, right? Explain to me how.
What? That's nonsense. Lucy, what you didn't know was that Zelensky was installed for a secret process that took place on the 1st March of 2019. He was voted by 13,541, 13,541,528 autocrats. Only 4,522,320 vote against them. Don't you see autocracy sheepy? True.
How is the American? No, wait. How is the American homeland?
American. You're okay.
How is the American homeland jeopardized?
Wait,
How is the American homeland jeopardized by this?
You're okay with mutual
an
defense
idiot.
treaties with literally everyone as long as America's not involved. America last. You think the EU defense treaties are okay?
I care about the American empire ending. That's what I care about.
What about
What
the
an
European
idiot.
empire?
Or is it expanding, Vosh?
The EU, yes, constantly.
Constantly?
Yes. The EU
What
constantly
the hell?
evaluates both new members and adds them, and they have different economic zones they add people to, which is
It
absolutely economic
seems to me that the EU is a trading pact more than a military alliance.
Nope, well, first of all, there is, you said mutual defense alliance for one, and there is to an extent, depending on like the.
Well, I was
overlapping
referencing NATO, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so wait. So should Poland just be on its own?
No, if those other nations want to be still in NATO and defend each other, I think that
What?
alliance makes a hell of a lot more sense, because if you're of the belief, which I'm not, but you
Not.
honestly, I think you're lying. You've even said
So stupid. So it's not about World War at all, or nuclear war at all. That I don't even know what this person's ideology is or beliefs at this point.
that this is an act of desperation. You don't think that Russia can even prevail in Ukraine, but now there's this danger of them taking over Poland and then rolling over Europe. I think it's all nonsense. But if you want to play in that framework, well, then it makes sense for the European members of NATO to work to defend one another. It doesn't make sense for the United States, which sits 5,000, 6,000 miles away, to be a participant in any of this.
You
Why?
don't think that America has an interest in the regional stability of Europe? Does your understanding of economics only like extend to arm's reach? You realize we have a global economy, right? Taiwan manufactures most of the world's super chip,
What an idiot, I
the
swear.
conductors and microchips and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have an interest in the whole world. Everyone has an interest in the whole world.
All right, so you believe in the American empire as the global hegemon. That's fine. I don't.
No, you misunderstood. Every country has an interest in the goings on of the entire world. Every country.
Yes, it would have an impact on our economy, undoubtedly. Doesn't change the fact that it's immoral for us to be dictating policy all over the planet.
No, you keep
What?
running back to the same talking points.
Because it's true.
We were asked to provide arms for Ukraine, and we are. That's it. That's not us dictating policy.
Oh, that's it. That's it. It's just
Yeah.
as simple as that.
Yes, that is not us
It
dictating
is.
policy. That is
If
them
you
asking.
if you
if
dismiss
anything-
the
if
entire
anything,
first
that's-
hour of our discussion, then that's it.
Ukraine
We just
trying
gave
to
them
dictate
weapons.
policy, if anything. And also, by the way, we do have a decades-old mutual defense pact with Taiwan. So that would also, again, not be us dictating policy. That's just us fulfilling a half-century-old promise.
Yeah, just a half-century-old promise that leads to World War III.
Okay.
Sounds great.
So you do genuinely just believe China and Russia should get to eat the world?
No, I genuinely believe that the worst possible
Does this person believe that World War III could possibly only ever happen through the US? I've already said it. World War I and II happened without the US. Oh my god. What an idiot.
outcome for any of this would be World War III, and I want to avoid it at all costs.
Me too. I think that I'm doing that. So tell me, if Russia took Ukraine and then wanted to take Poland as well, you think
Do you
that we
think
should
that
defend
Poland can't defend itself?
It doesn't matter whether or not I.
No, I've
think-
already said
No.
that I want the U.S. to exit NATO. So
Yeah, wait, that's not relevant to what I'm saying. So, do you think
Yes, it is
Poland,
relevant.
Do you think Poland should defend itself?
sure,
Why?
because they have a right to defend themselves.
At the expense of World War III?
I don't know what you mean by that.
If Russia invades Poland and Poland fights back, don't you think there's a likelihood that Poland might resort to using tactical nuclear weapons as a way of settling the conflict quickly?
Yeah, but they still have a right to defend themselves.
What? And start World War III? Are you insane?
Well, I can't dictate that they don't defend themselves, Vosh. This
Oh,
is different. I'm
we're
just
not-
trying
Wait,
to say
wait,
that the
what
U.S.
did I just
shouldn't
hear?
be involved in this because they have fomented much of it.
Wait, I'm
No.
sorry. What did I just hear? What did I just hear Vosh say?
Okay, well,
Say that I can't. They still have.
Poland might resort to using
Okay, I have to correct. What?
tactical, and Poland fights back. Don't you think there's a likelihood that Poland might resort to using tactical nuclear weapons as a way of settling the conflict quickly?
Yeah,
Poland? Wait, I have to. Okay, I need the chat's help right now, okay? I need the chat's help. No, it doesn't. Poland has no nukes. Poland doesn't have nukes. What tactical nuclear weapons? Now we're entering into a fantasy world. Poland does not have any nukes. Oh my goodness. I mean, that if Poland had nukes, then trust me, we would have had a totally different conversation if Poland actually had nukes. Maybe. But Poland would not just be able to use them. Because Poland has no nukes. I'm pretty sure Poland did propose. Poland did propose getting nukes recently, much like Belarus did. I'm pretty sure Poland might have sort of like requested getting nukes being placed in it, but damn. Seriously, if Poland had nukes, we would have had a totally different conversation right now. We'd be, oh my goodness. No. Poland would not be able to use strategic nukes.
But they still have a right to defend themselves.
What? And start World War III? Are you insane?
Well, I can't dictate that they don't
But thank goodness that person is too stupid to know that Poland does not have nukes. So that person is just biting the hypothetical wholesale. So it's like whatever. That person doesn't know.
defend themselves. Vaus, this is different. I'm just trying to say that the U.S. shouldn't be involved in this because.
So the person is saying if Poland had nukes, then it should be able to just use. I don't know what this person's ideology is. What is this person's deal? Poland should be able to use nukes to defend itself?
They have fomented much of it.
No, okay, whoa, hold on. And if Poland defended itself, then it would be responsible for engaging in aggression against Russia.
That's not at all my framing of any of this. I've never once said that Ukraine was aggressing upon Russia. I mean, I could argue that with the Donbas region in terms of bombing Russian speakers, but I haven't gone there.
I know, that'd be a terrible place to go. So wait, why isn't Ukraine aggressing? Wait, why wouldn't Poland be aggressing on Russia in this hypothetical?
Well, if they're being invaded, it's not aggression, it's defense.
Okay, well, you can be aggressive in defense. It's totally possible, right? Like striking within enemy positions. But with regards to Poland, isn't it irresponsible for them to defend themselves?
Is it irresponsible for them to? No, I don't believe it is. I don't believe that it's irresponsible for Ukraine to defend itself if it wants to.
Why not?
However, I do think it's irresponsible that they didn't go to the negotiating table and accept that peace offer in the first month of the invasion. I think that was irresponsible, and I don't think that would have happened if not for the West and the State Department's advisory.
So let's say Russia does a blitz on Poland and takes a decent amount of territory right from the get-go. And then they propose a peace deal where they get to keep most of Poland's territory, but Poland continues to fight back. Do you think that'd be irresponsible of them to do so?
Honestly, I lost the hypothetical at some point in there.
If Russia blitzed Polish territory and took a lot of it, and then
so you're saying they've already taken all of Ukraine
in this hypothetical?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, Russia, I've done a whole segment on it. It's on the channel. Russia has already made demands from Poland on territory. Did you know that? Did you know that Russia has actually made sort of claims to Polish territory already? Is this new to you, or have you heard about it? Yeah. Russia already has said that actually Poland should give us back this and that other thing we deserve. Wait, why do you want to be a mod, King Orange? Was it Leningrad? No. Russia wants back all of the German territories that the USSR has graciously given Poland after World War II. Remember? The Western Poland that was given to compensate for the fact that the USSR has sliced away a big chunk of Eastern Poland. Oh boy. So yes, unironically, Russia has said Poland is so ungrateful that they should give us back all the territory we gave them after World War II. you know? So in this scenario, you would have Poland that would have Russia to the west, Russia in Kaliningrad, and if Russia should win, Russia to the east. So Poland would be basically surrounded by Russia in this bizarre scenario that Russia wants to cook. Interesting, huh?
Okay, go
Okay,
ahead.
and now they want to take Poland, and they've blitzed Poland's territory. They've taken a lot of it in the opening few days of the war. And then, when Poland starts to really mount a defense, Russia says, "Okay, here's a peace deal." Do you think it'd be irresponsible of Poland not to accept it?
Potentially, it depends on the circumstances.
Potentially.
I'd have to evaluate in the real time.
What if the peace deal involved Russia holding and keeping all of the territory that it gained in the first few days of the war?
Well, that's not exactly the case in the situation in Ukraine. So I don't know if this analogy actually applies.
No, I know, but like, if it was that case, do you think it'd be irresponsible of Poland not to accept it?
It depends. If they think that they can prevail in a hot war with Russia, then maybe they should continue to fight. I don't know.
It depends. Would Boris Johnson be involved? Would there be a Boris Johnson scenario? Would Poland get aid from anyone? It depends, really. Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
Wait, you think they should fight in a hot war with a nuclear power?
That's their prerogative. It's their nation, not mine.
You think, wait, hold on. You think that they have a right to initiate World War III potentially?
I think they have a right to defend themselves. I do, yes.
And start World War III?
Well, if you think that leads to World War III, they still have a right to defend themselves, yes.
Okay, so what we're running into here is a completely incoherent ideology.
True.
I don't know if this is like an America Last thing or what specifically leads to it. The problem here is that
that's just a fair encapsulation. That's an unfair encapsulation of my belief. I'm saying I want the United States to not
Your
be
belief
dictating
is
these
stupid.
policies.
I know.
If they want to
Last.
negotiate
I know,
peace, they should
America Last.
negotiate peace based off of their circumstances.
Right, America Last. If your real goal is to avoid World War III, based on your logic, no nation should ever engage in conflict with Russia or China
No,
or any other
True.
aggressive nuclear power.
That's not the case. I
Why
believe
not?
that the potential for World War III increases when you're talking about the two, or really the three largest nuclear powers on Earth that are now antagonizing each other and using much of this as proxy fodder. And it's tragic. It's resulting in the death of hundreds of thousands of people, many of them innocent. I just think that the U.S. empire does not have the ability or the moral authority to be involved in this in any way, and it
You
has ultimately worsened the situation.
You said avoid World War III at all costs.
I would like to avoid that at all costs. Yes, Vosh, I would.
Okay, so
I called it incoherent a long time ago. See? Vosh steals my takes. Wait, I go away for a moment and this dumb cunt drops the claim that Poland has nukes? Yes. Well, not exactly. But the nukes are in Ramstein and they are in It was Vosh that said, but the libertarian is too stupid to call it out. My goodness. This is... I don't know what to say. It's incoherent. I already called it incoherent a long time ago. So we know that the World War III thing is bullshit.
let's say Putin says he wants the Baltics. He wants former Yugoslavia. He wants half of Germany back. And
They all have a right to defend themselves, Vosh.
And potentially cause World War III.
They all have a right to defend themselves, Vosh.
Okay,
Yes.
so you don't actually think that people should defend or avoid World War III at any cost. Do you think the right to self-defense supersedes the threat of ending the world?
Well, the right to self-defense is always paramount. You always have that right. I just think that the cost-benefit analysis changes when you're dealing with nuclear arsenals pointing at each other.
So stupid.
There are countries in Europe that have nukes. I mean,
of course.
Right, and if Putin reaches that point, he will eventually be engaged in combat with nuclear-capable nations.
Correct. And I hope
Okay.
that doesn't happen. So
Well, if
what's
it
your
does
point?
happen, should
Why
those
is
countries
this
immediately
person so
surrender to avoid
stupid?
engagement with Russia?
No, we're just saying the same thing over and over again. I don't know
I
what you're
know.
what are you trying to get at? I'm
I
saying
want to
these
know
nations
whether
have
or not
these.
avoid World War III at all costs is really your belief, or if you have another belief.
I honestly I don't know what you're hinting at. So if you could just make it explicit, I'd appreciate it.
I'm explicitly asking this question over and over again. Should
And I'm
every
answering
country,
it, and I'm answering it consistently over and over again. I'm saying
every
the U.S. shouldn't be involved. If these nations want to
okay,
defend
I know,
themselves, that's their prerogative.
I
If that
know
leads to World
America.
War III and nuclear war, that's tragic. How many times do I have to say
Okay,
it?
so your position here is genuinely America last because you believe in self-defense as an overriding principle above avoiding World War III for every other country except for
Yeah. All this time, this dude has been saying that the US shouldn't help because it will lead to World War III, but now he's saying that he's okay with World War III if it means that countries. That makes no sense.
us.
No
I
sense at
believe that
all.
the United States is not Poland. I believe it is not Ukraine.
Well, I'm going to
I
need to
believe
see
it.
a
I
study
believe it
on
is
that
not the
one.
Baltic states. I believe it is not the EU. I believe it is not Europe. I believe it's not Africa. I believe it's not the Middle East. I believe it's not
What?
the waters right off of China either. I believe that we should withdraw from global hegemon status.
We're not talking about I'm not. You keep running back.
Oh no, I think he's hanging himself perfectly well. He's doing a great job hanging himself.
I don't know
in my
why it's like the
opinion.
dialogue tree. You keep running back to it.
I'm running
talking
back
about
to it because that's the reality of the situation.
I'm talking about self-defense relative to the threat for World War III. Now, if I understand your values correctly, you are okay with World War III happening and all life on Earth ending, as long as it's brought about by a product of legitimate self-defense. Do I have that right?
No, you don't have that right. I'm not ever going to be okay or happy about World War III. I'm just saying that I believe that the U.S.'s involvement in all of this is increasing the likelihood of that actually coming
I
to
know
pass.
you hate America, but I'm not talking about America. I'm talking about general principles with regards to national self-defense and World War III. So you are okay with nations
Let's flip this on you, Bosch.
defending themselves.
Let's
Wait, but you
flip this
can't.
on.
Wait,
Let's
so
flip this on
you
you because
are.
no,
So
I've already
you
answered.
are
I've answered you
okay.
20 times on
But
the
you
same
keep
topic.
not. I don't think you understand the point. It seems like for you, self-defense is a higher priority to avoiding World War III. So my argument then would be that nations that are allied with each other have mutual self-defense, and that the existence of mutual assured self-defense is the greatest preventer of war in human history. So my argument is that what I'm proposing avoids World War III and promotes self-defense. But you
True.
hate America.
Can you also no, I don't hate America. Can you also acknowledge that those alliances, if they behave in a antagonistic fashion, can ultimately be to the detriment and increase the chances of hot conflict?
Sure. I mean, potentially, but that doesn't seem to be empirically demonstrable.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, it seems like the formation of alliances decreases the total amount of conflict.
Well, yes, I'd say on net, yes, but there are examples where that's not the case. Correct?
Well, yeah, I mean, sure, of course. But I don't think
Okay.
that there would be less conflict around the world if all of these alliances just broke down. You spoke positively of BRICS. Okay, I mean, I don't think they're doing much at the moment, but theoretically, I support a challenge to U.S. Like the international dollar. I think that's fine. With regards to Russia,
For the record, I didn't speak positively of BRICS. I just brought it up.
I think you overstated their potential influence in the global affairs.
Well, they now have over 35% of global trade is under the BRICS umbrella, so it's not nothing.
Yeah, but that's not BRICS trade. Like, they've all agreed to it, but they're still bound by the U.S. dollar and our economic hegemon, right? Like South Africa,
Well,
Brazil.
until their debt rolls off, yeah, but that's still like this is all part of a process that will take probably a decade or two to unwind, but it didn't have to be that way. If not for this antagonistic approach with Russia, which drove them into the arms of the Chinese and ultimately scared the shit out of anybody else that was trying to dictate any sort of policy with their neighbors, and realizing that the U.S. would never allow any of that, that
Like,
they're now banding
What?
together to undermine the U.S. dollar's reserve currency status, which will ultimately be to the detriment of the American people. And I think that's, well, it's probably inevitability. It's still unfortunate.
Okay, so I mean, the main economic driver in BRICS is China, and they're still one of our major trading partners, and they always are going to be, at least until things meaningfully change.
Well, I mean, always until they invade Taiwan, and you support World War III with them. So I don't know.
Well, hold on.
Why?
We've established you're actually the one who's okay with World War III. I'm trying to prevent it.
We've established that I'm the one that's okay with World War III. That's a real interesting framing.
Your ideology is all alliances should be broken and the world should be left to the handling of half-mad dictators.
I believe that the entangling alliances. I believe that the entangling alliances for the U.S. are used as justification ultimately to fund the military-industrial complex and increase their control over global dynamics. Really, not just trade, but control broadly, including pipelines. And I ultimately think that the empire is falling, and this is the lashing out phase where we risk.
This is what World War III. This is so strange to me because I feel like I'm reading.
So
this reads to me like the way a lefty pamphlet might talk about how the U.S. empire is.
Yeah, because I'm actually anti-war, Vaus. It's
American global hegemony
You've never heard
is stronger now than it literally ever has been in all of human history. The hegemony of the U.S. dollar and of our trade and of our influence, and this is empirically demonstrable, never been this strong before. So
yeah, you just have to totally ignore the 33 trillion in debt that we have, and I guess you're right.
What does our national debt have to do with the U.S. international dollar being the center point for global trade? What
this person doesn't really understand.
Do you really not understand?
Wait,
are you?
Are
you pretending to be ignorant?
Wait, hold on. Explain to me directly the relationship between U.S. national debt and the U.S. global dollar.
I'll explain it to you quite simply. The inflationary pressures will ultimately make people migrate away from the U.S. dollar, and the only way that the U.S. government can maintain their debt is to print.
But it hasn't, and we've been printing for decades.
That's not true.
And we're more powerful than ever. That's
not true. We've experienced the worst inflation in your lifetime.
Yeah, and then it lasted a year, and then Biden passed a bill, and it went back down, and now it's at 3%. And also, that's not the same as the national debt. That's a totally different number. That's like completely.
What the hell?
You realize that like
you know that they have to maintain that debt, right, Vaus?
National inflation, national debt, and international hegemonic currency.
This guy does not know anything.
Somewhat related, but largely disconnected factors when it comes to a country's power, right?
They're extraordinarily related. If you want to diminish that, it's just your ignorance, not mine.
It's a fact that we are more powerful economically on an international scale than we ever have been. Maybe that'll change in the future. I mean, I don't know. I can't see the future, but it's just weird to hear this, like, American empire fallen, glorious Chinese dollar now. And it's like, what the fuck am I listening to? Like, this doesn't sound like reality. It certainly doesn't sound like America first. I want to operate in reality where we acknowledge
I think actually you're the one that's detached from reality. You're not able to see the tides changing, and that's fine, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm right and you're wrong.
I don't get all my news exclusively from Russian Telegram channels, so it's possible that I'm not.
I've never even been on Telegram, but okay.
What source do you get your Kremlin talking points from?
They send it to me with the rubles when they send me the checks.
Oh, rubles.
Bro, the US is building a new generation of nuclear strike submarines, so stealth bombers giving vintage shimmers to Ukraine is not what the military industrial complex is maintained by. Oh my goodness.
Oh man, and never mind about the whole U.S. international currency thing. That's rough. Look, I'm pulling your chain just a little bit on that one specifically, but I really do think that the problem is that ultimately your ideology doesn't really have an answer for imperialism. You want America to be weak, but you don't do anything or have any answer to.
No, I want America to be strong, but I want it to be strong in national self-defense, not in global empire.
Okay, then who gets to have the empire?
The nations have a right to defend themselves, Vaus. I've been very clear on that.
Okay.
Your vantage point that Russia is going to roll across Europe, I think, is delusional. I think it's nonsense, and I think you know that, which makes this even more bizarre.
Is it?
That's what people said about Ukraine until he invaded. Now, hold on. Wait, I really want to know, though, what answer do you have to, like, international empire? So, like, what happens if every country withdraws and they do their own, like, isolationist thing, and then inevitably, because of course this is going to happen, countries like Russia and China start invading neighbors and growing stronger?
What is my answer to that? Those nations better defend themselves.
Okay,
what if
so
they can't?
No nation next to China can defend itself against China except for India and possibly Russia. So your answer then is just good luck, have fun?
Yeah, and your answer is that the
Good
most
luck,
lethal
have fun.
empire of the past 50 years, you're going to just continue to support it because you think it's the
want to
benevolent
explore this.
controller.
Let me tell you what your ideology will lead to. If you got everything you wanted, all it would mean is that the biggest, baddest dictators in the world would start gobbling up their neighborhoods, and nobody would ever be able to resist them because they would hyper militarily industrialize, same as Germany did. No individual country would be able to stand up against them, and the world would be gobbled up under one or two empires, including eventually us.
Vosh, you've done an incredible job convincing me that you're a neoconservative. I wish you would drop the libertarian label.
Explicitly answer why that wouldn't happen without getting snarky about it.
I don't have the right to be snarky after you've said I'm un-American and America last repeatedly. I don't have a right to be snarky in response.
An accurate assessment of your position. It sounds to me like you want everyone to withdraw so the biggest, baddest dictators can gobble up all their neighbors. Explain how your ideology would prevent that.
I can't explain how it'll prevent it because it's going to be up to them to defend themselves. I can't see the future. I don't know what they'll do.
Okay, wait. So your answer is, Lamau, you better win. That's how you would do it. You
Oh
realize
my
that
God.
would just mean the whole world would be constant, non-stop conflict as nations constantly vie to invade each other or preemptively defend themselves by invading their neighbor. And it might make
This
right
is-
everywhere all
oh
the
my
time, and there would
God.
no longer be any international cooperation. And inevitably, some country with the nukes would end the world. This is the thing that gets me. You're so smug about how wrong you are, but your ideology speed runs global Armageddon. Like, you treat it like a joke. Like, oh yeah, let's just get rid of all alliances, and then, well, if you get invaded by another country, good luck, have fun. Like, bro, you are literally you're like a death cultist. You're like worshiping
My
the end.
gosh.
No, you're
farthest
worshiping
thing
the
you can
U.S.
do.
empire. You're
No,
worshiping the U.S. empire. That's what you're
so
doing.
Desperate. All you have is America bad, America bad, America bad. That's all you have. Your ideology is literally, let's speed run World War III, and all you can do to say in response to that is, well, at least when the world ends, America won't be in it, right? Christ.
So you acknowledge that you're in support of American empire, correct?
I'm in support of international alliance, the thing that prevents the end of the world.
And part of that has been the American empire for your entire life,
Oh boy.
which has cost millions of innocent lives. I mean, you good with it?
I mean, what,
you think that's been to our benefit? Is that America first?
Wait, first of all, so again, it's crazy. The only thing you have to say is, well, you know that America bad, right? It's insane.
Bosh, your entire argument boils down to the American empire must reign supreme, so that the Chinese and the Russia don't rule across their neighbors. You support the neoconservative worldview. That's a fact.
You have nothing to say for your dogshit ideology other than,
True.
well, wanting international alliances makes you a neocon. You're John McCain. Your ideology would bring about more death than any ideology in human history. The Holocaust,
True.
nothing compared to it. Yes, you literally said.
A non-interventionist perspective will lead to the Holocaust.
Literally, yeah. Literally, yes. Yeah, actually. If Europe had a system of alliances that it has right now, in 1939, then Holocaust would not have happened. No shot. Okay? No shot. So yes, literally. Oh boy.
The cost times 10, really.
Your answer not times 10, buddy. Times 1,000. Everyone would die. Your answer to what do we do internationally about
this just goes to show how much you believe in the U.S. empire.
Your answer.
This is so stupid. On paper or in the real world.
Sir. That's literally, it's like a buzzword. You're like a broken NPC. I'm talking to somebody who was built by Bethesda right now. American Empire, American
Are you
Empire.
denying that it's real?
Are you
denying that it's real?
I am talking to you right now.
Are you denying that the U.S. empire exists?
He can't walk away from it. He can't. He's like, I need to talk about this specific subject. That's all I have. I need everyone to know
Because it's the one thing you can't deal with.
Please, the people listening don't know enough that I hate America. I need to talk more about how everything is good as long as America suffers. Nuclear war, good as long as America suffers. International conflict, good as long as America suffers. Whoa, you want to prevent nuclear war? Well, buddy? You want to keep nukes from falling on America? You neocon? Well, yeah, you know what? I do want nukes to not fall on America. I do. I do. It's true. You've got me. I want nukes to fall on nobody, which is why I support a system of international alliances. And through collaboration
As long
between
as you
these
say it, as
alliances,
long as you say it calmly, then it doesn't sound like John McCain, huh?
yes, it is true. I want international alliances is a John McCain ideology. It's something only he believes.
Yeah, Nazi
Only
Germany
he
would have
could
been
have
stopped
conceived
in
Well,
of
no,
something that evil.
1945. Actually, in a European Union like setting, it would have been much harder for for Nazi Germany to form in the first place.
No,
it's Dick Cheney.
Like if like a government had a full support of, a whole network like the European Union.
It's
no.
Victoria
You
Nuland.
are.
It's your whole cartel, dude.
It's the entire
I just
world
wish
when the
you would drop
world
the
is being
libertarian
run
label.
failing.
You're an interventionist. You believe in
So,
empire. That's okay.
You have no ideology outside of disliking America.
I'm a
Bro.
non-interventionist, Bosch. I'm an actual libertarian. I have plenty of ideology.
literally-
Yours is inconsistent. You believe in the American empire while pretending to be non-interventionist, which isn't true. You are the
So,
biggest interventionist I've ever spoken to.
By wanting there to be international alliances. Yes, that's true. Can I get a repeater one more time in what you said earlier? Can I hear it? Your solution to everyone withdrawing and forming no international alliances
Is that
everyone
they?
only
No,
defending
I didn't say. I've never said that I'm going to dictate what all of these nations are going to do.
Wait, hold on. I didn't ask you. Wait, I did. Hold on. Wait. I'm giving you.
Vaus,
Say something stupid in a
Dex
minute.
Mix,
You
hello.
need to give me a minute, okay? So under your ideology, every nation would be non-interventionist in the sense that you have described, right? Where they don't form international alliances, they don't dictate policy, they don't come to each other's defense, that sort of thing, right?
I'm just going to have you guys do your closing thoughts because we're coming up on 90 minutes, and
Wow.
then just take a couple questions
Wait.
from the audience if you're okay with that.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
All right, wonderful. All right, Vosh,
What
closing thoughts?
Yeah, look, international
you're an
affairs are
idiot.
messy business, but I think it's pretty clear with any understanding of the historical record that completely withdrawing from international agreement and leaving everyone to themselves is basically just, letting all of the big, mean countries gobble up all the small ones. It guarantees constant war. We did this for most of human history, and most of human
True.
history was constant war. If you were a man
True.
growing up at certain points in history, quite a few of them in England or France or what would later become Germany, then
True.
war was just like, oh, that's the war I served in, then that's the war I served in, and that's the war my pop served in, and such and such. So that wouldn't be to your benefit at all. But secondly, I do not want America to lock itself down completely isolate itself, and then 20 years down the line we all die in nuclear holocaust. We need to try, I think, a little bit better than that.
Agreed.
we need to believe in peace.
Thank you, Vosh. Clint, go ahead.
Thanks, Vaus.
I agree. We do need to believe in peace. I don't believe that the U.S. empire has fomented peace throughout my lifetime. I think there's plenty of evidence to demonstrate that I am, in fact, correct in that statement. It was Secretary Perry who, under the Bill Clinton administration, almost resigned over NATO expansion. He said that bringing Russia into the fold first was much more important to him. And in his memoir, he said, I did not believe the timing was right to push for NATO enlargement. Most important, we needed to keep moving forward with Russia. And I feared that NATO enlargement at this time
Russia.
excuse me, would shove us into reverse. I believe that a regression here could squander the positive relations we had so painstakingly and patiently developed in the opportunistic post-Cold War period. I knew that NATO membership would and should eventually come to the Eastern European nations, but I believed that we needed more time to bring Russia in first. He has lamented that as the gravest failure of his career in politics. And there are a litany of other quotes from American, politicians and State Department representatives from
That's
the 1990s
not
that all acknowledge that what I'm saying is correct. That ultimately,
Wait, bringing Russia in is not anti-interventionalist. That's the opposite of that. Bringing Russia in implies an opposite policy to anti-interventionalism. It's intervening to bring Russia in. Meanwhile, disorganized Europe allowed Nazi Germany to both build the largest army in Europe and combat the largest genocide round of true.
it was the expansion of 20 nations into NATO after repeated promises that we would not be doing so, that has catalyzed this conflict with Russia. We knew damn well that this was going to come about, and this was all part of the Project for New American Century, which unfortunately Victoria Nuland is married to the creator of that, and she has been the focal point in Ukraine, negotiating, quote unquote, but really fomenting much of this conflict. So for that reason, primarily, I want the U.S. not to be involved with this. I believe that they are an impediment to peace, not a mechanism for peace. And I obviously do believe that the Ukrainian people, as well as the Polish or anybody in Europe, has a right to defend themselves against invasion. I think that the U.S. government should not be involved, and I believe that is firmly the American first position, contrary to what Vaus said repeatedly. Thank you for having me, Jesse.
Absolutely. I added two speakers.
Why would you have such an idiot?
You'll have to get out of here pretty soon. So Jethro, why don't you go ahead?
Hi, Vaus. Economics have come up several times in this debate, and you've repeatedly tried to frame Clint as being America last, so it's worth clarifying the reality of our macroeconomic situation. To quote Ron Paul, the greatest libertarian...
Oh no. An ally has called in. Oh no. Defend themselves but not help each other. That would be cheating.
...himself. It is no coincidence that the century of total war coincided with the century of central banking.
Warhammer Total War.
Are you aware that the United States government has already bankrupted itself, perpetuating the past 50 years of global petrodollar empire hegemony? With over $30 trillion in debt, soon to be $33 trillion. Are you aware that the U.S. government's total unfunded liabilities add up to over $100 trillion?
Bankrupted itself. People don't know.
Are you aware that when the U.S. government sends aid...
Is this an actual question, or are you framing your manifesto with a question mark at the end?
It's a question about your economics understanding in America First. How...
My economic understanding in America First is that the American proletariat shall rise and the working class...
I actually haven't. Let me check. One moment. I have to check this real quick. From Ellen. Is this safe to show? Post not found. The post may have been deleted. It's been deleted. You deleted it. Oh, 13. Oh wow, so many people following me. I have to be more active on... Actually, I have to be more active on Blue Sky. She's probably being done. She is the maker of Blue Sky right now. Wait, what? You wanna come on after this and tell me what's happening? What is happening? I have no clue what's going on. Police being rushed into the ground. Okay. We're gonna talk about it after this, after the reaction. Also, NATO of the American second strike guarantee is also sole reason why nuclear non-proliferation has been a religious success in Europe. True. This is so ridiculous.
Will shed the chains of the bourgeoisie.
So you're openly communist. Okay. Central banking is the fifth plank of the Communist Manifesto. So thank you for clarifying that you are not actually America First.
I'm America Communist First. It's called MAGA communism.
Oh my God.
Okay, you're not a
okay, that's good. That was good.
You're not a serious person, and
hey man, good. I'm not the one quoting Ron Paul for my opinions. Yeah. Anyway, in reality, obviously these questions require extremely complicated, nuanced answers. But you just wanted to say stuff, so I can't really respond. You like an hour to respond to all the false premises you laid out. My answer is glory to the working class.
$30 trillion in debt of false
okay, that was funny.
Is printing money to perpetuate the slaughter of false premise? We're bankrupting our country.
Okay, please.
MAGA communism.
All right, thank you, Jethro.
I love you, whatever their name was. I love you.
Jethro.
Jethro, yes.
Daniel, why don't you go ahead?
All right, thank you.
Another ally.
Clint, I wanted to commend you for your candor and your composure throughout this
against Vaus.
what wanted to be a debate, and then Vaus, I just wanted to say,
Vaus!
Sorry, I don't have a question, but I wanted to say if kicking and screaming and calling names was how a debate is won, you got this one, buddy. You got
Thank
it.
you.
You won. You're welcome. You won.
Thank you, Daniel. Anna?
Jesus Christ! I didn't expect a bunch of allies of this person to call in and say, "Oh, Vaus, you suck, Vaus. You won by sucking, Vaus." Okay.
Anarchist Frodo, go ahead.
Oh boy.
Hi, Bosch. Earlier you said that
Okay.
it was Russian state propaganda that the U.S. State Department or anybody would believe that they think Ukraine is some sort of red line, but the director of the CIA himself said that both he and Russia believe that that's a red line in the sand. So what do you say to that?
Yeah, the Russian propaganda is the framing that Russia legitimately believed that NATO expansion or the non-dissolution from NATO of Ukraine, that those things posed a geopolitical threat to Russia.
These are leaked cables from our State Department through WikiLeaks. You know that, right?
You didn't hear what I just said, but I'll repeat it. There is a difference between Russia saying it's a red line and Russia saying that it poses a real threat. The idea that Ukraine being a part of NATO is a real threat to Russia is factually incorrect. It is a ludicrous proposition.
True.
The idea that Russian politicians legitimately fear that, it's not true. The idea that Russia has said that it's a red line, that's absolutely true. But there's a pretty big and important difference between what's reality and what dictators say is reality. I mean, if we cede the framing to them, then you could rightly say, like, well, Hitler said that a total secession of the Versailles Treaty was, like, not doing so was the red line. They may say that, but you can't give them the framing that that's, like, actually the reason why they do it. Usually they do it for other reasons and they come up with a justification. In this case, Russia centered on this because they knew for a fact that NATO would never disallow a country from being considered for NATO, because to do so would give Russia, a geopolitical enemy, the power to determine who our allies are. And that's incredibly cucky. It's very cucked.
Thank you, Anarchist Frodo. Top Lobster, go ahead.
Okay,
can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you.
Hello, Vaus. I just want to tell you.
Yeah, how you doing, Bosch? I wasn't familiar with you before this debate, and I'm gotta say that I'm very impressed. So what I do is I'm actually the host of it's like the largest homosexual podcast in probably online. We really we do our best to go out of our way to find the dumbest, gayest people online. It's called Tower Gang, and we usually go Wednesdays 9/11. We'll go for like an hour and a half, but you would be the perfect guest. I mean, our prerequisites, you met them and you've exceeded them. So reach out to me if you're interested, and thank you for the entertainment. This was a great debate. Thank you guys. Thank you, Josie.
I was supposed to be a joke. It was supposed to be funny. Okay.
You can't have the Top Dumb Gay podcast because I run the Top Dumb Gay podcast. Whose market do you think you're trying to pull?
Wow.
This is a free market, Bosch. Come on.
I think it speaks to some of them. Apart from the
what are these
the immaturity, I think it speaks to sort of like the whining or the manifesto writing. I want everyone to remember, of course, anyone who is listening, that my position here at the end of the day is one which I believe averts war and cements a strong economy and a civil democracy for everyone involved. I think that the ideology that I've had to argue here is pretty ludicrous, but I fully think that it's everyone's material interest to go along with it.
Appreciate that. Thanks so much. And I just want to say that I host the gayest spaces on all of Spaces. It is gayer than AIDS here, so I appreciate you all sticking with me.
That's why I'm here.
Let me see. Mark Random, go ahead.
Oh my God.
Okay, this is the serious version of me. What I noticed throughout the debate is it was almost 45 to 50 minutes of debate, and then both people just repeating what their talking points were. And I feel like the problem with debates is no one actually tries to find a solution. They just want to convince that they're right. So where I found a little dishonesty between both is where I don't think Clint was 100% acknowledging that.
If you need more evidence that these libertarians are just 4chan Nazis, so there you have The colors, true.
Putin probably would have done the things regardless, but I don't think Bosch was ever going to admit the American antagonistic for the past 20 years that brought this upon. The problem is you can't call one thing fact and another thing propaganda because there's thousands of different types of facts. And unfortunately, you keep bringing up the past, but we don't know what would have happened. We can only deal with the here and now. And I honestly don't know. I went back and forth believing both would either be a solution to peace, but that's all I wanted to say is it just turns into a cycle.
Oh
and
my
you
God,
never know who,
please
what is
spare
going to
me.
be. You never know, but I just personally think war upon war doesn't work. And that's not me being America last. It's just that possibly going in a different direction would cause less war than what the U.S. has already done. But yes, obviously, if the U.S. had to go to war with Russia, it would be pro-America against Russia. But we're not at
Spare
that
me
point
this
yet.
nonsense,
And I think the only
please.
reason we should
I
be
beg.
is if it gets to that point. Sorry. Love you all.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi went out halfway through what you were saying, so I apologize if anything was addressed to me. But no, I would not personally support the American
Spare
government
me
in a
this
war against
nonsense.
Russia. I would advocate for peace as soon as possible.
All right. Love you guys. Bye.
Thanks, Mark.
Spare
I'll
me
take
this.
one more question
Yes.
for Vosh, and then we can let you go, Vosh. Night
True.
Shift, go ahead.
Yeah, hi there. Nice to see you all here. Vash, I was just actually the problem is Mark kind of stole what I was going to say for the most part. But I would like to hear your justification for what was it, social democracy? Like, how do you justify that? How do you justify like that kind of mob rule as a government? And why would you think that that would be the best form of government that there is?
Do you mean just democracy broadly?
Well, what is okay? So, what is your general belief of democracy? Like, what is your general philosophy on it?
I mean, I think that generally speaking, you should try to represent the people's interests. You should try to give them as much power as possible over decisions which it could be to their benefit to have power over. But you also need people to be well informed.
boy.
If they're not well informed, their democratic decision making doesn't really mean that much. So it's a complicated process. But like ideally, you know, you want people to do stuff that works in their interest. You would need built-in minority protections, of course. You don't want like a 90% majority to be able to just go over a 10% minority. I mean, the superseding, the overlapping systems that you would need to get like a really, really good democracy, I think, are pretty complicated. But at the end of the day, I just want people to be free. It's all about freedom.
Okay, and on that front, do you believe that a democracy would be better than an individualist anarchist system where people are individually free to make their own choices, unhindered by any kind of mob rule, unhindered by any kind of representation, or not?
Mob rule.
Like, what would you think?
Well, I
Democracy
think the
is not
latter
mob
ultimately would
rule.
be a very unfree society, because without any laws or social norms to bind people's behavior, people would take the freedom from others. It's all well and good to say, you know, let's make society as like anarchistic and free as possible, but if you don't design it properly or build the proper incentives, then all you get is like warlords. I mean, you effectively go to like pre-civilization days. So my goal, I guess, or my idea would just be see what kinds of freedom people can get and what they can be allowed to have, and draw the line where they take other freedoms away, and hopefully you can sort of build out well from that.
Yeah, okay, I'm just going to leave it with this. Okay, thank you for answering. I'm just going to leave it with this. I would love to debate you, Vosh. I would absolutely love to debate you sometime, but I'll leave it with that.
What?
Oh, well, send me an email sometime. I can't make any promises, but it's not impossible.
I might just.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Vosh.
Okay.
It's hard to get people to have debates on really anything because everything is so polarized now. So I really appreciate you doing this. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't do it earlier, because I know initially the idea was like Tuesday 2 weeks ago, but then something changed and then it just da-da-da. Well, anyway, thank you for having me.
Absolutely,
Well,
my pleasure.
that
and
was,
September worked way better for me anyway.
You sounded lispy? Whatever. I mean, whatever. Anyway, what a
That was
lunatic.
such
huh?
a-
Yeah, did you know
Yeah.
America is an empire? Okay, so like as is often the case, libertarianism is used as a front for far-right ideology. That guy was like a perfect example of it, because so I think like it's
What a
very
mess.
obvious when you see and you notice that guy's ideology would be like speed running nuclear Armageddon. because he's literally like, no country should form alliances or defend ourselves, and like, hey man, if you get invaded by your neighbor, good luck. And then like the whole world gets gobbled up by their neighbors, and it leads to inevitable conflict, like literally inevitable. You know, even back in the Middle Ages, they still had national alliances. This would be like beyond
True.
anything. And I think
Beyond
the
the
reason he
pale.
believes all this stuff is,
he's
I mean, a
an
lot of it's
idiot.
because it's like incoherent ideology or whatever, but a lot of it is also because it's kind
idiot.
of like permission giving to far right. You know, I think a lot of far right people kind of want everything to be destroyed and for like super ultra far right ideology to rise from the ashes. So it's like, oh well, this may destroy the world or whatever, but maybe like the white man will come back. I don't know if that guy had much like racial ideology behind him, but maybe.
Amazing.
Accelerationist? I don't even know if it's... Maybe it's like accelerationism except towards bad things? I have no idea. He would have literally been anti-American Revolution because I'm in Georgia, that's New England's problem. Yeah, the idea of like not having any kind of national alliances is just so silly.
It's ridiculous.
Vosh, when she said gayer than AIDS, that was redheaded libertarian. She's almost certainly a Nazi. Anyway, yeah, I knew that'd be a shit show.
Oh my
I had a
gosh.
lot of fun. I feel like the best thing I could have done there, or the reason I went so hard on that like America last shit is because once I realized this guy's ideology was so incoherent that he couldn't really elaborate on it or answer hypotheticals.
It was
And
super
when I
incoherent.
realized that he knew his ideology was incoherent because he stopped like elaborating when I asked for explanations, I decided the best that I could really do is kind of like harp in on the idea that he wants to, yeah. You might as well make it funny if it's going to be like worthless. When he called you a neocon, well, the people who use neocon as a like insult most
not
often.
sure. I don't
First of
know
all,
the host.
neocons are monsters, so I'm fine with them being insulted, right? But the people who use the insult most often are like Nazi types. Because they hate the idea of like cuck conservatives who claim to be on the right, but they're actually in favor of like support to Israel or like international relations or whatever. Yeah, it's like it's getting called a rhino basically, because the idea that international alliances is neoconservative is psychotic. All ideologies allow for international alliances. No, I checked his Twitter beforehand. It's literally like full on psychotic like schizo bullshit.
There is
Yeah,
no
only so
Twitter
much you can
anymore.
really do to like engage
It's
with
on the
that.
X and the
Anyway,
X-Men.
in case anyone is watching this and actually looking for some kind of resolution or like good information at the end of this, okay, the reason why that guy kept focusing on stuff like moral right and interfering in others' business is because he was trying to distract from the fundamental moral question, which is it right to help an ally, you know? And the answer is yes. If you believe in assisting
True.
allies when the allies' cause is just, like if the allies' cause is just, assisting them is just, in almost all
True.
circumstances. But he wants to frame it as though it's like an extension of American empire, you know? The problem is that anything that benefits America abroad is an extension of American empire. All of it. Because
True.
obviously, like if anything
Including
happens
trade.
internationally and it's to our benefit, that's an extension of American empire. Is he a
True.
tanky? No, he's a far right dude, like far right lunatic. Again, the majority of like pro-Russian weird like America third positionist talking points you hear these days are from Nazis, not from tankies. When you said the world needs a unifying force, it came out really bad, I think. I don't think so. No. The unifying force is just like international alliance. I think you have to be acting in deliberately bad faith to misinterpret that, but all the people who are going to disagree with me on this, the only people who can disagree with me on this are lunatics. Like, I was arguing with a guy who was posting
True.
conspiracies about Azov battalion dudes at Jan 6, and he was arguing that
What?
legitimately the best and most peaceful world would be one in which there are no alliances, and if you get invaded, good luck.
I thought that was a meme, that whole Gen 6 Azov. I thought that was a meme. And
Like,
ironically,
I'm not dealing
I
with
thought that was
serious
a
people
meme.
here with serious ideologies. It's all clown show shit. So I don't think anything I said there came off even remotely bad. Yeah, he was. Yeah, exactly. He was arguing for U.S. and China to eat everything until we square off at the end of the world. Exactly. So that one guy in the Q&A was really funny too. The guy who just wanted to ramble about like insane libertarian, like economic theories that no one takes seriously. And he's like, how do you dispute the fact that, and he's got like 5 minutes, as Ron Paul said, and then my answer is just
Oh
like,
my
I don't
gosh.
care, glory to the proletariat. And he was like, oh, so you're an admitted commie. He's like, Jesus Christ. What were those questions?
True.
Again, it's redheaded libertarian. Her audience is going to mostly be nutcases.
callers.
And
Oh
there were
my
only
God.
about 1,000 people listening to the space. Those people are going to be like the hardline ideologues, you know? It's not like
Only
people
about
watching me right
1,000.
now are pretty ideologically motivated.
Oh my god, I only have 10 people here right now. Why can't I have 1,000? I should work my way into having 1,000 viewers or something.
Motivated, of course, but there's enough like leeway that a lot of people watching right now are probably just casual viewers. Most of the people who are watching that would be like lunatics. So naturally, when like a call comes in, they're going to be lunatics. Oh, she's like a Tim Pool orbiter? No. She works with Tim Pool. She's on his show pretty frequently. She's a contributor. Can you simultaneously scale down American hegemony while also preventing Russian or Chinese expansion? Yes, with alliances. That's the only way to do it. If you want to scale down American hegemony, what you want to do is you want to have us reach out and form mutually codependent alliances with many countries so that rather than it being America dictating everything, instead it becomes like a plurality of nations working together. You know? That's how you do it, yeah. That's the whole point of all of this. Wet-ass Ben... Wait, hold on. Wet-ass Ben says some of his conspiracies are easily debunkable. No. You have to understand what kind of person you're talking to, okay? Every single time we went down a rabbit hole with that guy, I know how to argue with conspiracy theorists. When you get down into the rabbit hole, it's a total waste of time. When they bring up, like, here's 17, like, bullshit propaganda arguments, like, you have to ignore them. Because if you try to engage with them, then all you do is run down, like, an ever fractally growing dialogue tree.
True.
Where you're going to spend an infinite amount of time, like, the
True,
idea would be that I would
unironically
say,
true.
like, no, actually, that's been disproven because of this, this, and this. And then he would go, like, oh, I guess you're right. But that's, like, the fantasy version of how this happens. In reality, it would be, like, I would say... I would debunk it, and then he would either say like no, or he would like pivot to a different thing, or he would pretend that he didn't hear me. Like it never goes out that way, you know.
True.
You want to maintain really strong control over the topic of discussion.
True, actually.
And not allow it to deviate too much. Yeah, calling us incels. I did think it was very funny how Maddie got with the America First thing. The funny thing is that it really plays into my framing too, because he was pretending to be against American empire and against like American hegemony, but then he kept saying America first. Why would a libertarian give a about America, you know? I should have asked him how he feels about open borders. That's always a really fun, like, immediate way of working out who's a fake libertarian. What's the Ukrainian biolab stuff? It was a talking point so ridiculous that even the Kremlin didn't keep it up. It was the idea that Russia had discovered biolabs where Ukrainian and American scientists were working on creating a specific disease that would kill ethnically Russian people and no one else.
Ah, yes.
That's not how
I
disease
remember
works.
that.
It's completely psychotic. Like a bioweapon that targets Russians.
Good
but
times.
like it was such a stupid conspiracy theory that it's like Metal Gear Solid shit. That even Russia
True.
didn't keep it up. They said it a couple of times and then they
Metal
dropped it
Gear
because
Solid
it
is
was
a
like,
good game.
It was so
How dare you,
dumb,
Vaus?
you know? But he's still parroting it. Like that's the kind of person we're dealing with here. Anyway, this was
Metal Gear is a good game. So, and it's the good old Gears go up. There is a little debunker will never catch up. I know.
a
I
total
know that.
shit show, but I thought it was pretty fun and informative, kind of a little bit. I hope you guys had fun. We have fun?
Maybe. Okay, if you've enjoyed this stream, press like, subscribe, you know, hit the bell. Consider giving me a donation, because this channel is based on donations, okay? This channel lives and dies by donations, you know? It's true. Believe it or not. Your donations are needed. More than ever. What else can I say? Oh yeah. Maybe Ellen Degenerate can explain to us what happened with blue sky and poly people? Is that a thing that interests this audience? Listening about the dramas of poly people and blue sky? Is that a thing that is interesting? Drama. I guess. I guess so. Let's see. Here. Giggler. Oh my gosh, caps lock is on. Yes. I don't know who Blue Sky is. What happened? Oh, Blue Sky is like the new version of Twitter, but it's only you can only get into it by getting an invite. So Blue Sky is just like a invite only Twitter. I don't care about Polly, but I like hearing Ellen DeGenerate speaking. Alright then. I don't think Ellen is still here. I think actual biologists capable of making a bioweapon could possibly believe because they understand how genetics work. You don't know about the Russian people genetics? Don't you understand? I've actually got one more video to cover for today. But the Ellen DeGenerate story has intrigued me. So if he's still here, then we could talk. Pronouns. Let's go. Ellen, let's go. Oh, wow. Human thumb gets triggered by pronouns in space. That's a good title. Nice. That's good. That's a good segment. Hello, Shakespeare. Hello, hello. Oh, you're here. So that means we can watch a video. There's a video. There's a video that I potentially wanted to watch about being trans and Jewish. You ready for it? But there's a problem with this video. The problem being that it's by the Guardian. And apparently Guardian likes to take down videos and whatever, anyone who covers them. Is it worth the risk? What do you think? Is it worth the risk to cover a The Guardian video? Or is it not worth the risk? I don't know, I'm asking if you think it'll be taken down or not. I want to know your opinions on this matter. I don't know. I don't know if that happens or not, so you know. So I'm asking you for your opinion. As gigglers who are knowledgeable and know a lot about both the Guardian and the world. And when the act man calls you gorilla shaped, you know you're... What? The what? Well, what? What are you referring to? It's always a risk. There's actually a different video that we could watch. It's another Polish video. It's called Shalom Rabbi. What is conversion to Judaism. Interestingly enough, this particular video has a rabbi in it that I know personally in real life. The Chabad Lubavitch, you know, the Lubavitch rabbi. Let me check. Real quick. Maybe we just watch it and find out if it gets to be a segment. So it's a risk unless you can. Maybe we should just watch it and find out if it gets to be a segment. Turn the sound off, turn on titles for the Guardian thing. You think that will work? Oh my goodness, that just exploded. I'm gonna DM Shakespeare the... But yes. Okay, I guess we can watch it. Oh, I have to look something up real quick now. Uh, okay. Okay, this is the person. There you go. Okay. The pleek, what? What do you mean, where's the pleek? Pilk. Oh. I thought you said the Polish word for file for some reason. Okay, let me find the video then. So I mute it and turn on the subs? Is that how I do it? For this, I'm going to turn off the game. Because this is like a more serious thing in my opinion. Okay, we can... I guess we can listen to it without sound. Will that work for you? Will that work at all? That's a good question. Does it have subs? Okay, sound off, I guess. There's only automatically generated. Oh. I have my Pepsi here. So should we watch this muted or what do you think? What? Well, I got advice to turn off the sound for the, like, says here. Watch it with sound. Or someone said turn the sound off, turn on the titles for the Guardian thing. With sound? What if the whole stream gets taken down or something? Okay, let's just react. Will be super... How should I say? I'm gonna be interrupting every few seconds to enter some sort of transformative commentary, okay?
When I was a kid, I would always look through the flyers for costumes for Halloween, and I would see all the, you know, military soldier uniforms for boys.
There's a few things that I can already talk about. How Halloween in Poland is considered a foreign sort of, especially by many people who are super traditional, conservative even. Like so many Catholic, super Catholic people would say that Halloween is satanic and that we should just... I don't know how to translate the name of the thing that is in Poland. The same day as Halloween. I guess I'm gonna look on the Wikipedia and see the translation. The Day of the Dead, okay? On the same day as the Halloween, Poland celebrates the Day of the Dead. What countries celebrate it actually? The Day of the Dead. Oh. Mexico does the Day of the Dead. California does the Day of the Dead. Italy. Asia and Oceania, Philippines, Czech Republic. In the Mexico, we have the Day of the Dead. It is an indigenous tradition. In Poland, the Day of the Dead it is actually called the Day of the Dead in Polish. In like Dzień Zmarłych, which translates to the Day of the Dead. Oh, it's a whole long ceremonial thing. So in Poland, the Day of the Dead is about going to the cemetery and burning a candle on the grave of the person that's dead. I have to check something actually. Wait. Wait. Uh that is so interesting. Interesting. You go to the ceremony, make an altar, including their favorite good and such, and bring a specific species of flowers. That is very interesting. All right. So we have discussed this. So we can move on. Food and drink. In Vietnamese tradition, you have those little altars in your home. You put the pictures of your past loved ones, and you put food on that little altar thing, and you burn, you know, you burn incense. Yeah, you burn incense. And then you take the food off after some time and you eat it, basically. It's usually things, from what I've seen, it's usually things like fruit that is placed on those little altars. It's a pretty interesting way to sort of keep people from that have passed away, you know, close to your heart. You know? And then little sort of circles form on the ceiling from the incense, you know? Was found to be a very sort of nice tradition. So in most Vietnamese households, you will have those altars. Okay, I guess we can unpause the video. I guess we have done real transformative commentary.
Boys, and I would see all the princess dresses for girls, and I always wanted to dress up as a princess. I would go to bed every night and pray to God that he would make me wake up the next morning as a little girl.
Interestingly enough, yes, I will literally interrupt the video every few seconds to add a transformative commentary. Don't at me. I am capable of this. So, the opening says of Yentl, the Shiva boy, you know, the trans story about a woman that becomes a man and goes to a Shiva, starts with Yentl and the father of Yentl talking, and him saying, listen, I know you've been wearing my clothing again, but you know very well that for a woman to wear a man's clothing, it is a sin, you know? And they discuss things like, and then Yentl asks, but the Torah was given to us all from the mountain Sinai, right? And the father says, well, yeah, I guess. The Torah was given to all of us, I guess. And then Yentl asks, so why would women not be able to study it? And, it ends up with father of Yentl saying that even the heavens make mistakes, and that Yentl should have been born a man. That Yentl possesses the soul of a man. So, it sort of plays into this longing into things that are considered the identifiers, or things that are sort of tied culturally to the identity that you feel would be best for yourself, And what makes Yentl a very special story is that, in my opinion, interestingly enough, depending on the interpretation, Yentl works as a story about women empowerment. It works as a story about a trans man, and it also, if you look at certain scenes, works as a story about a non-binary person. Because there is a scene when Yentl, after exposing the body to a friend, says that when being interrogated, I am a bit of both, I am a bit of both of these things. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? So it's like it's just a very good story, in my opinion, Yentl.
My name is Talia Avrahami. I'm an Orthodox Jewish educator in New York City.
Which is interesting because you have, and Shakespeare can correct me if I'm wrong on this, you have what's the word that I'm not a big fan of? Conservative, Orthodox, and then you have progressive, right? And Orthodox is different from conservative. Isn't that right? Isn't that right, Shakespeare? Is that correct? Will you tell me if that's correct? And now we can continue for now.
I originally grew up in Maryland.
Because there's an interesting fact about being an Orthodox educator. We might get to that later, but as I understand it, if we're being super strict, super like, well, conservative, I guess, then a woman cannot teach at a yeshiva, right? I have to. I was pretty sure. Huh. Interesting. Yes, and wasn't familiar with this story at all.
I had a traditional conservative family around me.
Right. I take it a traditional conservative when it comes to Judaism. Like, I'm not sure if she's talking about a conservative in terms of politics or in terms of just Judaism, you know? Because theirs are not exactly the same thing, you know? They're not exactly synonymous, if that makes sense. There's gonna be a bit different things.
I was not a typical straight person born in a normal body.
And we will hear a few, because I have watched it before, and we will hear a bit of, like, I guess, things that have been that are a bit outdated when it comes to trans healthcare, I guess, you know? The bad body thing, etc., you know?
But at the same time, I was always attracted to being religious and being.
Right. And this is interesting because those things are not exactly mutually exclusive, depending on which branch of Judaism you're in, etc., you know? I'm pretty sure, especially in the more progressive Judaism, trans rights are much more. The LGBT in general is a lot more sort of accepted, especially since I've already told you that. Here you go. Speak of the devil. I'm gonna slide it out. Oh my goodness. I've told you about the issue of the official Jewish magazine of Poland that talked about like the LGBT. Okay, I'm gonna show it when the person starts talking about the thing that is of interest. Hidush. This was a magazine co-created by the expert about genocide. Okay, we'll talk about it when we get there. I'm gonna translate to you. Oh, interesting. Okay, I guess we'll talk about this in a few moments.
Very Jewish. Ironically, when I became an Orthodox Jew, I felt more at ease with my identity because even though Orthodox Judaism does not condone homosexuality, Orthodox Judaism is more open to transgenderism.
I do not like the term transgenderism, just so we're clear. I wholeheartedly oppose the term transgenderism. Okay, which is very interesting because, again, from the official Polish Jewish magazine, it says here, Hidush. This is like the opening bit from, you know, this is the opening bit from the what's, oh my gosh, I can't believe I forgot a very basic word. I guess editor's office. I guess that's the editor's office of this magazine. It says, what is this cover? I'm gonna go full screen for this. What is this cover? Do you see? Do you see this cover? What is this cover? Slowly, we are coming to the finish line when it comes to our project of translating to Polish the queer comments of the book Torah Queries by the New York University Press. Since the spring of 2018, we have published in Hidush a dozen of texts written by the biggest progressive rabbis and Jewish thinkers who try to analyze in great detail anew the Torah, to find in it a place for people that identify with the LGBTQ plus community. In this issue, David Brodsky tells us a fascinating tale about a long rabbinic disputes about anal sex. In the 24th chapter of Bereshit, the book, they speak of Abraham, who is basically gay. Our cover might make some people mad. But wouldn't it be better if instead of trying to silence certain things, we would just openly talk about them? You know? And that is a really nice thing. It's like a Jewish Polish magazine. And here, oh, there's an article about Bund. Well, people were supposed to. That is a person swearing himself to Abraham, and one interpretation is that when people swore to Abraham, they swore to his penis, basically. That is what this represents. In a very homoerotic way. Wow. It's a very left-leaning magazine. There you go. This is the entry to the article. When an opposition movement started building a bigger anti-fascist coalition, the communists had a lot of decision-making power over things, just as Zionists or Bundists. The communist movement was one of many elements that we have to put together to get an anti-fascist bloc. The fighting organization, and finally the ghetto uprising. About the Jewish communists, and especially about the Jewish communist women, we will read from Matilda Jonasz-Kowalik, a historian and author of the book Tomorrow We Will Be Free, the communist in the opposition movement in the Warsaw Ghetto. See, it's a very interesting. It was not only dangerous to be a Jewish woman, and a communist, but also a woman in general. There's this interesting article that I want to find for you. I have to read this from. There we go. A true story of a nice Jewish boy who enters an organization it's like Scientology and escapes it and becomes the lovely woman which she is now. You know? So it's a story about a trans woman printed in the magazine. Isn't that interesting? You know? Oh, so yes. What do you think? What do you think of this? We will have to get back to this and talk about some of the articles from here because this is actually quite interesting. Okay, let's listen to some more.
So, when I transitioned, I started feeling less angst and less anxiety about who I am in the eyes of Jewish law.
I mean, I guess you would feel less anxiety when you become yourself, right? The more yourself you are, the less anxiety you will feel. I feel like it's probably pretty logical, right?
And that's where I am today. I'm living as an Orthodox Jewish wife with my husband, with my daughter, with my friends, family, community.
Interesting. So she sort of entered like a traditional family structure. I don't know, it's kinda nice, but I think that we can sort of get more acceptance, you know?
She was in her earlier 20s. I think she was 20. Um, Talia had said to me before we even started dating that she thought of herself at that time as being sort of potentially transitioning. At the time, my feeling was the important part is who she wants to be, who she sees herself as.
Right. The important part is a person's identity, right? But I'm wondering, were they together in a relationship before her transition?
Dating that she, um,
you know?
Talia had said to me before we even started dating that she thought of herself.
Oh, before they were in a relationship. So they entered a relationship after the transition, I think. And so they entered but that is a pretty good attitude to have, right? The most important thing is your sense of self. Which reminds me actually to what I was told in a different context. The most important thing is that you know who you are. And this sort of, you could say, mirrors that sentiment, you know? The most important thing is for you to know who you are.
At that time as being sort of potentially transitioning. At the time, my feeling was the important part is who she wants to be, who she sees.
Right. You know? I agree with that. That is the most important thing. Knowing yourself. Who you're. Yeah. Let's do it.
herself as.
Baruch atah Hashem, lehadlik nero Shabbos.
I'm just gonna say that is an extremely American pronunciation of these words. Okay? I'm not saying this to be mean. I'm not saying this as a jab. I'm not saying this as critique. I'm just saying this to add transformative value to this commentary, okay? To add to the transformation. But yes, that is indeed a very EOS pronunciation. I'm used to like Baruch Atah, you know, like the hard stuff, you know?
Amen.
Amen.
Which is interesting. It's like amen. In Polish, in Catholic, I really find it really interesting the way people say, like usually in English it's amen, in Polish it's amen. And when I started going to the Shabbat dinners was amen, you know? Amen. And in here it's like
Shabbos. Amen.
Amen.
amen, you know? I guess it's closer to the amen than Polish amen. And especially it's far away from the US English amen. See, I need to add the transformation. I need to get the I've told you I would be able to do it. Howdy brew. I told you I'd be able to do the transformation every few seconds. I'm capable of it. Oh my goodness. That is so lovely, you know? The
Oh, I'm gonna bring over the fruit platter. Don't worry.
I would say I compartmentalize a lot about something as
It's the hauka, you know? It's the hauka is like a very big staple. Yeah, but who cares about Latin? Latin is not the original language. Which brings me to the fact that there has only been one sort of purely out of Hebrew translation of the Torah made by a famous rabbi that died in 1908. And there's a Christian translation of the Bible that was created by a person called Uncle, or that is how his name is translated from Polish. Uncle. A guardian employee looking over your shoulder like you better not be stealing content. I'm not. I'm doing transformative content. Literally, it took me a while to figure out that people were saying bona. For quite a bit, I thought they were saying bona fide, as in turn into bone. I gotta admit, there was a time when I thought so as well, admittedly. So yes, it's a very interesting thing how you speak, amen, and also hauka. A bread which is weirdly enough very commonly sold in Poland, but not always the kosher version, which is,
What religion says, but well, religion isn't everything in some cases. Every once in a while, there's, that little, well.
I will be talking about this in a moment, okay? I will be commenting on this very wise comment in a moment by talking about how this worked in the Polish Jewish community before the war, because that is a very interesting topic. I hope you will find this topic interesting as well, okay?
Religion says this, but if I want to live, if I want to be a human being, I have to kind of defy what that says.
So, this is very interesting. Do you know why? Do you know why this is interesting? In the Polish Jewish community, okay, oftentimes a rabbi's function was to accept visitors who would come to the rabbi and ask the rabbi questions, right? They would come to the rabbi for advice. Many times it was women who would come for advice to the rabbi. And in many cases, the advice was of kosher nature. Because as you may know, the kosher has pretty strict rules about certain things, like milk should not be mixed with food, stuff like that, yes? And if you do it, technically speaking, you should be throwing the thing away and prepare it from scratch, right? And there's a really good illustration of how that worked in practice in one of Isaac Bashevis Singer's books, where he describes that the rabbi knew that many of his visitors were very poor people, coming from a very poor community. So he explains that the rabbi, when accepting people with questions, took into consideration that since the people are very poor, if the judgment about kosher would be too harsh, that would mean that it could lead to a huge financial hit to people, that they would, for example, potentially not be able to just replace, So they would just have less food, for example, for holidays or other important time, And so the rabbi would bend the rules and answer a question of a drop of milk dropping into the food by saying things like, it will be okay if you boil it hard enough, Because the rabbi knew that the people simply could not afford to be super strict about the rules. So the rabbi would bend them a little bit to accommodate to people's financial situations, if that makes sense. And I guess this corresponds more or less to what the person is saying here. That a strict sort of keeping to the rules does not always allow you to live, if that makes sense. Rustic bread looks delicious. This is supposed to be Leonidas. Is there? So what do you think? What's Hauka?
There's a widening rift between various factions of Orthodox Jews.
Well, there aren't just Orthodox Jewish people. There's like conservative Orthodox, and then there's like progressive, you know?
Some rabbis think that a person's sex is determined by their genetic composition.
And I would say that a lot of things when it comes to gender is sort of outdated. Let me put it this way.
XX or XY.
That is definitely not true.
My rabbis believe that a person's sex, which is the same thing as gender in Judaism.
And there's also the fact that in Talmud you have 6 genders about, right? So it cannot be just XX or XY. Because there's 6.
Is determined by a person's bodily anatomy. And that's how I live my life.
Which I actually don't agree with either. See, this is why I'm more, I guess, aligned with, well, progressivism, for the lack of a better word. Progressivism. Because you also have to take into consideration non-binary people, right? This is a very interesting part. This is a part that I wanted to get to, you know? A part that I wanted to talk about. Maybe that's why I wanted to cover this video at all. It's a video that has leaked of Talia teaching at an Orthodox yeshiva. And I find this interesting because this video leaking and some people doing some digging has led to her being fired from the yeshiva because of transitioning. But that is very strange because if you go with a very conservative belief, women should not be teaching in a yeshiva at all. So this is a very strange situation, you know? One which is not a problem in a progressive circle. So I'm surprised. Look, we're gonna listen to the situation a little bit, and I'm gonna, you know.
So I'm Mrs. Abrahami. I'm your child social education teacher. And I live in Washington Heights with my husband and daughter. This is my 4th year teaching.
It's very strange what happened
my first
here.
year at Maggie David Yeshiva. I'm really excited to be here. And I want to talk to you a little bit about what we're going to be doing in social studies class.
See? Trans teacher outed, fired by Brooklyn Jewish Day School.
Almost a year ago, I was fired from an ultra-Orthodox Jewish school in Brooklyn.
Right.
Because the parents found out that I transitioned, and they put pressure on the school administration to terminate my employment.
Yeshiva. Right? So if it's ultra-Orthodox, then how can a woman teach there? You know? It's weird. It's a weird, I don't know what to call it, double standard?
The vast majority of the parents seemed to like me, but a few agitators Googled my name. They found some old photos of me that were
It's a very weird type of, like this cannot be even explained. What I'm trying to get at here, this cannot be explained by religion. This is just transphobia. You know? I've explained why religion doesn't really explain this.
Hosted in a university group for my undergraduate years. And they put the pieces together that I transitioned from male to female. They shared it with the school administration.
Okay. It's just bigotry.
They put a lot of pressure on the school administration, and then they dismissed me. It looks like a parent filmed me giving a back to school night presentation. Not only was
it's American conservatism, because that's what ultra-Orthodox means here as well. That's so weird. Because, like, I don't understand the logic here. I don't understand the logic behind the firing. I honestly don't.
Was this clip, sent to school administrators, it was sent to media outlets, it was sent to millions of people around the world. If I could go back in time and, I've never worked at this school.
Like, it's very weird. I'm gonna be quite honest.
I would definitely do that in a heartbeat. Before being fired from the school in Brooklyn, a lot of people knew who I was, but they knew who I was because of my educational resume.
Oh, this is like this enters a field, believe it or not, of what there is none, is the cultural war du jour. Interesting. This is interesting what she's saying, because it's basically entering the field of what Keffels was saying when she said that it's difficult for a trans person to be known for accomplishment and not for being trans, you know? Does that make sense? That it's difficult for trans people to sort of do interesting things and being known for those interesting things rather than being known for being trans. And we're about to hear this sentiment being portrayed here. We're about to listen to it here. Prepare yourselves.
Because of the fact that I was a teacher in the Orthodox Jewish school system.
Right.
But now,
they can get away with firing a woman legally, but they feel they can get away with blatant transphobia. Interesting. But technically speaking, and I'm just gonna, technically speaking, in an ultra conservative yeshiva, a woman would not be hired in the first place. You know? So it's weird that it's okay. It was okay when she was perceived as being a cis woman, but a trans woman is suddenly a problem. Like that just does not compute, you know? It does not compute.
they were starting to see me not as an Orthodox Jewish educator, but as a transgender Orthodox Jewish educator.
This is interesting. See, this is what Keffels was saying. That people don't see past being trans and frame everything through that lens. I guess that was about the whole debate with what's his name, Yankee Tanky person. But as I said, I think the message that Keffels wanted to say applies more broadly than just to that debate, which there was a certain person that tried to say otherwise. Hakim or whatever. Is that him?
People, not just people who disagree with me, but also people.
How strange.
People who support transgender Orthodox Jews were sort of forcing me into becoming a spokeswoman. And that's not what.
See, this is very interesting. Like, not all trans people should be pigeonholed into being spokespeople for transness and trans issues, sort of, you know? Some people just want to be known for other things. I don't think they could get away with discriminatory hiring practices based on gender alone, unless they find out you're trans. Yeah, but yeshiva is not just a regular workplace. It's a sort of like a religious school. It would be like suing a church for discriminatory hiring practices because women cannot just become priests everywhere, you know? I'm not sure how that works in the US law. So it all feels very, very weird, you know? That's why I think things should just move towards progressivism, you know? Oh, we're in a progressive space. Why am I even saying this? We're in a progressive space here.
What I wanted to be. I wanted to be known for my research. I wanted to be known for my teaching.
I think that's fair want to be known for your passion, right?
So I tell people who I am.
Religious organizations can get away with a lot in the US.
When I'm close to them, but I've been outed by certain people. So there are people who know because, unfortunately, it's hard to keep that quiet. People will figure out things about people that you don't really want them to know.
So people gossip. People gossip, like, I don't know, and will stalk you and, I don't know, do weird things as described here, looking into someone's past. I don't know, I just find this very strange. I'm questioning things like Yentl from the story, you know?
I had gone to a yeshiva in Israel.
I would say this is a trans man.
I got there and someone sent an anonymous email and I ended up getting kicked out.
This is so weird, by the way, that a trans man got kicked out of the yeshiva, especially since, like, I've said this before, it's so weird to allow this to happen and then go to the theater and enjoy Yentl. It's so strange.
So there's definitely an idea that if you speak out and you say what you actually believe on trans people, you'll get theoretically blacklisted.
Which I just don't accept. I don't accept this. I mean, for logical reasons, I think.
In 1986, I realized that something was up with me. I did not really understand the nuances. If you're inside a religious community and
So what do we think so far?
And you vary wildly from the community norms. In a religious community, you're going to upset some people.
Upsetting some people. But of course, the community norms vary a lot depending on how progressive the community is, which makes sense, probably, right?
Their mindset.
But I guess that goes beyond religious communities. I guess that goes into secular communities as well.
Is so radically different. They're not coming from a point of view of hate necessarily. They're coming from a point of view of this is unusual to me.
Well, I mean, I think the result is what counts the most.
Trans women should be there to pray just like everybody else. We don't go in waving our, rainbow flags. We don't say happy pride.
I mean, why not? Right? Why not? I don't think that should be a problem, to be quite honest. Although technically speaking, I guess I understand sort of what she's saying. But I think it's pretty badly worded.
I mean, you don't do that.
How do you balance trying to open up conservative people's minds with...
What a quick response. I don't.
Okay.
How old are you?
28.
Yeah.
I'm older than 28.
You have time. And again, you may be like this in 30 years.
28, 50. Wait, 58. Oh gosh.
I gave up on that. If you go into a synagogue, calm down. Your existence is activism.
What do you think of this sentence? Your existence is activism. Do you agree or do you disagree? Wouldn't even think that progressive should be a factor. Just take a look at Iran. Abrahamic fundamentalism is in its non-culture war traditionalist form has a major problem with homosexuality since its gender non-conformity. However, assimilation into gender norms, including trans people that fit them, historically it has been fine with more often than not. Yeah, but when I say progressive, I mean progressive. You know? Progressive would mean accepting homosexuality, accepting gay people, Like, so that's not really progressive. That's fitting a thing into a conservative belief. So that's a bit different. I'm not just focusing on trans people here. I'm focusing on a broad progressive sort of belief, That's why when I showed the magazine, right? What is odd on so many levels? Wait, what is odd on so many levels? I'm gonna wait for your explanation. Maybe it's just 4 a.m. almost, and my brain is slow. I'm not sure what you mean. The rejection of traditional gender conforming trans people here. Oh. I agree with that generally, but they're doing a lot of compromising for a community that doesn't accept them for who they are. True. For example, the woman is literally a trad wife. Yeah, that's why I'm saying that it depends on the community, you know? Like in a progressive community, a woman won't be literally a trad wife. That's what I'm saying, you know? Because a woman can also be a rabbi, and a rabbi is definitely not a trad wife, you know? So I'm not sure what you mean by wouldn't even think that progressive should be a factor. It's a pretty big factor, no? I would say that it's a pretty huge factor if you're progressive or not. Or maybe I'm just misunderstanding something here.
If part of your life doesn't fit perfectly with what religious doctrine is, with what, you know, the leaders of your religion say, that doesn't make it you any less religious.
That is true. Especially since certain doctrines were created. It's a whole thing, you know? That is why it's a whole discussion, an argument about it, about the tradition.
Oh, Herman. All right.
You don't have to be heterosexual in order to be Jewish. You don't have to be cisgender in order to be Jewish.
This husband is saying a lot of wise things, you know?
There are plenty of Jews who find other ways, and I'm just being a person, loving who I want to love, falling in love and creating a family with someone I love.
There you go. This person is spitting facts, in my opinion. You know, the husband is very wise. Yes, progressivism is a factor for acceptance, though my apology is not even traditional Orthodox Judaism would reject her. It's the Americanized culture war one that did. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, okay, I get it. See, I sometimes need additional explanation. Especially when it's 4 a.m. But yeah, I think this husband is really cool. You know? Like, you don't have to be heteronormative to be Jewish. You don't have to be like cis to be Jewish. You're just you know, and you love who you love and you live your life. Yeah. Very, very cool. You know? And I think it's people like this that will build a better future.
This may sound funny to say, but in many ways, I feel like my life is a bit like a video game. There are different levels, there are different stages, and now I've gotten to the last level. I finally have gotten what I've always wanted, to be a transgender woman who's an Orthodox Jew.
Interesting. But yeah, very nice, the husband is.
I have my husband, I have a kid. Maybe this book is over, but it's time for the next book.
But once again, gamer, she's not actually living an ultra-Orthodox according to like the law, because she'd have to be like a literal trad wife, and she's not exactly that because she teaches. So that's already sort of.
And I'm ready.
Introduces a more progressive element to it. If we are to be really, like, you know, to the letter.
challenge the next generation of Orthodox Jews to open up.
That is it. Okay? If you've enjoyed this little reaction, which hopefully I have transformed enough for it to be saved, and press like, subscribe, hit the bell, give me a hug, give me a donation or something, because this channel lives and survives by your donations. And what more can I say apart from the fact that, you know, there's a full world of giggling out there. What do you think? That's right. Subscribe to Lucy. And I guess that's it. That's it for this segment. That's it for this little thing that we've been doing. Oh, my goodness. So what do you think? Okay. So, I think my bones are is still on fire. Wait, what happened to your bones? Okay, I guess we can take a break from this. There's one more thing for us to do, by the way. Oh, I have to change the title. Oh yeah, there's one more video from a right-wing channel, believe it or not. Okay, one more react. This one's gonna be a doozy, gigglers. The importance of Polish election. That's right, gigglers. We're going there. We're going into the topic of Polish elections. Written by a Unif me out. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go to the toilet and then I'm gonna be back. I'm going to be back in a moment. That's right. It's gonna be election time in Poland in 1 month. In just 1 month, it's gonna be exciting election time. So be there or be square. Well, you cannot be there. It's in Poland. I'm gonna talk about it in a few minutes when I'm back. BRB. Don't go anywhere. Stay here for something. I am returned. For this, we're gonna need the game. For this, we're turning on the game backpad. Let me see. What? Turning the game back on. Oh boy.
This video is...
Apparently this is a very sus channel. A sassy channel. So we're gonna see how Poland's election could change Europe.
Brought to you by Nebula.
I see.
On Tuesday, Poland's president, Andrzej Duda, finally announced the date of the next Polish general election.
It's Andrzej Duda. It's not Andrzej, it's Andrzej Duda. I'm gonna be correcting a lot of Polish words, probably. As people don't care about pronouncing things. My goodness.
October the 15th. Even 2 months out,
That's right.
all eyes are on the election, because, to put it bluntly, the election could change the fate of the EU.
Could it?
Depending on who ends up being Prime Minister after October the 15th, one of the EU's most important member states could well become yet more important.
I see. What a loud video. Oh my god. Is it too loud for you? Can make it a bit quieter. This... Okay, you're gonna see. The whole thing is a bit sus. Because it feels like a propaganda tube from the government of Poland or something.
Before we start, if you haven't already, please
Poland,
consider
the most
subscribing and ringing the bell
ever.
to stay in the loop and be
The most
notified when we release new
important place
videos.
ever.
To properly understand what's going on here, let's break things down into 3 parts.
Okay.
Why Poland is so important in the European Union,
I'd love
the
to
broader
hear that.
context of the election domestically, and then the potential ramifications.
Which is interesting because there's also the whole referendum that is happening in Poland. Which I'm not sure if anyone here knows about what the whole referendum topic is about.
For the EU. First things first. Poland's place in the EU.
Okay.
Now, we've actually covered this before on the channel. In fact, we released a whole video on whether Poland is becoming a major European superpower, which is linked in the description.
Okay.
So we won't get into the minute detail here.
Calm
But
down.
the key takeaway was, and
Calm
is,
down.
that Poland is becoming more and more weighty on the economic, political and social stage of the European Union. On the economic front, while Polish GDP per capita does not yet rival that of France, Germany, Italy, or even Portugal, the pace of GDP growth certainly does. Following the fall of the Soviet Union and the country's accession into the EU, Poland's GDP per capita has soared at a much, much faster rate than its European allies. Now, you could...
Are we taking into consideration all the penalties that the European Union is giving to Poland? Are we taking into consideration that the government is doing all its best to jeopardize funding from the EU? And there is a lot of funding from the EU that is being withheld right now from Poland because of Polish, I don't know, erosion of democracy. Are we taking those factors on board, or are we just gonna ignore them and pretend that Poland can be a economic juggernaut isolated from the EU? Poland has been in trouble with the European Union for a while now because of its far-right policy.
I could argue that this fast increase is just a matter of Poland catching up, something known as conditional convergence.
In fact, a lot of people speculate that if peace wins again, and God forbid, if the Confederation Party wins, and those respective governments will just lead Poland out of the EU.
The problem with that argument being that most believe that Poland's economic rise will continue, with the notable headline earlier this year that Poles will be wealthier than Britain by the end of the decade.
Press X to doubt.
With that
I don't
economic
believe
might
that.
comes political and military might too.
I just don't believe
Poland is an important member of the NATO.
Wait, what is that headline
political
from?
and military might too. Poland is an important that Poles will be.
Where is this headline from? By Daniel Johnson. You sure about that, mate? Where is this from?
Be wealthier than Britain by the end
This feels like Polish far-right propaganda piece, to be
of
honest.
the decade. With that economic might comes political and military might
It's like a
too.
fan fiction.
Poland is an important member of the NATO military alliance and, despite recent diplomatic incidents, remains a key ally of Ukraine post-Russia's invasion. But enough background. Let's talk directly about the election.
That's not a lot
As we
of
mentioned right at
background.
the beginning, this election is highly contested and watched, with many suggesting that the election could end up seeing the ruling Law and Justice Party lose their grip on power. Though, if PIS managed to...
Interesting. That is interesting of this video to say that peace might actually lose power, which I hope, oh my god, I hope this will happen. Let me just say I'm gonna vote my best to make this into a reality. We need to make this into reality. You know? That is a must.
to hold on, they could be headed for an unprecedented third term in office.
No.
But what are the polls actually saying? Well, according to Politico's poll of polls, the Law and Justice Party is ahead, but by a slim margin at 36%. Donald Tusk's Civic Coalition is just 6 points behind on 30%. Under Poland's system of proportional representation, that means that neither the incumbents nor the challengers have, in and of themselves, a majority in parliament, meaning that a coalition is likely. Again, according to Politico's poll of polls, in third place and likely kingmakers...
Also, how did he pronounce Donald Tusk? Probably just his Hearts of Iron 4 build. As a TF sniper would say, peace.
Is according to in parliament. The incumbent. Under Poland's system of proportional representation, that means that neither the incumbents nor the under civic, but by a slim. According to Politico's poll of polls, the Law and Justice Party is ahead.
Interesting that this person knows nothing. He says law and Donald Tusk, he says law and justice. Actually, Donald Tusk is in the party that I wish to win over peace, but he says law and justice here. This is ZP, which means Zjednoczona Prawica, which translates to the United Right, which is a coalition. The United Right is a coalition. Why is he talking about peace and giving us this symbol of the currently ruling coalition? But, okay. Shows how much this person knows. Amazing.
But by a slim margin at 36%. Donald Tusk's Civic Coalition is just 6 points behind on 30%.
It's not Donald Tusk. It's Donald Tusk.
Under Poland's system of proportional representation, that means that neither the incumbents nor the challengers have, in and of themselves, a majority in parliament, meaning that a coalition is likely. Again, according to Politico's poll of polls, in third place, and likely kingmakers, is Confederation Liberty and Independence, also known just as Confederation, at 13%.
Oh my gosh.
Confederation was once merely on the fringe of Polish politics, being on the right to far-right side of the political spectrum. When Confederation was formed, its leader said that his aim was to...
No. Wait, what?
...create a spectrum. When fringe of Polish politics, being on the right to far-right side of the political spectrum.
Okay, first of all, Zjednoczona Prawica is here. It's not near the center. Are you kidding me? PiS is a far-right party. So get out of here with placing them here. And the Confederation is just a bunch of fascists. Polish television is not afraid to call them fascists. The private television, not the public television, that is far right. What the... The United Right is not close to the center. And Confederation is not in a spectrum from right to far right. No, they're all far right. Far, far right. Fascist right. This person does not know anything about anything. Let me see. What is the 5 biggest postulates of the Confederation? Let me remind you. The so-called 5 of the Confederation. Let me remind you. This is the main 5 points of the Confederations. It's we don't want Jewish people, homosexuals, abortion, taxes, or the European Union. This is the 5 points of Confederation. It's a fascistic party.
When Confederation was formed, its leader said that his aim was to create a Poland without Jews, homosexuals, abortion...
There we go.
...taxes, and the European Union. He
medicine.
Claimed that the comment was taken out of context, but the alliance of smaller far-right and liberal factions has in the past called for the scrapping of income tax, the banning of abortion, and the curtailment of migration, all whilst also expressing further hostility and opposition towards the EU and been more vocal against Poland's unconditional support for Ukraine.
A fascistic party, in other words. And make no mistake, the current ruling party is far right to begin with. The Confederation just happens to be further far right. Just so you know. Just so you know the stakes of this election. So yeah, I do agree that the stakes are pretty high for this election. And I intend to vote my best.
PIS has consistently dismissed speculation that it'll enter into coalition with Confederation, but it could be their only way to remain in office.
That would be...
Confederation is the left on 10% and then Third Way on 9%. So what's actually at stake? While Poland and the EU are, in the grand scheme of things, batting for the same team, they don't always see eye to eye. In fact, when looking at...
Not always? You mean almost never with a far-right party in office? Hello, TK. What do you mean not always see eye to eye? What do you mean? Not always see... Poland is being penalized by the European Union as we speak. Funds are being withheld from Poland as we speak. Because Poland is eroding democracy as we speak. What do you mean? And yeah, the stakes of this election is basically fascism.
Poland's place in the EU as an institution, as opposed to the collection of countries, Poland goes from staunch ally to somewhat of a headache.
What? No, that's just stupid. The PiS government has been ramping up anti-EU propaganda for a few years now, at least. A bit of a headache. Somewhat of a headache. What? This is so out of touch.
Under the Law and Justice Party, Poland has come under fire from the European Union for breaching its core values.
Do you mean democracy?
Namely, the rule of law.
So democracy.
The EU and Poland have separately clashed on everything from proposed judicial reform and...
Yeah. Do you know what the judicial reform was? It was basically placing judges under the control of the party. What? Amazing. Judicial reforms.
Media reform through to...
Yeah. Media reform that attempted to shut down all of the private media that was not a propaganda piece for the government. Amazing. How vague we are about the various reforms proposed and done by the government. How magically vague we're becoming suddenly.
To the curtailment of women's reproductive rights.
Curtailment? What?
Reform and media reform through to the curtailment of women's reproductive rights.
Curtailment of women's reproductive. Do you mean when the Polish government banned aborting damaged fetuses? When the ruler of the Peace Party said a woman should give birth to a children with half a brain missing, because even if the child dies in horrible pain, half an hour later, in that half an hour the child can be christened. That curtailment to the reproductive rights. When a representative from the Confederation Party, from the fascistic party said, "Don't worry, ladies. We have the technology to kill the babies painlessly when they are born." When people en masse adopted the slogan "Women's Hell" on social media. Those reproductive rights, Oh, do you know what those stars are? Here on the screen. Those red stars on one of the transparents. It basically is the censored phrase, "fuck peace." And yes, it says here, "women's hell," which says that Poland has become a women's hell.
What's also put Poland in
so much neutral language when describing fascists. True.
The EU's bad books is the closeness of Poland with fellow headache Hungary. For years,
True. Hungary and Poland were both the opponents of the EU. Thankfully, thank goodness, thank God actually, that Ukraine has put a little bit of a wedge between Poland and Hungary. Because Hungary, Orban is a fanatical person that just is against Ukraine and called Zelensky his enemy. And even the far-right government of Poland will be pro-Ukraine.
Now, Poland and Hungary under Andrzej Duda and Viktor Orban have been seen
Andrzej Duda
as undermining European policy and institution.
Wait. What do you mean has been seen?
And Viktor Orban have been seen as undermining European policy and institution.
Has been seen as undermining European policy? No. They've been undermining European Union policy and institution. They haven't been seen as doing so. They've been doing it. What do you mean?
On the one hand, both have been incredibly vocal opponents of a number of European policies when it comes to the issue of migration.
So racism. Amazing. You know? Wow.
On the other, each is acting as a protective shield for the other.
That part is true.
So let's explain. The European Union, after noticing a breach of its core values, isn't powerless. Whilst there's no mechanism to kick out a member state, under Article 7 of the Treaty of the European Union, there is a clear risk of a serious breach of the EU's core values, that member states can have their voting rights suspended. This is often dubbed as the nuclear option. The issue for the EU is that there are safeguards in place to prevent the misuse of this nuclear option. Safeguards that are getting in the way of dealing with either of Poland or Hungary. Under the process set out in the treaties, the European Parliament must vote to trigger Article 7 proceedings, and then the European Council must vote by unanimity on those proceedings, i.e. a single no is enough to stop the proceedings in its tracks. Knowing this, there's a tacit agreement between Poland and Hungary to block Article 7 being used against the other. A change in Polish premiership could unblock Article 7 against Hungary, forcing Viktor Orban to change track or double down.
God, I hope peace can be taken out of office. Fingers crossed, okay? We'll be going voting pretty soon.
There's also the question of money. The rule of law standoff between Poland and the EU has seen Poland's access to the EU's post-pandemic recovery funds highly limited. Access that totals some 35...
Highly limited. As in blocked.
0.4 billion euros. And that's not to mention the €1 million a day fine levelled by the European Court of Justice.
Told you. €1 million per day.
For Poland's failure to shut down a judicial disciplinary chamber. Again,
€1 million per day.
If, and it's currently a big if, there's a change in Prime Minister, that money could be unblocked. Putting aside the rule of law issues, a new occupant of the Polish premiership could yet spark fresh impetus in the broader European project, given who any new occupant is likely to be.
Interesting.
Donald Tusk. If you think
Donald Tusk, not Donald Tusk.
You've heard that name before, you probably have. Donald Tusk has already been
Donald Tusk.
Minister of Poland between 2007 and 2014, proceeding on to becoming President of the European Council from 2014 to 2019, a time period that spanned an incredibly tetchy time for the EU, to say the least. If you enjoy diving deep into topics like this, if you're the...
That was not a deep dive, come on. Diving deep, oh, this mother quacker. Oof. This face makes me really, really angry.
The kind of person who wants the even smarter and more analytical side of these stories, then you'll really enjoy our new series, The Daily Discussion, where we cover a number of other important topics from the endless coups in the Sahel region, the Twitter rebrand, or the specifics of the war in Ukraine. The TLDR writing team hosts these daily discussions most days, diving deeper into a news story we write about, and
deep dive into a kiddie pool. That's true. That's a pretty good
Tracking the hidden details that they found fascinating, but that were either too long or too academic to make it into the final script. If you want to check this series out, you can find the episodes exclusively on Nebula. The best news is that Nebula is less than £2 a month and provides you with ad-free and exclusive videos from TLDR and a ton of incredible content from other creators like Johnny Harris, Real Life Law, and Legal Eagle. Check it out by clicking the link in the description and make sure you use our link so they know that you came from us.
Interesting. What ads? Wait, what ads? Wait, you're getting ads? I guess I'm slow. So there we go. No, the plug for their nebula. Ah, okay. I should do a plug to keep afloat or something. Okay, let's do another Vaus debate. 2 Vaus debates in a row. And after the second Vaus, we're gonna finish. There you go. This is a Vaus stream now. We're a Vaus stream now, through and through.
Okay, hold on really quickly. This is important, all right? You can just type the answer. You don't have to say it. How old are you?
I'm 25.
Oh, okay. You got it.
I'm a woman. I know you don't interact with those regularly, so.
What?
Yeah, well, usually when I interact with women, they don't sound like 12-year-old girls. But that's okay. I'm just making sure, you know? There's a lot of young people out there already.
Okay.
Looking to argue. Okay, what did you disagree about?
Fundamentally, I guess I would word it as you don't have a very good grasp of the economics that Sabine, the video was fundamentally just an explainer of that. So let me check the emails to see what the points I made.
Damn.
Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna start with the first contention.
You don't know economics, Vaus.
You said that supply and demand is just a natural law of economics and not like a part of capitalism.
Yeah, if something is more in demand, people are usually willing to give more for it because there's higher competition to get that thing. But that's been the case for as long as trade has existed. I mean, that's just a feature of trade, not like capitalism specifically.
The issue with that is there are elements in feudalism such as bonded labor where that systemically prevented the sort of changing of allocation of resources that allowed for supply and demand to naturally come into balance and have an equilibrium price.
There are
So
forces
for example,
that keep equilibrium prices from being met in every economic system, including the one we exist in now. I'm just saying that as like a feature
Okay.
of the way trade functions, it's certainly not.
Apparently there's some
it's
weird
not as though that's
answer to
something
the
that only applies to
coconut.
capitalism. Like supply and demand has guided the way that people price the stuff that they sell forever.
well, again, I'm going to continue on where I was. Things like bonded labor under feudalism, that could result in some people ending up, some like lords ending up with a way higher supply of labor available to them than would be allocated in a market. So it's not describable with the hypothetical ideal of what it would be is describable with supply and demand. It's just feudalism didn't have the mechanisms to
I know.
reach
It's a debate
like
we all
that
lost,
equilibrium,
and I can
and
get through it
capitalism
again.
does.
This doesn't have anything to do with what I said, so I don't really feel the need to respond to it. It's a feature of all economic systems. We sometimes reach market equilibrium in capital. Even then, we don't know when we've reached market equilibrium, right?
Well, sure we do.
No, there's absolutely no way of knowing the answer to that for sure, because
When there's not a shortage or surplus.
that isn't what describes a market equilibrium. It would be
That's precisely what describes market equilibrium.
it would be when you've reached a. Okay, well then, pardon me if I have the wrong terminology here, but I was under the impression that an equilibrium at a given price point was when you reached the point that perfectly represented the balance between how much people want a thing and how much of it is available to be given. When you have a
Yes,
perfectly representative price.
That balance is reached through the price rationing mechanism, but the proper quantity and price is when people are willing to sell, when the market clears, when the amount being sold is equal to the amount being bought.
Yeah, we don't know when we've reached that exact point. And there were points when what we considered that to have been reached would have been reached in the past as well. There's just it's too nebulous of a term to know for sure.
When is the coconut
I
island
would still disagree
thing?
with that. We can.
My
not-
claim was that supply and demand have been features of economic modeling for as long as trade has existed, not just capitalism, and that is an empirically correct claim. So I don't see much of a point in arguing on the specifics of that.
I always see the point.
I fine, whatever. I don't think you're correct because again, part of what makes supply and demand work is the shifting of resources between, well, in capitalism it's firms, under feudalism it would have been lords or something.
Well, it's not whether or not it works, it just is. If there's more competition to buy something, then people are going to pay more in order to distinguish their claim for it. But that's not.
I think I've just noticed you seem to be focusing on like end consumer goods maybe, but it's also there are labor markets, there are capital markets.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
is this going to be an awkward
supply
debate?
and demand is also about
I'm tired.
getting those productive resources into the hands of
can't
the people who
handle
can
an
use them
awkward
the
debate.
most. And again, with feudalism and any system that isn't capitalism, you don't get that efficient allocation.
I disagree. Under feudalism, an effort was made to make sure that both the means of production and the resources necessary to make good use of it would be sent to the appropriate fletchers and blacksmiths and butchers and what have you. Whether or not you consider it efficient is kind of like a subjective assessment.
That's, I would point you to the example of the Black Death in 1348. When a bunch of peasants died, all of a sudden they had more labor negotiation power, and they were able to escape from the bonded labor that they were trapped in. And in the immediate years following the Black Death, wages doubled. So they weren't being put to that most efficient, highest, and best use.
But that happens in capitalism.
Yes.
Employment fluctuates, and it can lead to labor shortages or labor surpluses that, again, the things you're describing aren't capitalism specific. This is just how, like, supply and demand functions. It's always going to be the case. Capitalism isn't about whether or not there's supply and demand. Capitalism is just about whether or not you have a class distinction between the bourgeois and the proletariat, one which is associated with relationship to means production. It's fundamentally a political relation. You know, the actual mechanics of trade. I mean, look to trade. You can go to China. Hell, you can go to North Korea if you want to. There are plenty of elements of the way in which the economy is managed in North Korea that are capitalistic. They're certainly not feudalistic. The government has control over some of the ways in which they manage their internal trade, but you know, that happens within capitalism as well.
My goodness.
Can still be capitalistic.
But then they're not adhering to the market mechanism. I will agree that you said that the supply and demand themselves exist, and I agree. In feudalism, there was a supply and demand, and there was a hypothetical equilibrium point. But again, without
there's also one more thing that sort of makes capitalism distinct: the profit motive. You know? In feudalism, profit was not the motive. And do not make a mistake of making a conflation of profit motive with profit, because those are not the same thing, sort of. I don't know. I'd say that the profit motive is a
free
pretty
markets,
big
laborers couldn't go to where they were
capitalist-specific
most
thing.
needed, and so that equilibrium point wasn't reached because the society didn't have the institutions to enable that.
Do you think we live in a capitalist country today, despite the many elements of protectionism, state-run organizations, the fact that we have borders which prevents labor from flowing freely across them, that sort of thing?
I would say that there are significant barriers, like exactly what you're talking about, like free immigration. I saw studies indicating that like world GDP would increase by literal trillions if we allowed more immigration. So I agree that there are still significant barriers, but I would say that the economy now is more capitalist than not. I don't agree that there's a fine, hard distinction point of to the left of this by 0.1 capitalism's you're a dirty commie, and to the right of this by 0.1 capitalism's you're Ayn Rand.
What?
All right, I agree with that, yeah.
Okay.
In that video also, sorry, I'm a bit nervous.
That's totally okay. I don't fault you for that.
I fault everyone
at
for that.
about 23 minutes in your video, you started talking about capitalism itself being a labor exploitation.
I've been known to say that, yeah.
Sorry. It's just a funny way of responding. I fundamentally disagree with that because while I agree that, you know, like I said in the bonded labor example, labor can be exploited in that way, with the removal of a lot of the barriers to free association, employment has become a voluntary contract. So it's a mutual agreement and not an exploitation when somebody
Wait, so is this person...
accepts a job.
Could I,
Is this person pro-capitalism? It's hard to say. It's hard to tell for me from this debate, to be quite honest. What's happening?
Could I run a hypothetical by you?
Yes.
Sure.
Do you know which one I'm going to run by you?
Oh, the Coconut Island?
No.
Why would you be pro-capitalist?
Okay, well, stop me if you've heard this one before. If you're on a plane that crash lands in a desert island, and you come to, and you realize that there's
apparently
only
the
one
response
other
is going to
person
be
who survived the
wild.
crash. They woke up before you, and they have, while you were still asleep, gathered all the coconuts on the island, which they're happy to share with you on the condition that you suck their dick.
Damn, the classic.
Would that be a consensual arrangement for you to say yes to this?
She gonna say yes?
Yes.
Ah, well, I fundamentally disagree, and I think that that's insane of you to say.
Okay.
Oh. Well, someone likes to indulge themselves, I guess.
I would say it's definitely unfair, but it's still consensual.
Then your definition of consent is meaningless. You know, you could have like in the sleep, like on a boat with two people on it, like one person could gather all of the all of the food or whatever and be like, oh no, in order to get this now, like I'm gonna fuck you. And then it's like, oh well, that's consent. It's clearly not consent. It's definitionally coercion.
Oh my gosh.
Which is not meaningfully consent. I mean, this isn't
True.
just my definition. The law would agree
What
with me.
the hell?
What's
happening?
By setting up circumstances where a person has no choice but to say yes, you're functionally removing their ability to consent.
Okay, but now
But?
I'm seeing how you're analogizing this labor market. But people do
Why?
have the ability to not work for an employer. There's nothing stopping you from becoming self-employed as you currently do.
There is actually. If everyone could just become self-employed, they would become self-employed. The economy
no, they
doesn't
wouldn't.
Yes, they would. The economy doesn't allow for 330 million self-employed people. Necessarily,
True.
hundreds of millions of people must abide by traditional authoritarian, capitalist business.
True. What now?
I mean,
Well,
maybe any individual
What
could
now?
get lucky and live free of that, certainly. But obviously, if that was the case, we'd have no businesses or corporations. Nobody would be an employee.
Which allows me to segue seamlessly into saying that you should donate to me to help me escape the curse so that I can focus on preparing better content for you.
But it's mutually beneficial to the employee and the employer to enter into an employment contract. That's why
No.
employment at firms still exists.
No,
And it's
that's
mutually beneficial
no.
for you and the person with the coconuts. You get the
Yeah.
coconuts and they get their dick sucked. It doesn't make it any more consensual.
Exactly.
Again, with the coconut example, it's
And again, just because something is mutually beneficial, it doesn't mean that the benefits are equal. Definitely the benefits are not equal for an employee-employer relationship.
consensual but unfair.
Well,
There-
it's
there's
not. The law would agree it's not consensual. It's coercive. The conditions have been set up in such a way where you don't really have
Maybe
a
this
choice.
person thinks that coercion is consensual somehow.
You do have a choice. You did it.
Well, you could die, but that's not a real choice, is it? That's like saying a person's giving you a real choice when they put a gun to your head and say your wallet or your life.
Vosh, you're self-employed. You did it. You made the choice.
Thank you for the $27, Maya Mayor. Let's say you crash on land on a deserted island. Go on. Go on.
Yeah, do you think that would apply to everyone?
Every individual person can attempt to be self-employed. Yes.
Attempt to. But
Yeah.
people have bills to pay and rent to pay and
True.
families to feed.
Yeah,
That
sure.
is so...
And?
So, meaningfully, then, the economy is not set up in such a way where this is a meaningful choice. If the economy, if things were set up...
Okay, now I see. Oh my god, this person is just... So what was that whole bit about supply and demand? What was that for?
in such a way that maybe you wouldn't have to suck the dick for the coconuts, but one in a group of several people who had just woken up would have to. That would still be a coercive system.
True.
Maybe you can luck out of it and not be the one who actually has to suck the dick, but somebody will have to. And the arrangement there is set up in such a way that some people have to take the fall.
True.
We're talking, after all, about a society with billions of people globally. I mean, we're not just talking about any individual rolling the dice on being a YouTuber. As much as that might be fun for that person, like, the fact that I did this doesn't change the fact that we're being watched now by thousands of people who are going to have to go to work tomorrow morning.
True.
And they can all try to be self-employed. Everyone can try. But obviously
I'm
it doesn't
trying.
work out that way.
Well,
I'm doing my
in
best.
the Coconut Island example, somebody has monopolized the resources to becoming a coconut merchant.
That is how owning the means of production works. You monopolize the resources, yeah.
And that that it just doesn't. That's not a condition that exists in society today.
Sure it is.
Oh, is that so? Oh, is that so?
No, it isn't.
Yeah, with the
You
means
can
of production.
acquire capital.
And you can acquire coconuts.
Oh boy. Oh yeah, those totally are not the, the conditions of our world. Everyone can start their own corporation.
But not everyone can be a member of the bourgeoisie, because being a member of the bourgeoisie is defined by your relationship to the proletariat. If there's no proletariat, you can't be bourgeoisie.
Or rather, to the means of production.
I don't see the point of establishing. You're not bound into being bourgeois or proletarian. It's a fluid thing that you can change between.
You sort of are, to be quite honest. The fluidity between, like, you can go bankrupt, sure, but not many people will become owners of the means of production. No, especially not at the top.
Between.
And yet, the system is set up in such a way that it is virtually guaranteed that the vast majority of people will be workers who work paycheck to paycheck, and a very small minority of people have disproportionate control and power. Power which is increasing year by year.
True.
Do you believe in declining marginal benefit of money?
I've heard that term used in a few ways. Can you specify?
So the idea is, if you're broke, the first $10,000 you earn, that's literally life-changing.
Yeah, certainly. Money is worth less the more of it you have.
So we agree here. The trade-off that people make when they agree to become self-employed is they can expect to make some amount of money if they try to be self-employed. Maybe they have some amount of capital and they can expect to earn a wage of $40,000. And but the thing is with self-employment labor is there's a risk to that. Some years you earn a little more, some years you earn a little less. So
what would they do being self-employed?
Produce goods and services.
Self-employed? As what? A street market vendor?
Yeah, sure. That's an example.
So again, the problem I have, and this is one of the things that makes me wonder, like, if we're having a real world conversation or if we're having like a you've read a lot of posts and you have strong opinions conversation. In the real world, the vast majority of people work. They work long, tiring hours, often with no reliable guarantee on their hours or scheduling, and they're not paid very much to do it.
I did that.
The problem that I have with conversations like
I
this,
did that when I worked for a
consider to be
corporation.
a pretty ludicrous position. The idea that aforementioned coconut example is not one of exploitation, is the idea that we're operating in this fantasy universe where people can just choose to be in different situations. The reality is most people sell their labor for money, and that arrangement is not one that people consent into meaningfully because it's something they have to do to survive. Hell, even if they were self-employed, they would still be workers,
remember.
Would they not? They would be, at that point, managing not the exploitation of their boss, but rather the exploitation of the economy of scale and the fact that for the same amount of labor, there are people in the economy who make far, far more. And they can't benefit from that because they're locked out of access to the means of production. They're still a worker. They're just one without a boss, you know?
Well, sorry, I was eating. This distinction of that self-employed person still being a worker. Sure, they still perform labor, but they're also owning capital. It's a simultaneous position of being both, and that's why I don't believe that this is a particularly useful dichotomy. But
I would disagree.
Okay. But if I were to continue where I was, I'm sorry. This person who can, with my former example of a person becoming self-employed, if they expect an average income of, again, say 40,000, some years it's 10,000 more, some years it's 10,000 less. The years where they earn 10,000 less are, oh shit, I'm gonna go fucking broke sort of years. Where the years where they earn 10,000 more is just, oh, that's neat kind of years. Whereas if they,
What?
there's the expected utility of a $4,000 income is lower than the actual utility
Oh, you're
of
the
a
captain. Yeah. Oh,
$40,000
yes.
income.
You're the
So-
captain. That's Warcraft 2 for you.
It's not so much that they're forced into. You disagree with that?
Completely. The premise here has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Well, I'm explaining why somebody would voluntarily enter into a contract.
But no, but that's the framing here is what I take issue with. I don't think there is a voluntary. In a system where there is a coercive force that determines the decision to enter into such a contract, I don't believe that it's a... The term voluntary contract is a rapist term. It's for rapists. I don't believe in it. What we're really talking about here is social incentives. People are socially incentivized into engaging in certain behavior. And as long as those social incentives exist, as long as their incentives are meaningful, as long as they guide people's behavior, they must be treated as forces that operate on us. And if these
That's
are
true.
forces that operate on us in a way that lead to a very small number of people growing very powerful, and the vast majority of people being left in poverty and desperation,
That's true.
I think that that must be critically examined. Whether or not they consensually agree is, well, if you want to do that, sure, then the serf consensually agrees to the terms of the Lord by living and farming the land. They could leave if they wanted, you know.
True.
I don't believe in this. I don't care whether or not people agree to the cookies and the website and the button down at the bottom. It's about what actually happens.
But
Also true.
what is the compulsion? Because with the Lord, they have the force of law. They have, if you don't agree to work for me, I'll fucking kill you.
You can leave. Serfs were often given the ability to leave. Admittedly, not in all cases, but if they wanted to, there were usually other people who could take up the lands and plots owned by the Lord.
I'm sorry, I phased out for a moment. Can you repeat that?
Serfs were sometimes given the ability to leave. Not in all cases, but there were usually enough people who wanted to be able to farm that there were other people, say farmhands, who could take control of the Lord's plot of land should the existing serf leave.
Serfs overwhelmingly could not leave. That's the definition of bonded labor.
And people overwhelmingly can't just make an income doing self-employment, but we didn't
True.
seem to have an issue with that before. And what's more, I mean, even with that not being the case, here in the United States today and the world broadly, you are compelled by force of law to make money. Many cities are effectively criminalizing homelessness, and if you don't pay rent, you can be evicted. You have to make money.
But most people are not
Okay.
on the verge of poverty. They choose to make money because they want more money,
They're
not
forced
because
Living from
Well,
paycheck to
there's a
paycheck is
distinction here,
literally
there's
being at the verge of poverty.
the U.S. GDP
Sorry.
is what, $70,000 per person?
Like, come
Somebody
on.
choosing to make $70,000 a year isn't being forced at gunpoint. They could easily make $60,000 a year. They have that choice, and that's not a Coconut Island compulsion.
So
That's not.
So they don't have a choice. They have to work a job. You're saying like, well, they could choose to work one job over another. Like that's still being forced to do something. If someone holds a gun to your head and says, "Here, choose one of these 5 candies," you know, like you're still being forced to have a candy.
True.
Well, Vosh, yes, people are forced to do something.
Well, that's not
I
consensual.
don't. Well, I'm sorry, but you can't do literally nothing.
My gosh.
Why not?
Because you'd starve to death.
Why?
Oh.
Because you're not collecting berries. You're not doing anything.
There are other people collecting berries.
Okay. And?
So there are enough berries.
Not necessarily.
There are in
What
the
if they-
world today.
What if
enough
they do
berries.
nothing too?
What?
Well, what if nobody did anything?
Yeah, that's you are approaching that extreme. That's what you're saying when somebody choosing to make a little extra money is compelled to, or
What?
is you compare
Not
it to.
a little extra money. not working in the U.S. means a life of desperation and poverty. It's not a superficial choice.
What?
People choose a quantity of work.
People, no, again, this is sort of like the I don't think you've interacted with reality thing. People are working multiple minimum wage gig jobs just in order to make rent, and they're making it with like 60% of their salary. The idea that people are choosing between a lifestyle of base comfort and cosmopolitan wealth based on how much they're willing to work is just not true. People are struggling to get by. The vast majority of people can't even afford a small emergency of a couple $100s. In the wealthiest
That's bullshit,
country,
and you know it, Vosh.
that's not bullshit. It's
What?
literally true. You can Google how many Americans can afford a $400 emergency.
Those stats you see on the internet, they
They're
are designed by
manipulated.
marketing firms more than anything in
Oh,
order to give
yeah.
people
Wait,
a false impression.
Are you denying reality on this?
Most people have more than $400 available in credit. They have ways in order to
credit?
handle an emergency. Yes,
Everyone,
sure.
that's not being able to afford a $400 emergency. That's
credit.
indebting yourself with an emergency. Very
Oh
different.
my god.
They have the purchasing power.
No, no, come on.
No.
Oh my god. Hold on. Are you like a grad student? What are you?
In credit? You do know that usually when you get credit, you pay double the amount, right? You know there's interest to credit, right? So no, you can't afford it. Oh my god, this person. This is so funny to hear. Oh my god. This cannot be real.
You've never worked a job in your life.
Yeah, I did.
When?
This year?
The idea that that
That's
you
funny.
can afford an emergency, just take out more debt is such an incredibly ass-brained thing to say. And with what they're not going to be able to pay that debt. If they didn't have the money to pay for the emergency, why would they have the money to pay down the debt that will now accrue interest that they use to pay the emergency?
True.
Well, clearly, the reason
Oh
that the
my
bank
God.
gave them access to that debt is because they believe that this person has the ability to. They can make changes to their
And that's how we got the 2008 financial crisis.
lifestyle.
That is, you are so out of touch. The idea that like in the email, your framing was that I am like an out of touch socialist, but then your argument to defeat the defeater of like Americans being able to afford emergency is okay. Well, could they take out more debt for it? This doesn't solve the economic problem. I think the
Oh
problem
my God.
ultimately is that if your understanding of these issues is determined entirely by this like hyper
boy.
abstract, disconnected from people's real experience situation, what's the point of even talking about it? Like, what's your investment in these issues?
Bosh, I just
Vaus.
looked online for a little bit. The median net worth is $121,760, according to the Federal Reserve's 2019 Survey of Consumer Finances.
Mhm.
They have that's an enormous amount of value that they can tap into to pay for things.
So you realize that that net worth would include their house and their car and their personal possessions, right?
Oh my
Wait, do
God.
you think net worth is the same as like having money in the bank?
Yes.
What was the job?
That's impossible. That's a troll. And this goes on for 2 hours? That's impossible.
Job you worked this year?
I worked at Amazon,
What position?
fulfillment center associate.
Okay. Did you work a job prior to that?
Yes.
I don't
Did it, in
believe
any
you.
of these jobs give you an understanding of what net worth means relative to liquid cash?
Oh boy.
Okay, let me put it this way.
I
If a
understand
person,
that there's
if a person says, I can't afford to pay my rent, and your response is, sure you can. That furniture you're sitting on right now, you could sell that on the Facebook marketplace and pull together some money. Do you think that's an answer that meaningfully addresses the issue that person is having?
Yes.
What?
It could be a troll, but she could also be like hyper autistic. It's hard to tell. Where'd she go? She probably muted to laugh. That would be the troll answer.
No, I'm silent because I'm waiting for a response from you.
Well, there's not really a response. It's just a clown answer. You
What?
don't see,
That's a
the first
troll.
response that I gave you in email.
I don't believe that this person is serious. I believe that this person has to be a troll. It's not a meaningful addressing of the problem. Because your furniture will run out and you still have to pay rent repeatedly. You don't have an infinite influx of furniture to sell. That's the point.
I don't know if there's a point to talking about this. It seems like it would mostly be me having to explain stuff to you. I didn't think I would have to explain, like, the concept of net worth versus liquid income.
Okay, Vosh. Again, I'm gonna get you back to reality a little bit.
You don't need to bring me back to whatever reality you think
I clearly
you're living
do.
No,
Again.
you're not dictating the terms of the conversation. So,
okay, sorry.
In the context of this, in this reality that you're operating in, let me try this. Let's try to get this a bit more abstract, a little bit more.
Oh my
theoretical.
goodness. Oh, this is the portal.
I think that society would be best if as many people as possible were happy. Is that a fair sentiment? Can we find some common ground on that one specifically?
Yes.
Okay. I think that extreme wealth inequality negatively contributes to human happiness in a number of ways. Where are we on that one?
Yes.
Okay. So, given that, I think that if we have people who are struggling to pay their bills, it is technically true that they could sell everything they have, or that they could, rather than working 40 hours a week, work 60 hours a week, or some other inane thing in order to pay their bills. But when people say, I'm unable to pay my bills, the appropriate answer to this is not, well, have you considered sucking cock off Craigslist to make a little extra money? Now, technically, this would make you more money. This is a way to boost your income. But the implicit belief when people are talking about this sort of thing is, I'm not able to afford these things, and I should be able to, given the amount of work I do. Because if you're going to say, well, you could just do more work, this is true of all humans on Earth. There is no one alive who could not be doing more work. There's always somebody who could be doing slightly more, right? So it's kind of like a meaningless answer. It doesn't actually give you any power to solve or even address these issues.
True. What now?
And I'm sorry, what was the question you were asking with that?
Well, with that being said, with the fact that we're trying to solve these issues, ideally, since we both seem to believe that society would be better if people were happy, do you understand why things like, oh, this isn't a problem, they could just take out debt, or, oh, they could just liquidate their net worth in order to make, like, their bills, doesn't actually fix what we're talking about?
So, I would agree and disagree at the same time. I'm sorry, let me explain.
Yeah, explain.
There are people on the extreme left side of the income distribution that they just don't have very much money, yes. But again, the average person, $121,000, you know, selling their furniture to make rent isn't the average experience of the average person.
Yeah, usually when people can't afford rent, they move.
And they can move.
Okay. So if people are being forced out of their houses because they can't afford them, and these are recent developments changed by shifts in the amount that people are having to pay for rent, would you agree this is a social problem? Because you said earlier that human happiness is a good thing. So now things are happening that make people unhappy, and I would imagine this would then be something we would try to avoid.
Yes, that's a problem if people are having trouble affording things.
Okay. So do you understand then how saying stuff like, well, they could just sell their furniture, it implies that this is sort of a skill issue, when in reality what we're talking about is a broad social problem, a shift in resources.
I think there's been a slight misunderstanding here. In the general case, yes, we should expand housing supplies. That way the prices get lower and more people can afford it. Ideally, there's some sort of, again, even in the Sabine Hassenfelder video that made me initially message you, she said that there are rules and things to be put in place to help people out. So I agree that those are all necessary. We should have some sort of floor on the income you can earn. But so systemically, yes, I agree. There need to be systemic solutions. But in individual cases, people can make these decisions to sell their stuff to afford rent.
But this is, respectfully, this is a retarded thing to say. In individual cases, anyone can do anything. It's a bullshit way of skating past actual issues. Like, in individual cases, you could say anything about anything. You could say, oh, well, in an individual case, I think that, like, well, here's a list of, like, 57 things. Sell your blood plasma, whatever. Obviously, there's always something a person can do. Or in many cases, there's something a person can do. But if the goal here of the conversation is to produce good social outcomes, and you're suggesting things which, if done broadly, would bring about bad social outcomes, you're sort of avoiding the problem and wasting time. Like, I don't understand what exactly the point is of trying to argue the idea that people can get by if they just go on credit when they can't afford their bills, or when there's an emergency that pops up.
Can I repeat myself? Again, yes, there are necessary social reforms we need to do. We need some sort of floor to make sure people always make above a certain minimum income.
Okay.
I'm 100% in support of that. And given that, you know, the US GDP is $70,000, we have the resources to be able to do that.
Well, I'm very happy to hear that.
Okay.
And so
it's the end of the debate now?
Frame me as being this psychopathic, I don't give the slightest shit about the poor sort of person. It's a dishonest thing to say.
Well, you did say it would be consensual for a person to steal all of your food sources and then say that the only way they would offer you any is if you perform sexual favors for them. That is a very weird answer to give.
True. Indeed.
Again, it's unfair but consensual.
So
I don't think we should allow think we should allow these unfair.
Again, this is a point where it's not just me, like the law.
Blackmail is not
the reason
consent.
I'm repeating this is because I think often when I make these arguments, I get framed as some kind of idealistic commie. But in reality, like, I think like a lawyer, like if you asked a lawyer that, they would be like, what? That's not consensual. Like, I feel like I'm taking the normal position here, and you're taking some kind of hyper-distanced, like, economic like some sort of heavily online position. But it doesn't matter ultimately, you know. If we believe that social changes should be made for the better, I mean, shit, that's why I'm a socialist. So, with that in mind, were there any other technical inaccuracies you saw in my video on Sabine Hassenfeld?
Yes, thank you for asking.
Several million.
You said a lot
Several
about
million. Maybe.
The suggestion Sabine Hassenfelder made to price pollution instead of your suggestion of locking people up.
What?
And I fundamentally think that Sabine's position of some sort of pollution tax is a better solution.
Okay.
Yeah, I think tax is fine. I think that if people break rules that are set, they should be sent to jail. The main issue that I had was the carbon trading
What the
schemes.
hell?
It seems that conservatives don't like the idea of framing it as a tax. I think that a tax would be, in most cases, the best possible solution. I think that the, you know, arrests would be like a very specific sort of thing. But like in instances, for example, where illegal dumping is found, so often companies get away with a fine. Flagrant violations of rules like that should be met with prison time, not with fines.
Well, I mean...
What do you mean?
Sure, if there's a hard and fast rule, the penalty should be more
What
than
is
a
this
fine.
person's position?
People involved should pay some real penalty. But with pollution, for example, we've had it be extremely effective in reducing pollution by pricing things like sulfur dioxide emissions. And that has led to, again, a huge improvement of standards of living. And in the video, at least, you seemed to be a lot more apprehensive towards this tax approach.
Yeah, I think.
Well, we're
chat,
still
I
on
got
the.
a couple of emails about this where they were talking about me conflating.
We're still on the brink of global catastrophe. So how effective is it really?
Carbon credit trading with carbon taxing and a few other things. I think I stand by a lot of what I said. I think I would have, if I could go back and remake that video, I would have been more specific that I like the idea of a carbon tax. The issue that I have is with the credit system because it seems like that gets exploited pretty ruthlessly, and it makes businessmen rich, which of course I cannot abide. But yeah, no. Overall, I think my issue with the arrests is it wouldn't be like arresting 1 year in prison for every ton of carbon produced or whatever. More along the lines of flagrant rule violations, which happen pretty often. When corporations get fines for ecological mismanagement, it's not exactly a super uncommon phenomenon, and no one ever gets arrested for this, even though people willfully decide to ruin the environment for their own personal gain.
And
You're
then
right
we are
that
where
people
we
get
are.
away with it. I remember a couple years ago there was some Swedish dickhead who bought like 1,000 acres of Amazonian land, claiming to be wanting to protect the land, and then he was caught doing illegal deforestation there. And the fact that he got away with that when there are protections against the illegal deforestation in the Amazon is unconscionable. But
Okay.
it's a fundamental difference to say that when people break the rules, there should be a penalty versus what the rule and should be in the first place.
Sure. Well, that's very specific stuff. I mean, EPA guideline. EPA guideline technicalities are obviously require a lot of technocratic knowledge. I wouldn't pretend to understand enough to specify what rules I think there should be. Only that I know that under existing rules, corporations break them quite often with very little in the way of penalties.
All right.
Okay, then. So, reviewing this, we're broadly in agreement that a carbon pricing system or pricing for other sorts of pollution is more or less an effective solution here?
Yeah, I think a carbon tax seems to do pretty well. Even the carbon trading has some limited utility, but I don't like it.
Well,
and of course we should arrest some people.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm glad we could resolve that misunderstanding a little bit there.
That's okay.
Yeah, later in the video you talked about worker co-ops a bit.
Love those.
Explain why that would be better than just having a 401k.
They're not really in the same category. I guess
True.
we can have a 401k. People really
Sure they are. And they're mutually exclusive too. A worker co-op is having equity in your own company. A 401k is having equity in the broad basket of all companies in the economy.
Oh, sure. Well, I don't believe in stock trading. So I suppose, I mean, if you, by 401k, I assumed you meant broadly a mechanism for investing into retirement. If that was to exist, then, sure. I don't think that stock trading should be a thing. As for a worker cooperative, I'm not so much interested in equity as I am the worker democracy, because I think that worker cooperatives could also essentially function in a government-run institution, which of course would not allow for equity. It's publicly owned, but would rather just be a matter of internal control. Though obviously for private firms, the equity is implied.
So if it's government-owned and there's no equity from the workers, in what sense is that even a worker cooperative?
The democratic element, management would be elected in those cases. Of course, we can't have people
It's like
working
in
at
Poland,
the
I
post
guess.
office, collectively own the post office. The whole point of a government-run institution is that it stays as such. And in that case, what we'd be gunning for is democracy. Probably very strong sectoral unions as well. I mean, there's lots of stuff that you could do to protect people in those positions without giving them literal equity.
But then what's the benefit to the worker if they don't have any equity in the firm that they work in of a cooperative like that, other than just, oh, they
Because
get
not
to
everything is
do
government
more work of
owned.
managing the company? Why is that good?
Not everything's
well,
government
the occasional
owned.
meeting to elect their management isn't that much more work, but I think that democracy is worth its own reward, effectively. I think that in a worker democracy, the management is much more likely to not be a gigantic asshole, because they know that they're directly accountable to the workers below them, where no such mechanism functionally exists in traditional autocratic workplaces. We do have research on people in worker cooperatives, and it seems that for the most part they have better experiences and much higher opinions of management. So, in line with that, you know, I think that that could be applied in pretty much any workplace. And people have a right to control their workplace, of course.
True.
Okay, but a market and rules
Okay, buddy, Vaus.
can achieve similar outcomes, and it achieves it for more than just individual workplaces. It achieves it on a broad scale.
No substitution for democracy.
So it's more of an ideological disagreement with the very concept of people not electing their manager. It's not like a income-based, it's not like a people are being exploited argument that you're making for these worker co-ops.
Authoritarianism is naturally exploitative.
True.
Call me socially liberal. I think that democracy should be a given. I don't think I should even have to make a case for it, frankly. People have a right to enfranchisement in the states that they live in. Likewise, I think that people should have control over the businesses they work in. And it does lead to better outcomes. You know, theoretically, you could achieve all of the positive downstream outcomes of a democracy under a monarchy. You could be like, oh, well, we don't need a democracy to get all these positive things. You don't want a democracy in and of itself. You want all the things you think you'll get from a democracy. Well, you could get that from like a benevolent monarchy, but we don't, do we? Right? You know, technically Kim Jong-un could just do all of European social democracy, but that wouldn't make it a social democracy, and he would never do it either. Democracy is the best mechanism for ensuring the rights and beliefs of the workers are taken seriously.
True.
But they can do that at the ballot box today via proxy of regulation, via getting the party they want, the Democratic Party, into office.
How will that make their manager less of an asshole?
By passing a law, what the government does.
An anti-asshole manager law?
Well,
True.
I'm saying you can illegalize certain labor practices that are characteristic of being a dickhead.
Assholes.
Sure, do that too.
So
there's no reason to believe, like, first of
Law.
all, the amount of government bloat that would be introduced in trying to have all of the regulatory mechanisms and agencies necessary to determine whether or not all these standards would be met, ridiculous. Why not just give them democracy? It's the easier solution by far. I mean, it's less costly to the taxpayer because you wouldn't need like 50 federal agencies to determine whether or not your boss is being an asshole in one of any number of ways. You could just let these organizations run themselves. And it's organization operation at the local level, which is good, I think, especially when it comes to interpersonal stuff.
Okay, so you made a good point there. I would agree that there is a local knowledge problem, that the central government just can't have access to all of the information of every single workplace to make sure that everybody's, you know, has a good manager. But that's the reason why we have things like the NLRB and individual unions that can negotiate for that even without being a worker co-op.
Why not just make it a worker co-op?
Because that prohibits the free trading of stocks.
Who cares?
What?
Right.
Yeah.
Good.
Who does
I
care?
want that. I want that. Yeah.
That's a
People
good
who make their money
question.
off of stocks are literally making their money off of nothing. They contribute no labor. They hire people to invest and reinvest their wealth. Occasionally, they may make direct investment decisions, but for the most part, it's just a way for a small group of people to exert ungodly control over the economy from a distance while contributing, inventing, or developing nothing on their own. I don't want stocks as a concept. And the world got along just fine before stocks. I don't believe that they're even necessary to manage the investment problem in modern economies. I think it's very possible to do this through a wide variety of systems of wealth allocation, of government grants. I like the idea that the only way for corporations to get off the ground is through the stock market is total BS. There are tons of companies that get really big while private, and then they go public, and it's not always the public good, right? I mean, oftentimes when they go public, it means that a small group of investors get big, but it doesn't meaningfully improve their product or the quality of their services. It's just how they make their money.
True.
Some people are able to scale their company without, you know, an IPO, but the ability to hold and buy and sell stocks is a part of the allocation of capital resources.
Well, you know how I feel about that.
No, I don't.
About capital?
Yeah.
I don't like it very much. I think it's kind of cringe, personally.
So you don't like... I'm sorry, this sounds absurd to me. Define capital.
Capital, currency used for reinvestment into the consolidation, improvement, development, whatever, of the means of production. Not just currency. Labor vouchers, for example, wouldn't be capital. But I don't like that. I mean, I'm not a capitalist. I don't like that. I think that there are very strong negative downstream effects to allowing for its existence. And not only because it facilitates the existence of the bourgeoisie as a class, but also, maybe even more importantly, because the existence of capital is essential to the tendency for capital to accumulate, for wealth to be held in the hands of a smaller and smaller group of people. Because the people with access to larger amounts or portions of the means of production
you don't believe that
have
you're
access to more capital, which they can use to consolidate further and further. We have fewer banks and companies in this country every single year as mergers, draw the pool down, and a smaller and smaller number of people control everything.
I'm sorry, my headphone disconnected for a second. Can you repeat like the last 15 seconds?
I think that capital as a
it has to be a troll.
Form of accumulated wealth leads to more power in the hands of a smaller
bet,
number
yeah,
of people,
it's
which I
5 a.m. Why?
Okay, so
and I have to do
the
what do you call it?
Where you define
the grind.
capital, I just don't think at all that's an appropriate definition to use of capital.
It's a Marxist definition. I'm aware there
Well,
are multiple.
Okay, I don't think it's a particularly useful definition for any context beyond understanding Marx.
I do like understanding Marx.
True.
Well then, understanding Marx as a historical figure is one thing, but
currency used for reinvestment would be the simplest definition. I think that's a fine distinction. There are forms of currency that can't be used for reinvestment, for example.
Okay, I would use a wildly different definition of capital, of goods and services used in the production of other goods and services.
I doubt you're smarter than Marx, but
well, that's
somehow.
Fine. If that's the definition of capital that we're using, then it can exist. But this is literally a semantics distinction, is it not? I mean, my concern here is about getting rid of Wall Street.
The point of this is when you say you're against capital, what I hear is you're against the use of goods and services to produce other goods and services. That's like being against the shovel as an invention. That's you understand why when you initially said you're against capital, I thought that was insane, right?
By your definition, sure. Though, of course, if I'm an anti-capitalist, you know, there has to be some definition of capital that I don't get along with, right?
Okay, so I'm going to continue using definition of capital that I outlined. So when I say that stocks are important in the allocation of capital resources, I mean the ability to buy and sell stocks is a fundamental aspect that is important in allocating capital to where it is most beneficially used, and therefore making society wealthy.
I don't think that it puts capital towards where it's most necessary to be used. I think that the Wall Street and stocks in general are a constant 24/7 shit show, where games are played by very wealthy people to make a lot of money for doing nothing. I do not think that this in any way meaningfully correlates towards responsible social investment. In fact, I'm pretty sure the data on this does side with me, because the relationship between like activity within the stock market and capital investment, I don't know how much of a correlation there is towards like innovation, increase in product quality, or anything of that sort. It seems like it's just a lot of money shifting hands between very wealthy people. And that's not even like a controversial position or anything. That's just like how it's played.
True.
I want markets, economies, and businesses to be more local. I want them to remain, well, not private, of course, but in the hands of the workers who actually work there. I don't want everything to be controlled by a small group of transnational corporations that have no allegiances other than to their own bottom lines. And I don't think what
Profit.
I'm asking for here is crazy either.
Incentive.
There are plenty of like mainstream liberal economists who have laid out critiques of the way capital allocation works in our current system, and we have plenty of examples of it being done in other ways that are effective. Government grants or local grants would be a pretty good way of handling things on local levels, I think. When it comes to small worker cooperatives, you know, people can either front up the cash to begin with, or, I mean, you know, shit, maybe
they can
maybe
share.
like there can be like a city or county level effort to hand out grants for local businesses to certain plots of land.
So what I'm going
I
to
just heard in your voice. Thank you,
respond
Givers.
to that with is that
Hello, Moose Watcher.
I can understand
have
how
been
you can
missed.
see Wall Street and think, oh, that's a shit show, and to be fair, it kind of is.
Kind of.
It's just that what you're observing there is the secondary stock market. It's an important aspect to make the primary stock market function, but companies sell
Why?
equity in order to get the money, in order to buy the capital to produce more and better things.
And they will no longer. Yeah.
But then how will they acquire that?
I don't
And
think
how will
there are plenty of companies that manage to build themselves up without like selling equity. They can take out loans like a normal human would have to. They can benefit from grants if they can make a case for it. The problem is the moment you open up the opportunity for selling equity, you create the bourgeoisie all over again. And how could you not, right? You're literally giving ownership of the company and a portion of its profits over
True.
to someone who doesn't work there. This is an unacceptable outcome. There are ways of managing this, you know? The idea of financing cooperatives. I mean, cooperatives have money, after all, without selling their equity. It's possible, it can be done. And when there is no alternative, I think you'll see a much better set of social outcomes as well. No longer will all of the good parts of your town be ruined as they're brought up by transnational corporations, then sold and left to dust. You'll have CEOs no longer jumping off the companies they control with golden parachutes.
We won.
You will bring the economy back down
I
to what
hope.
it should be, a human level. And I think
Oh.
that everyone could stand for that. I mean, look
Royal
at the hollowing
humans.
out of middle America, and hell, even coastal America at this point. As shop after shop after shop after shop after shop closes, everything unique and individual about a neighborhood dies. And meanwhile, you know, you have this theoretical economic benefit brought about by the low prices of Walmart or Target. What's the actual consequence? People in the area get poorer because there's no longer any money circulating.
So, again, starting at the beginning of your response, sure, some companies have been able to scale without selling equity or without selling bonds, but that's overwhelmingly the exception, and there are some companies that weren't able to scale. What you're seeing is a selection bias there. The ability to, again, be able to sell your stock in order to get more money, in order to buy more capital, is an important aspect of discovering which firms are the most productive.
Productive by what definition?
Exactly.
In terms of
creating profit.
the value of their outputs being greater than the value of their inputs.
Okay. I don't care. Are they
So-
valuable to their community? Are they providing something of value to the people who actually manage them? Because the idea that there's a positive correlation between
Profit.
the stock market indexed price of a company and how much social good they do is ludicrous. Quite the opposite, in fact. I think it's essentially a zero
Profit
correlation game.
motive.
In fact, I
profit
would say there's
motive.
inverse correlation. The average person day to day, I would be willing to bet, derives more enjoyment and more pleasure from the existence of local businesses that do not
True.
in any way have any shot of making it onto a listing.
Or the
Now,
homies.
of course, I'm not denying the need for broad corporations, for supply chains, for what have you, for such and such. For very large things that need to be done, you know, I support decommodification. Let the biggest corporation of all, the government.
Do I even
handle
have a
it.
chance
Already
to still win
democratic,
this?
At least ostensibly. And for things that want to be kept private,
I
think
don't know
that
if
it's
I still
perfectly
have a chance
possible
to win
manage
this
these
level.
supply chains without,
to be honest,
leaning on the idea that it can only be done through capital reinvestment.
So you say this, you don't give a shit about productivity, and
Of course I do. But,
Well, you-
stock
But not about
market index
profit.
price is not productivity.
Yes, sorry if I gave that impression that that's what the value of when I say the value of the outputs being greater than the value of the inputs, I mean when you have $20 worth of goods and services being produced using $1 of labor and $1 of capital, that's good. When you have $10 of labor and $10 of capital producing $5 of goods and services, that's a net social loss. That's
Why?
bullshit.
No, it's not. The money
'Cause
that
you're
went
using-
to the money that went to labor went in the hands of workers. You think that's money lost. That's money gained. It's not inefficient to pay your workers more because those workers are the ones who buy the products. This is how Walmart hollowed out middle America. Sure, they offer their products for cheap, but they don't pay shit either, and all the money
True.
leaves the community. Back in the day when you had a bunch of small businesses in a town, were people poorer on average in terms of their ability to buy stuff like in a broad economic, distant sense? Sure they were, for sure. It was less economically efficient, but the money was kept in the community and people were paid more proportionally by the jobs they worked, so they could go out and buy more. But what happens when you buy something from Walmart when you live in the middle of West Virginia? Well, the money goes to Walmart, and that just ends up sitting in some gigantic dragon's vault somewhere in the Walmart family
True.
fortune. You know?
True.
It doesn't go back
Profit
in the community. But if you
motive.
buy stuff from a local business, even if
Again.
it's more expensive, that money then goes in the hands of the local businessman, who then turns around and spends it at the local shops. And that money from the local shops enriches the community and allows them to pay their employees more. And that's how small town America has died over the past 70 years, You think of labor costs a loss, and that's how any capitalist would think. But in reality, that thinking is what's destroying this country.
True. So the
Okay,
profit
but
motive.
the reason
In other
I say that this productivity is important and all of that is
Because you don't know anything.
when you
know.
when you are producing less with more resources, that's less for less goods and services for everybody to enjoy, and that's what ultimately decides the material abundance that people have to live in.
And
If you're
yet-
making $30,000 or $300,000 and you're only producing tiny amounts of shit, you're just gonna
Yeah,
put-
but you're producing a lot of disposable, low quality stuff that has to be replaced a lot. What if you then created less amount but of higher quality? Because the profit motive demands that you create as much as possible of the lowest quality possible so that the thing will be replaced very, very frequently. Because otherwise the profit will stop. Viewpoints don't really surprise me. I see what you mean, Moose Watcher.
pay $30,000 to have a tiny amount of shit.
I don't agree with the idea that capital investment through stocks and equity ownership has allowed for this massive breakthrough in productivity. I think that the size of corporations corresponds to this.
Is
to
that
an
a hot
extent, but I
take
do
for me
not
to
think
say
it's like
that
this. Capital
small
investment
amount of
unlocks this higher
high
tier
quality
productivity.
stuff is
But
better
what's
than
more,
a lot
again,
of low
productivity isn't
quality?
everything. Walmart is enormously economically productive, but it bankrupts and ruins communities that it sets up in. So clearly, we're looking for the wrong metrics here, or at least we're looking at an incomplete picture.
True.
Well, Walmart also disperses its extra revenue to the people who produce the goods and services that it sells and to the investors.
I don't care about the investors making money. I don't give a single
Oh,
shit.
Okay, so then Walmart disperses the money
Investors.
to the people who make the goods and services it sells.
Who?
To the, to the 1 million Chinese laborers who are manufacturing the shit they sell.
Oh, yeah,
and
they're
to the
making
people who work in.
lots. Mhm.
They're making a lot more than they would.
No, they're not. They could be working on industry that benefits their own country. The idea that Walmart is making efficient use of its
My guy.
economy-ruining standards because there are Chinese sweatshop workers out there barely making a living in China is ridiculous.
Wow.
You're an ideologue. You have an
True.
ideological investment in defending this, but the consequences of Walmart's behavior on America, this is not just a lefty proposition. There are tons of liberal economists who have wrote on this.
My
Everyone
guy.
thought that the economy of scale would lift America out of poverty because everyone would have a Walmart. And now go to those Walmarts and everything around there is dead. And these towns have been bleeding population. And then it's like, oh well, it's all for the good of the Chinese. You know what? I'll be a nationalist here. I don't give a. They can work
Damn.
on their own shit. I don't think I will not abide the hollowing out of this country on the imagined belief that the sweatshop laborers are benefiting from it.
They're not,
So-
by the way.
Why do you hate the global poor?
I don't hate the global poor, and this is a bullshit argument. The countries that have risen up and become wealthy the fastest are the ones that engaged in protectionist policy and didn't allow themselves to be cucked out by Western industry. This has also been empirically demonstrated. The idea that these countries are benefiting, like China, the Chinese workers are benefiting from this state of affairs is not the case.
True.
If you want to see countries that have
Delusional.
completely given themselves over to Western investment, go to like half of Africa. Yeah, they're doing great over there. Meanwhile, over here in America, we have a separate system where we recognize there's value in local manufacturing, local jobs, local industry. But then when it comes to them, it's like, oh yeah, well, shouldn't they be thankful that they get to do our slave work, you know? Nah, fuck that. We
True.
directly aid and abet the worker exploitation of the Chinese Communist Party by allowing them to get away with this this bullshit.
True. Well said, Vaus.
So I fundamentally disagree
It
that
doesn't matter if you disagree. You're incorrect on this one.
True.
Uh,
Fundamentally so.
Okay, I was going to say I fundamentally disagree with the facts that companies that isolate themselves from the global financial system have developed faster.
What about the East Asian tigers? What about like Singapore, South Korea and stuff? Countries that engage in protectionist mechanisms so they can develop their own industry before being bullied out by Western businesses. Because if they compete with Western businesses right off the get-go, they'll lose every time, right? So you'd think the right answer here would be, oh, they should open up the market to Western business because the local consumers would benefit from being able to get all these cool, cheap Western goods. But then it's like, well, wait, hold on a second. Where does the money go if everyone's buying foreign goods? It goes out of the country, and then everyone's poor again. And this is what's happened in country after country after country. Look at countries that like have all these Western imports. They're not doing good.
So what you are doing is you're making the infant industry argument that, you know, countries starting out with, you know, some industry should introduce protectionist barriers to make sure that their industries develop. But the thing is, that's not really what ever happens. It's the infant industries, the small companies that could hypothetically benefit from these protectionist barriers. They don't have the political sway in order to get these countries to institute these protectionist barriers to protect them. It's the large major companies that are challenged by these infant industries that overwhelmingly have the political power to raise these protectionist barriers.
Why would a company being challenged by smaller domestic industries then use that as a justification for protectionist policies? That makes no sense.
True.
Can
Also,
you
we win.
rephrase that question? I don't understand the point.
I don't understand the point. Why? This isn't. I think this is a distraction. The influence that protectionist policies have had on the development of countries that manage to break free of these sweatshops. There's a reason why China has sweatshops and South Korea has a functioning economy that's closer to parity with us. Because not long ago, they were in basically the same spot. And it's because they took different paths. They made different decisions. So again, this is all a bullshit distraction from the point. No, we don't need capital reinvestment in the way that you describe for industries to flourish. And no, I don't hate the global poor for suggesting they should be able to have something better than sweatshops. The economy is more complicated than that, and very often you want things to be contained at a local level in order to increase not only productivity, but the circulation of currency internally. You also want to keep money out of the hands of the wealthy. All the wealthy do is store it. They don't spend it. And money that's stored is bad for the economy. The trillions held in the offshore accounts the Panama Papers revealed would be enough to usher the world into a new economic age. But wealthy people are demons, so they keep it to themselves. I think we really need to refocus our economic analysis on a local level, because that is where economy happens, you know? Day to day, middle class people going and buying and saving and storing. That's what economic activity is. Not a bunch of fat cat investors greedily exchanging, equity so they can store more money in the Bahamas.
So, what I believe is that you are getting... you have a bit of tunnel vision. Money isn't what matters at all. the money is just a unit of measurement. Like, for example, the United States is running a gigantic trade deficit right now, but the US isn't becoming any poorer for that. Even though, green slips of paper are coming out, but we're getting real goods and services that
Maya
contribute to
Mayor.
the standard of living of Americans in exchange.
My goodness. What a
I don't know what
world.
this has to do with what I said.
Me
So
neither.
when you say
But
that
I'm
this
not
local
smart like
circulation of
Vaus.
money is what matters and what keeps economies, no, that's wrong.
Wait, hold on. I genuinely don't feel like you have any knowledge with which to speak on this. There is no relationship whatsoever between the statement that economic activity happens in the local level with the exchange of goods and services and the fact that the United States can run a trade deficit without it leading to significant negative outcomes. Things work differently between a nation and individual economic, like microtransactions.
Only just unit of measurement.
I mean, obviously, America is the
A universe.
institution that prints the currency. It has
Money.
a different kind of control over the worth of the currency, especially when it comes to trade.
True.
I feel like a lot of what you've been saying lately is a kind of deflection. If you have a fundamental issue with the reallocation of wealth, then speak to that. But don't pretend that I hate that. Don't be a coward. Don't pretend that I hate the global poor, because I don't think that we should be maintaining an interminable relationship of sweatshops between us and China. Like, don't pretend that I
Vaus.
don't understand, like,
Vaus hates the poor.
You know,
the global poor.
the debt and global capital, because I think that the economy should be understood as like a local force. You know, I'm speaking primarily here, I feel, from analysis that I've done of largely liberal economists. The problem is that liberals are cowards. They're spineless. They're weak-blooded. And they don't take these things to their logical conclusions. We see a billion problems emerging from one group of people, the bourgeoisie. So what do we do with them? Well, clearly, they have to be legislated out of existence. And that's everything that I argue for.
So you said it yourself when you were discussing China versus South Korea. Not long ago, they were in the same position. That Korea was just like China, having a bunch of sweatshops. The difference here is that not the protectionist industries, or protectionist measures, it's that Korea had better social institutions in order to be able to contribute to a better and more innovative economy that let them, once they had money, use that to develop even more productivity. That's what led to them gaining.
So they were more
wages.
innovative.
Yes.
You realize this is bunk, right? You didn't even respond to what I just said.
Can you repeat the contention you had that you would like me to respond to?
Respond.
The entire
coward.
thing that I ranted? No, I'm afraid you're going to have to rely on your memory for that one. No, the idea that two countries could take wildly different economic paths purely because one country was more innovative than another is not the case. I mean, Korea was fascist back when it started making these protectionist policy decisions. It's not as though they were politically in that much better of a place than China was at the time. They chose a different strategy. Rather than being the factories of the world, they focused more on their own development.
Damn.
And it ended up working out much better for the people of Korea.
Korea focusing on being the factory of the world is exactly what led them to where they are today.
China focused on being the factory of the world.
And Korea did too.
True.
I do not, when I say factory of the world in reference to what China is doing right now, there is no country ever that competes with that. I don't think you could fairly say they did that.
Well,
Well,
Korea has a large amount of exports because they
apparently that might end because of the huge dip in the population of China.
literally
coming.
mandate companies have a certain amount of revenue from external
So-
sources. That's why there's all these Hyundais and all these Samsung phones in the US. It's because that's what led to the innovation.
Do you know what led to them being able to develop those industries?
Having enough money in order to do that.
It was them banning imports of competing products, so they had the ability to develop them internally.
Uh-oh.
Those industries would have never developed if they had immediately just brought in Western goods, because there would have been no room. There would have been no market space to compete with our massive manufacturing abilities. They were protectionist.
Uh-oh.
I disagree.
Okay, then I'm going to read this.
I
In the early
disagree.
1970s,
The strongest
third five-year
argument.
plan focused on heavy and chemical industries. Hence, new engine of growth shifted from light manufacturing to heavy manufacturing.
Strongest of arguments.
Meanwhile,
I disagree.
South Korea continued with its export promotion and import restriction policies. The production of automobiles began while imported cars virtually disappeared from the market.
Uh-oh.
The increase in exports was roughly
What
45%
now?
a year. So you talk about their cars. Well, the reason that we know about their
now?
cars,
What
about their tech,
now?
is because they restricted imports. They allowed protectionist policies to develop their industry.
But the industry developed because they had a comparative advantage in that field. Argentina also tried import substitution industrialization, and they did not get the same outcome.
Doesn't always work, but it doesn't change the fact that in South Korea, all of the industries that we now recognize them for were developed because the government kept them from competing with our industry.
It's because they had the correct institutions, an educated and innovative populace,
so this
and
is
again,
your-
that comparative advantage.
Spineless.
That's the deciding factor.
They engaged in protectionist policies, and it allowed
So
them
did
to develop their-
Argentina.
Yes, I'm not saying that policies work out all the time. I am saying that these, and it's not just South Korea either. We can take a look at the South or the East Asian tigers. You know, this is a pretty consistent trend with them. It
Damn.
sounds to me like you're putting your fingers in your ears. You're doing na 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 na. The idea that protectionism allowed them to build their industries, this is, again, not a controversial position. See, the problem that I often have when I talk about economic stuff is that I want to be the crazy commie. I want to sit here and ramble about Marx and workers. But so often, defending the current status quo requires a level of ignorance, which means you can't even have engaged with liberal economic critique either.
Oh, no.
Like, in order to... Like,
Burn.
I don't even get to the second order stuff. I have to be like, okay, well, can we acknowledge the fact that, you know, many Americans can't afford, like, an emergency? And no, going on credit doesn't solve that problem. No,
Credit.
we have to acknowledge that there was a different economic
Oh,
path taken
boy.
for China than for South Korea. Like, I don't even get to do the commie ramble,
Sell your
which is, you know,
furniture.
something I generally enjoy doing. I said that I would just be explaining stuff to you, but I don't think you care about this. I feel like this is a distraction.
Sell your
Do you have an
furniture, Vaus.
ideological bias towards these inequitable outcomes? Like, why argue this?
So
you need to sell your furniture.
I want to remind you
Vaus.
of the difference between dependent and independent variables. There are tons
if
of
you're seriously going to pretend that there isn't a ton of research and engagement with the idea that protectionism can be beneficial for the development of industry in smaller countries, like, there's not really a point in having this conversation. The only thing I can really say is, like, I don't know,
Damn.
read, like, basic econ stuff. This isn't, like, a me thing, you know? I'm not dying on this hill, and it's not my job to go over stuff like this. I don't think you're unintelligent, or maybe
I mean,
you're trolling or something.
it
but,
is
like,
sort of
this
your
is very-
job. You're a
it's very
streamer.
easy to not have these opinions, you know?
I
Just
want
sell
you
your
to take a look
iPhone.
at the
Sell your
mean
house.
weighted tariff rate of various countries and
You're
see if there's
still-
any
you're still
correlation.
not-
Just sell
you're-
your
no, see,
house.
there's
This
no-
is
there's no
what
point.
defines protectionism.
There's
These
no
more
point.
protectionist countries aren't on average wealthier.
We're not
You're-
talking about national wealth. China is wealthier than South Korea, for one. We're talking about the median GDP per person, in which South Korea is certainly outperforming China. For two, if you were to do this on a country-by-country basis, you know, obviously characteristics would determine or would sway massively. I think that if a country is really poor to begin with, I don't think there's much of a chance in either case. Like, if like, I don't know, Sri Lanka, or, well, not Sri Lanka, I don't know, if Sudan decided, we're going to do protectionism to build our industry, I don't think it would make that much of a difference, because Sudan is a poor shithole anyway. Like, the country is so mega f***ed in so many different directions that it's difficult. It's difficult to, like, understand if any, or like what set of economic changes would lead to those kinds of conclusions. You know, like, what do you want to get those outcomes? I have no idea.
I love to stay, but
when it
I
comes
gotta
to
get some rest so
Sudan.
I can focus on work, community college in
But
the
that
morning.
doesn't change the
Thank you
fact
for the lovely
that-
stream, kindly
and
guys,
the
and
only
good night.
reason we're talking
Good night,
about this
Gabriel.
right now is because you
Loads of love.
disingenuously accused me of hating the global poor because
I'm
I
gonna be
said that
going
I
to
don't
sleep
think
soon as well.
Walmart is good for America. A position almost so ubiquitously held by economists today that they're practically screaming about it in their papers. The idea that Walmart has not led to this massive, like, increase in living standards for Americans. Like, all of this is a tangent to another point that you disingenuously argued. So I
So-
don't care for it. You can read up on protectionism if you like. I stand by my positions. They will not sway in this conversation, certainly.
Can I make one comment?
If it's to this, you can, but I won't engage with it.
Yes, thank you. It is to this. I would recommend that you read The Great Reversal, How America Gave Up on Free Markets by Thomas Philippon, and it makes exactly the opposite argument about Walmart that you just made.
I see.
When you actually look at it, Walmart, yes, has led to this lower prices, more material abundance for Americans effect.
And yet, wealth inequality is higher than ever, and people can't afford their rent or an emergency or their bills.
Whoops.
Sure, but there's other
Sure,
systemic
but
factors in the economy. Walmart isn't
so ones that I don't care about. This is always how it gets around, you know. It's always that, well, hey, everyone agrees that things are materially worse, and all these analyses show things are materially worse. And then it's like, well, by this really abstracted, inhuman definition that we've come up with, actually things are better than ever. Oh, well, thank you. You know, the people of America, thank you for your engagement with their real issues.
True.
What is materially worse from 40 years ago?
I just talked about these things. You realize that, like, in terms of the ability to afford a house, in terms of, like, average rent costs, in terms of, like, proportional value of income with the minimum wage not rising with the GDP and with productivity, there are so many levels in which the economy is worse than it used to be. Sure, goods are cheaper, but the fundamentals proportional to our income are certainly relative to the economic growth that we've seen, not catching up. This is why when you say you think some systemic changes would be good or beneficial, I think you're lying. You know, this is what everyone says. Like, the Republicans say this. Oh, you know, I think we need real, meaningful change to fix our economy. And then what changes do they offer? They want to lower the marginal tax rate on businesses. Like, oh, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. You've really solved the problem. But you can't even acknowledge the problem.
Vosh, I do not appreciate
Vaus?
it when you accuse me of lying.
Okay.
So,
Vaus, don't accuse
what I'm
me
going
of
to say
lying.
is that, sure, yes, the fact that people are struggling to afford housing is bad, but again, that's zoning
What?
policies that are leading to a housing shortage. That's not Walmart.
Well, Walmart drained these communities of wealth. Again, I want to be a lefty, but, like, I'm arguing liberal shit with you. Listen, this is a fact, okay? Do you know about Black Wall Street?
Yes, Tulsa, Oklahoma firebombed.
Right, okay. What was their strategy for keeping wealth in the community?
To own the means of production themselves?
To shop at black-owned businesses. Effectively, yes. On a micro scale at least, to shop at black-owned businesses so that when black men made black money, they could go to a black business in their black neighborhood and keep it all in neighborhood. Because the problem they kept running into is even if all of these people went out and they made money and brought it back home to their black household, they would then spend it on taxes, on property and income taxes that went to white governments. They would spend it on goods at white-owned stores that would go to white people. And shortly, all the money would leave the black community, not be reinvested, and then kablamo, they're back as poor as they were before. So they decided to start shopping in the black community, and it worked. Likewise, what Walmart did was it undid that process all over America. You had all these Midwestern towns that relied almost entirely on local business. Not entirely, but mostly. And then they all get their big box store. And the big box store might employ a lot of people at first, and it might offer cheaper goods, you know, but it doesn't pay very much. And when money goes into Walmart, it doesn't go back into the community. It just goes into the broad transnational capitalist hands that own the place. And as a consequence of this, it leads to money being siphoned out. That money doesn't get reinvested. This is not like a lefty, like crazy crackpot lefty thing. This is what happened. It's a well-studied phenomena.
So, you've said a couple times you want to go on about crazy lefty stuff, and I want you to have a little fun. So I want you to make an
Can you engage
assertion.
with what I said and acknowledge the fact that there is an economic tendency for big
Oh
box
my
stores
gosh.
and things like that to drain wealth from the communities they set up in?
True. That's true.
No.
Okay, then read up on it, because you're just ignoring reality. I mean, you might as well be like a Lysenkoist. You know, you're screaming that genetics don't have an influence on plant growth. It is an empirical fact.
There's, like I said, the fact that Walmart has had these economies of scale that have allowed it to offer lower prices and have allowed it to employ millions of people in the global south.
People, no, you
has
don't,
led to immense increases in
you
living
don't believe
standards.
this. You're just saying it. It's dogma. This is what people said decades ago. This was what people said when they didn't know any better. I don't think you actually believe this. You're just saying it. It's NPC behavior.
I'm sorry. What do you think I do believe?
I don't think you. I think that you primarily
you
believe in being
anything.
contrarian. The first thing that you emailed me was, I disagree with your video, and when I responded with what, you said, oh, I said that before actually watching your video. I think you believe that you're smarter than
my
me,
God.
smarter than the people watching, and I think that you came on here
really
expecting to be able to own
I
me
said
for
that
being a
before
dumb
even
commie,
watching.
which I am, admittedly. But the problem now is that running up against not communist arguments, but a basic liberal understanding of how the economy functions, you can do nothing but retreat back like a coward to some vaguely held presupposed beliefs that may or may not contradict reality or what I have to say. I don't think you're stupid. I think you're being a coward right now.
So, what have I conceded on? What am I cowardly about?
Your inability to concede is the cowardice. That's the point. You're wrong. The ability to concede when wrong is a sign of strength, showing that you're confident enough to acknowledge that you've made a mistake.
True.
I mean, I'm not going to get you on, like, the, edge case lefty stuff, like, oh, abolishing stocks.
Barry! Fake Alec Cal Parker, thank you for the $20. You said you only get this. What do you mean only get this? I get this much. Wow, thank you. Thank you, Fake Alec Kyle Parker, for the donation.
Obviously, that's a highly...
Thank you.
But, like, doubling down on the Walmart thing? Come on. This is cult behavior. I don't think you actually believe this. Did you read this somewhere? Was this in an Amazon fulfillment module that they made you watch at the warehouse? I mean, what got you on this?
Again, I've read the literature.
The
scientific literature
from
does
the
not agree with the
Walmart.
point you're making.
What's scientific literature?
I
Das
mentioned the
Kapital.
book before, but it's a collection of
It's
various
called
quantitative
Das
studies.
Kapital.
The literature on
By
economies of scale, on corporate profits,
Marx.
and that sort of thing, when you look at it, it just doesn't
Vaus
come to
is
the
too
conclusion that
quiet.
Walmart is this huge exploitative thing. It's
Wait.
the book I mentioned
Vaus is too quiet on here, or let's make him louder.
before is
I made
how
him a bit
America gave up
louder.
on free markets.
I didn't
by-
say... I gotta say, the
made
idea
him louder.
of
Is it okay
trusting
now?
a book with that title is hilarious to me from the onset.
She should have
Not
said
to mention
Das
the fact
Kapital.
that when I said,
Unironically.
here are all the metrics by which the economy has gotten worse for the average American, and I listed out, like, all the things that matter, your response was, well, the other metrics, it's better. I think that you probably read a book, assuming the book is honest, and it might not be, but if you read an honest book,
I don't
you probably
think
read one that
she
had
read
a
a
lot
book.
to say about the abstract
I'm being
economic
mean by-
benefits of the economy
I don't
of
know.
scale. And probably a book that advocated
Do you
either
think she
implicitly
read
or
the book?
otherwise for deregulation or higher investment in corporate, greed. But I doubt you read a book that was about, say, the workers of Amazon or about the small town communities they hollowed out. So even without reading it, like just from the name alone, how America gave up on the free market, like what is the thesis then? That we need to double down? Ridiculous. Insane.
So, the thesis of the book is that America has had a decline in competitiveness in the terms of our markets, and this has led to decreased wages. It has led to increased corporate profits, and it has harmed Americans in various ways.
Here, somebody just linked me this. This is from Investopedia. It says exactly what I said. So my position is so lefty that it's on Investopedia, explaining the Walmart effect. The Walmart effect is the effect that Walmart has been known to have in the communities in which it builds locations. The
My
presence
guy.
of a Walmart store can hurt the business of smaller companies and lower wages for local workers. Much of the Walmart effect can be attributed to Walmart's immense buying power. The Walmart effect can also affect suppliers who must drive their production costs down in order to afford to sell to Walmart. Driving their production costs down means paying their workers less, just so you know.
So mean.
So there, like that's Investopedia. I mean, email them.
So, again, that's a problem of Walmart is a very large-scale company, and it becomes the labor monopsonist. That's a problem of a lack of competition.
Okay.
These small towns
I
are
know,
just too small to facilitate the amount of competition required.
Well, then that is a problem. It seems that on the global scale, everything is too small to properly compete with Walmart.
True.
I mean, if this is a degree of science, what do we need? Another planet? We need the Martian economic conglomerate to
True.
rise up and do this? No,
Well-
ridiculous.
If you look at the European Union, they have a much higher degree of competition and therefore lower corporate profits, and that's a good thing.
It's not just the higher degree of cooperation, it's also the fact that the government there is less explicitly pro-business than ours.
And this competition is it's promoting competition between businesses is largely the
Oh, boy.
anti-business thing that they do in order to get these lower profits. That's their policy of promoting competition.
What?
I'm sorry. I told you before I get nervous.
Well, it's
My
the
goodness.
problem. You're nervous, and you're going to be increasingly nervous because the correct thing for you to do here is to concede the point entirely. That's fine, you know. I can't continue to argue on the Walmart thing. I feel like I'm gonna start having to like crack open articles from like neocon hedge funds, you know, think tanks to try to argue like the basic economic shit here. This happens all over the place, you know. Economies need to be local and democratic. That's my position. I'm locking it in. I'm hitting it and I'm locking it in.
Lockdown.
I've hit the button and the buzzer has gone off. That's my belief.
Okay. I'm going to say neither of us are having fun with this Walmart topic. I would rather discuss something else too. I think we can agree to disagree,
Okay.
and if I could leave my ending thesis statement, I believe that a globalized market leads to the sort of supply chain resilience and competition that allows for the low profits and that enable low prices that make our material standard of living higher.
Look, I'm all for global markets. I just want things to be controlled at the local level. And I don't think those are in any way contradictory. We have local governments, and the United States of America is one of the largest governments, both in terms of power and landmass in the world. You know, I'm not asking for anything crazy here. I just think that we need to understand that there is a balance to be
so
had
patient
between the incredible
in
power
this
and
whole
influence
thing.
of
Interestingly enough.
of like globalized supply chains, while also maintaining a healthy respect for the positive, you know, outcomes that one can get from keeping things democratic at a local level. And competition is a farce, you know. Capitalists don't want competition, of course, and there is a tendency towards monopolization given enough time in any market, and it's important to understand that if we are to understand how to control them.
So I would say that you're correct that capitalists don't like competition, and that's
True.
why anti-monopoly policy is part of the rules plus free markets thing that is important to getting good outcomes from capitalism.
Well, you know
Do
what
you
would make it a
know-
lot easier to get good outcomes from capital?
Yeah. It would be pretty good outcome from capitalism to get rid of capitalism, in my opinion.
Listen,
What?
if we abolished the economic class that seemed to have a very distinct set of interests to our own, I think that would be very beneficial in the long run when it comes to making these
True.
kinds of positive changes.
True.
So I said it before earlier in this conversation, but it's not a class. It's a sliding scale of how many resources you have. It's just wealth.
No. No, no, no,
I
no,
think
no,
that
no.
it often overlaps with wealth, but if you would prefer to think of it as a wealth issue, then you can. It's not as though I want anyone to be able
It's
to be
not
wealthy
about
either.
wealth. It's about, you know, controlling the thing that produces the wealth. If you have a limited amount of wealth and you sit on it, then it's not the same as having ownership of a company that constantly produces more wealth. Right? Right.
You don't want people to be wealthy.
Of course not. Wealthy in terms of disproportionate social control, the ability to be like wealthy as a meaningful class signifier, no. I think that people should be comfortable. Wealth implies a level of power and influence outside of what I'm comfortable with.
True.
Okay, it's a slight semantic, I guess, disagreement there. I would say that you're saying that wealth is having resources above and beyond everybody else. I just say wealth is having resources. I want everybody to be wealthy.
I want people to have things. I don't want people to have disproportionate power in any economic or political sense.
I agree that a more equal distribution of resources is better.
But you support the institutions that lead to that inequitable distribution.
True.
Capital reinvestment, Walmart, that sort of thing.
Well, no.
Yes.
The markets plus we don't have the right rules in our capitalist system is the thing. We need markets plus better rules. We need a better system of distributing
plus better rules.
Markets
existed before capitalism.
If you've ever applied for food stamps or anything like that, there's a tremendous amount of administrative hurdles in order to get that. We make it very hard for poor people to get any amount of extra money. So if we'd had a system with much less in the administrative burden, such as some sort of universal basic income, that's a better rule. That's the markets plus rules.
Sure. I mean, there are other rules we could implement too, you know? Perhaps more radical ones if we wanted to be
90% tax.
So when you agree like this, when you say that yes, we can implement more rules,
what's Sabine's video?
Not seeing how you're not just getting markets plus rules equals capitalism can have good outcome.
Because capitalism implies non-democratic control of the means of production, which is unacceptable. I mean, you can get good outcomes under capitalism, right? But you can get good outcomes under feudalism. I mean, under the right circumstances, the idea then would be to create rules that lead to the best long-term positive outcomes. I mean, you would want to create systems that are beneficial in the long haul.
Okay, so you're saying that a system of markets plus rules can have good outcomes.
Any system can have good outcomes, but I don't think we should stop at can have good outcomes. I think we should try to improve them as much as is possible.
Okay, yes, people being happy is good. People having better lives is good. But I fundamentally believe that the market is part of what enables people to have those better lives.
Markets existed before capitalism. What is this? It won't. It never will. Is this person Sabine? Is this person the person that made the video called Capitalism is Good, Let Me Explain? Is that the author of this video?
Yeah, sure. Then have market democracy. You never even stated anything close to an opposition to worker cooperatives. You just kept asking, well, what if this? Yeah. Well, what if that? Why not something else? Which, like, why the aversion?
As I understood it, my objection to worker democracy is based on the equity argument. So when you said you don't want any equity considered, I did not know how to proceed.
Oh,
normally when people say they want worker democracy, worker co-ops, they want the worker.
Yeah, because capitalistic model of having one owner is gives total equity, doesn't it?
To own the means of production in order to get the financial winnings of that. But my argument is that when you own a single company like that, that's putting all of your eggs in one basket. And with a more diverse set of companies you own via a 401k or something, the sample standard deviation will tend to decrease as the number increases.
Most people don't own anything with regards to
most people, the median net worth is $121,000.
Equity.
Well, Yes, we should have better. Most people have a 401k.
Most? I don't know how many people it is, but I'd be very surprised if it was most. Also, you know that hold on. Median net worth U.S. citizen. Yeah. Okay, so this is net worth of an average family, not citizen, but okay, fine. Household then. Median debt.
This is the
household.
The net worth already accounts for the debt because it's net worth.
Just a moment. Average total consumer household debt in 2022 was 101,915. If the median person has enough net worth to cover their debt, why don't they just instantly pay their debt?
Because they can make higher returns by investing that money or buying things that they want instead of paying off that debt.
You're so unreal brained. This is wait, hold on. I recognize that argument. Are you a DGGer?
What's DGG?
Ah, damn it. That sounded dead on. The idea that people are holding on to a ton of credit card debt because they can leverage the the $25,000 in credit card debt or whatever. It's because they're trying to leverage that so they can buy other things. Using median worth as an indicator of how much money people potentially have to spend in an emergency situation is ridiculous. And in a world where most Americans don't have anything saved for retirement, the idea that indicator refers to what you think it's referring to is just not true. It's not true. People are in a worse position than you seem to think they are.
I feel like I'm repeating myself that the median net worth is 121,000. That means 50% of Americans have more than that.
I don't think you know what that number means.
Yes, that median net worth. Their assets over their debts.
Okay, and considering the fact that their assets can include their car or their house, and the fact that the median debt is over 100,000, the fact that the idea that all of that is being leveraged, that apart from whatever is their mortgage or car debt or whatever, that credit card debt is just being held and not paid off as some kind of flippant economic mismanagement.
40 chess plan.
So I'm going to say it's overwhelmingly not credit card debt that people hold on to for a long time. It's a student loan debt has 7% interest. People can focus on buying the things that they want. People can focus on
student debt,
investing that money instead of paying debt off immediately.
This is not how anything works.
It's exactly how it works.
It is. No, it's not. No, it's not. Not in reality.
People use debt to smooth consumption over time.
I feel like I'm talking to a person who's learned everything about a subject from the subreddit for it, and they're like, "Oh,
who has the means to pay off their school debt immediately? Who has that capability? University debt right away, but they choose not to and just buy things? What? Are you kidding?
Oh yeah, debt? Okay, the average American apparently has something in the ballpark of $6,000 in credit card debt. What do you think that they're leveraging that credit card debt to invest? So considering credit card debt interest is quite high, what returns do you think they're making on the investment opportunities that they're holding on to with that credit card debt?
They bought things they wanted with that.
Well,
the return is the happiness they get from buying the things they want.
Why do they have the debt if their net worth on average would allow them to cover it?
Because they decided it was a better option. And again,
a better option.
Worth, that's factoring in the debt.
Getting a debt with a big interest is the better option. This person is a troll.
Okay, so why? So if they have additional net worth considering the debt, then why don't they just pay off the credit card debt?
Because they didn't want to sell the things they already had in order to acquire more things.
Okay, so they're willing to deal with insane monthly credit card interest rate, which of course vary, significantly, but they're quite high on average. For what?
Again, for the happiness of buying the things that they want.
No, but why aren't they paying it off with their significant net worth?
I've answered this once before, but it's Because they would rather not sell the things they already have in order to acquire more things.
Okay, so that net worth then is so inaccessible, so non-liquid, that they are willing to incur the interest payments of thousands of dollars of credit card debt in order to hold on to it.
It's not necessarily a matter of liquidity, it's just what their preferences are.
Okay, if their preferences are leading to thousands of dollars of credit card debt that they're not paying off, do you think we might have an economic issue here?
I've already said that there should be a more equitable system of resource distribution.
What does that have to do with what I'm talking about right now?
Resources distribution is income.
Okay, what does that have to do with what I'm talking about right now?
People should have the money
What
in
a
order to pay off
conversation. Wow.
the debt that they have.
Okay, people should have more money.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad that we agree on that.
So then with that, what is your contention of on this topic?
On which topic?
On why people choose to maintain that debt?
I heard white people for some reason.
Because earlier you were using net worth as an indicator that they could choose to pay for an emergency if they wanted to.
And
but if
they could.
people are so if a person says, I can't afford X, do you think that you could then say, oh, wrong, you could sell your kidney? Do you think that's like a good rebuttal? Like they said, that idiot, I bet they haven't even read.
That's a meme, actually. That's the meme, sell your kidney or something. Okay, we're gonna watch some of the game. Because you love the game, don't you? Oh. Okay, that's fine as it is here. We won. Demigod. My rank is demigod. Look at this, demigod. When you're looking at a demigod, what can I say except you're welcome? It's over. The whole campaign is over. That's amazing. That is so loud.
Ner'zhul holds the ancient scepter of Sargeras in the air and intones the final words of the spell of conjuration. The air about you begins to swirl and presses down upon the assembled masses of the Horde. Above you, the crimson skies break open and reveal the chaotic pathways of the twisting nether. As Ner'zhul deploys his remaining forces towards the new portals, you glimpse the Shattered Hand and Warsong clans awaiting orders on the other side of the dark portal. Master, you ask, should we not recall all of our forces from Azeroth? No, the ancient shaman replies coldly. They have served their purpose. From this point on, all that we gain will be ours alone. Ner'zhul gives a wicked grin as you unquestioningly follow him into the swirling madness of the twisting nether.
So we're dwindling our forces for nothing, basically. As Ner'zhul grins like an idiot, is what I'm getting from this.
The orcish hordes lay vanquished as the
This is too loud. This is too loud for my taste. I don't know about you.
Triumphant armies of the Alliance stood
That's
vigil
a bit
over
better.
the evil gateway that had brought the orcs into Azeroth.
Amazing. What a handsome little
Calling
boy.
upon the arcane powers of the Archwizard Khadgar, the fury of the earth and skies were unleashed upon the Dark Portal to destroy it once and for all.
Oh, was it destroyed once and for all? It surely was, right?
As the blinding light dimmed, an eerie glow fell across the black morass. For though the portal was destroyed, the rift that joined these worlds at war yet remained.
A time for heroes. Oh my goodness. New Stormwind. Oh.
Lord Khadgar, keeper of the Eternal Watch and master of the mystic citadel of Nethergard, has sensed a dark power gathering around the remnants of the rift that lies within the Black Morass. He believes that a new Orcish invasion is imminent and has urged the Alliance to act. The Elven Ranger Alaria and a small band of her elite guard have been sent as escorts so that you may gather reinforcements to counter this threat.
Amazing.
Your travels to the castle of New Stormwind will lead you across the paths of both the paladin called Turelian and a mercenary captain known as Danak. Engage their aid during your journey, as their leadership may be needed by the Alliance in the dark days ahead.
That's amazing.
Well, what? Hello? Excuse me? You never touch the other elves like that.
What?
Do that again and you'll pull back a stump. What? Hello? Hello? What? Excuse me? You never touch the other elves like that.
What?
Move it. Follow me.
What the? Wow. Blizzard. Oh my goodness. I'm just gonna leave this one without a comment. Okay, let's continue with Vaus. Oh boy. Oh boy, indeed.
Economics 101 on Reddit, r/economics 101. You could sell your kidney. Do you think that's like a good rebuttal? Or do you think there might be a problem with that?
Perfect rebuttal.
So you're going to these extremes.
Answer the question.
You're being extreme, Vaus.
You're going to these
Answer
extremes.
no. Answer.
Hold on,
No,
this is how I'm
no.
answering.
Answer the
Okay,
question.
okay,
Do
okay,
you
okay, I'll
think
answer.
it would be a good rebuttal if they're like, oh, I can't afford this debt. I got in a car accident, a fender bender. I can't afford this repair bill. And then you're like, you've got 2 kidneys. You're wrong, idiot. Do you think that would be like?
Oh, true. Thanks for letting me know. React. There we go. It's fixed. The kidney stream.
A good rebuttal? Would that be a correct answer on your part?
People don't have to sell their kidneys.
Answer the question.
The answer is that the question is inapplicable to the...
Answer the question.
Just say it's not a good
People
rebuttal.
having to sell their kidneys is bad.
Okay. What about people having to sell a random assortment of household objects in order to pay off the cost of an emergency?
That is significantly less bad.
Okay.
But still
Can you
bad.
explain to me again, really quickly, with a yes or no answer, would you be correct in that response?
In what response?
Saying the person was an idiot because they have 2 kidneys and they can sell one.
I already said that that was bad.
Oh, I didn't ask you if it was bad. I asked you if that was a valid response.
No.
Okay. Now, what if a person said, oh, I can't afford this. I literally can't afford this. And you say, hold on, that bill is for $1,000. However, you have at least $1,200 worth of non-essential furniture that you could sell. So you're wrong. You can afford it. Do you think that is a correct answer?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the fundamental problem here. All right?
I see.
It's that when people say, I can't afford X, what they mean is, I can't afford it with the liquid currency that I possess. Not, I can't afford it if I'm willing to pull out all the stops and sell these non-essential things that I already own. Normally, if a person is in a position where they have to sell possessions of theirs to make ends meet, that itself is an emergency. The
True.
fact that you were willing to use median net worth as an indicator of whether or not people can afford to pay for their emergencies is the problem. Because can afford to, in this context, makes about as much sense to me as arguing, again, well, haha, you have 2 kidneys. We're not really addressing whether or not they can afford it. It's a meaningless definition of whether or not we can afford it, you know? You could sell your body. Well, sure, I guess anyone could, but that doesn't really answer the question, does it? It makes it hard for me to believe you care about improving people's standards of living when the definitions that you use and the phrases that you jump to are so implicitly dismissive.
So I would say that you've, by definition, assumed that this person is in an emergency. I think it is good that people can have enough resources where they don't need to take out debt in order to have the solution to that emergency.
Okay. So then what I said earlier about most Americans not being able to afford an emergency is true. I don't know why we argued on that then, if that's the case.
But they can. Again, people aren't selling their kidney. People aren't selling their furniture. People, the median
you just
person.
said taking on credit. No, stop using net worth. It's not relevant. If we've agreed that we shouldn't be taking on debt or selling furniture when we talk about whether or not someone can afford something, net worth is no longer the stat we should be looking at.
True.
We should be looking at how much money they have in the bank, because that is the only possible thing they could use to pay for an emergency that isn't going on credit or selling things to make the debt.
It's nobody stores their money in the form of money in the bank.
What?
Okay. Just out of
Wait.
curiosity.
Did I just hear that correctly?
Stores their money in the form of money in the bank.
Nobody stores their money in the form of money in the bank? What?
Okay. Just out of
What?
curiosity. Where do you think the average American stores the excess money they
In
have?
their sock. I
Mostly
guess.
in their house that they own.
You think the average American owns a house and that they store their excess money in cash in their house?
No, not in a pile of cash. I mean the value of their home.
Okay, okay, we just said that we're not talking about selling. We're talking about money they have on hand. The house that you own is the most non-liquid possible form of wealth that you can have.
True.
Like, there is no less liquid form of wealth. It is a hardened diamond of wealth.
And
So no, because we were talking about liquid currency with which to pay for an emergency. Why did you just go to a house when I said liquid currency, when that is the most not liquid currency?
Because liquid currency is an irrelevant metric.
It is the only relevant metric when we are talking about being able to pay for an emergency without selling things or without going on credit. That is the only other place you can have. You have to have liquid currency. If you're not
yes. Sell your house to buy for a $400 emergency.
selling
Amazing.
something, it has to be liquid currency.
But the things people would on average sell aren't their kidneys. It isn't their furniture. It's
Oh my
some
God.
stocks they own.
Oh my God.
They have a
Stocks.
retirement account
We
that they can break into.
People on average own stocks?
A retirement account. You
Yes,
think
a
the average
401k.
you realize you can't just break into a 401k, right?
Yeah, you can. Sure, you pay a higher tax rate when you get your income out of it, but you can.
So you're saying a person, hold on, hefty penalties and tax consequences, findings to tap their retirement funds are okay. So when a person says, "I can't
What?
afford this," you think it's a valid answer to say, oh, you could just withdraw from your 401k at a heavy penalty.
Sorry, I was eating. Yes.
Only 60 million Americans have a 401k, by the way. That's less than 20% of Americans.
That seems incorrect. Who doesn't have a 401k?
Lots of people.
A lot.
You don't have
Apparently, a lot of people.
I have one.
You have one? Where do you work?
Amazon.
Okay. Do all Amazon fulfillment workers get 401k plans?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
It's an employer sponsored too. So the first 2% of my wage that I put in towards it, Amazon also matches that. They give me free money if I contribute to my 401k.
At your young age, if you had an emergency you couldn't afford otherwise, I don't think you'd have very much to tap into here.
Well, I own $40,000 in stocks, so
Oh
I
my
have plenty.
fucking god, of course you do. And where'd you get that $40,000 from?
From working at Amazon.
Okay. And where do you live, out of curiosity?
Chicago.
No. Where do you live?
What do you mean?
Who do you live with?
On my own.
You live on your own in Chicago at 25, and you have $40,000, not just liquid, but that you have invested.
Yes, I don't understand what you're surprised about.
I know. This is, guys, it's like the the every account that you think, right, where it's like, here's 10 easy steps in getting involved in real estate management. It's like, where's the $500 million donation from your parents, you know? Yeah, working from Amazon too. Yeah.
Do you know what the average Amazon worker makes?
Why don't you tell me? How long have you worked there, by the way?
I have worked there since 2017.
Since 2017. So that's gotcha. How much?
6 years. Wait.
Like 6 years?
When
so
did she... Wait.
I currently make about $23 an hour.
I don't think that's the average amount made in an Amazon fulfillment center.
It's a little bit above average because the average is pulled down by a bunch of people who work there for 6 months, and they, obviously start at the starting wage, which is below the average.
That's
she
just what the
started
wage
working
would be.
there at 19.
If you work at a place for 6 months, that would be the wage. That's not the average
Well,
wage then.
But yes, I said that's below the average.
The average Amazon fulfillment associate hourly pay in Seattle is approximately $19 an hour, which is 25% above the national average. Chicago must pay good money. What's minimum wage in Chicago?
$13.25, I think.
It's 15 here in Seattle. Average hourly pay from ZipRecruiter is $16.50 an hour at a warehouse job in Chicago. Well, it's difficult to trust those sites anyway. Well, regardless of what... I think you're lying, by the way, but regardless of what... You're either lying or you're so friendless that you have literally nothing to spend your money on other than reinvestment. But the average American does not have 40K in stocks, and the average American does not have a 401k to pull from. And
Agreed.
The average American cannot afford an emergency of just around $1,000. And that does not change if they have a 401k they could suffer heavy penalties in withdrawing from. When you say you can't afford something, that means you don't have the liquid cash to pay for it.
True.
If you have to sell something to pay for it, that means you couldn't afford it and you had to make a sacrifice to pay it. And I don't
True.
think people should be making sacrifices in order to meet daily demands, needs, debts, and emergencies.
True.
People make trade-offs all of the time.
Yes, they do. Everyone has. It's a meaningless answer. It doesn't speak to anything that I have said. Notice how you claim to be in favor of social changes that improve the living situation for the average person, but then every time anything specific comes up, you sound like a top hat wearing pig capitalist sneering at the worker for demanding more.
Oh,
You
like
seem
the
very
emote.
contemptuous of people who you think are below you.
Like the emote.
What have I said that sounds contemptuous?
Where's the
Pray
emote?
tell.
This entire conversation is dripping with the vibe that you think you're smarter than the average worker and that their problems are self-inflicted due to poor economic management.
True.
Well, I don't think it's poor economic management. They just have different priorities than me.
priorities that lead to them being in debt and working multiple jobs and not being able to afford things and being forced out of their houses and so on and so on. Do you think their priorities might just be worse living situations?
No, I believe in many ways their priorities are better living situations.
What?
Because I'm not applying any moral judgment to this.
Not applying any moral judgment, but and you claim to want better standards of living for these workers, you know, but at the same time, all these people could just afford, you know, to solve their problems, to not work that hard, to not have to work multiple jobs, to not have to move out of the houses in which they live, and they're just making what?
Blocked me where? I don't think so. Why? Why do you ask? Ellen degenerate. Well, wait. I don't think so, no. Wait, didn't you say you were going to sleep? Yeah, you said you were about to go to bed. Also, you should donate. Because you're rich. I know you're rich. You should donate. Wait, I have to find your link. But you should totally donate. Because I know how rich you are. I can look. I don't think she blocked me. No, no, I'm not. On Blue Sky, no, I'm not blocked by poly people on Blue Sky.
Oh, Barry! Oh, Barry!
Oh my god, thank you. Thank you for the donation. Wow. Wait, hold on. Thank you for the $50. Oh my god. Okay, now I know you're rich. If you've donated $50, then I know you're rich. I don't know if it was sarcasm, but the fact that you've donated $50 makes you rich in my eyes, okay? That's a lot of money for me. Oh my goodness. I'm your sake tanuki now. Oh my goodness, thank you. If you can be my sake tanuki, then oh my goodness, then I could afford to, you know, get something nice for my mom. Believe it or not, that's my priority. That's my biggest priority right now. Getting my mom a nice thing, like a new bag, because her bag is really old. I'll be visiting my mom today, actually. It's true. My mom is a really good cook. Oh, wait. Poly people has not... What is this? What is this? What is this? Oh my god. Who's Claire? What the hell? Oh yeah, I'm not blocked. Claire is a wiggler? So what's this about? Nazi memorabilia. I need context for this. What's this about Nazi memorabilia? The pin designs. Pink triangle. Okay, I need an explanation for this. This feels not good. White trans people are even more. Because Polly was going on blue sky and accusing random trans women who didn't have trans info being racist, transphobic. But I don't. I cannot stand behind the pen joke. Like, this is a serious thing. The pen thing is a bit too much for me. You must know why. You know? Yeah, it's bad to say that people that don't have pronouns in their bio are like racist or transphobic, but the pen thing is. All right. We're having a DM. Bye, Lulu. Wait, you're going fake Alec Kyle Parker? Oh my goodness, you're leaving fake Alec Kyle Parker? Bam. But bye, fake Alec Parker. My goodness. Oh, a ballista. Draw steel, boys. Okay, let's save, I guess. Oh. Bring it on. I think it's almost time to finish stream. My goodness, gigglers. Step aside, Junior. True. Might have to go to sleep soon. I'll give this. Okay. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Okay.
Hi there.
Now you have to introduce yourself and your pronouns, or else you're a racist.
I am a racist, but
So introduce yourself and tell.
Hi, I'm Ellen the racist. I pronouns are not real. I say Ellen every time for everything.
I see.
All right. Yes. Okay. So do you want it from the top?
Yes, from the 0. This is, just so you know, this is very strange.
It is so strange. But like, I guess it was kind of like she was like the main character of Blue Sky for a minute.
Why?
Because just came on randomly, just basically double, triple, quadruple, quintuple down on the idea that she just called someone racist for no reason, and saying that not putting pronouns in bio is like hating people that do. I don't know. It was really weird.
But I've never put pronouns in my bio.
I know, and I don't think most people even. I don't have any stats.
I
to say
still
how
run
many
out
people
of
have it.
space for, the amount of.
Yeah, I just also like the person's name Michelle. Like if you see a person named Michelle with like long hair and boobs, I think it's safe to like she her them.
Right.
Unless they you.
Well, they could be non-binary, but.
Yeah, but still the anyway. So anyway, a bunch of people just came through, and now she is the most blocked person on Blue Sky.
My guy.
Because she took she's been for like the last like 4 hours has just been going through the thread, naming people specifically, and then just like maliciously being like, wow, there. She said that yeah, and then whenever a person of color comes up to like correct her on like the race thing, she's like, well, no, not that one.
What?
Yeah, several people went into her chat to I was made aware after the fact that to be like, hey, why don't you just talk to him? And she's like, he harassed me, and the harassment was me asking for you to friend you so you could debate her.
Oh, but we're already sort of. Yeah, we already have DMs, but she just ignores me.
Yeah.
Like, she doesn't respond to any of my DMs. I send her the video that I made about the ghetto and the city of
She
Vaus,
doesn't.
but she never responded to that either.
Yeah, she doesn't. Yeah, she doesn't care. She's basically. It's kind of like really gross what she's doing. Is because what she's doing is going up to a bunch of like white trans people, yelling racist, and then monetizing all the black and trans people coming up to her and telling her that she's wrong.
Wait,
and
she
then
has
accusing.
the blue check mark on X/Twitter?
No, this isn't on Twitter. It's
Oh
on
wait,
Blue Sky.
it's on Blue Sky. Wait, so monetize on stream, you mean?
Yeah. Basically had like a 6-hour cope stream. And then that's where she was accusing me of being a harasser for being mean to her once in a DM.
Harasser?
Which I think it was more just as an excuse to not have to talk to me, more than it was
Right.
like an actual thing that she's worried about.
When did you send that message to her about me?
June. Yeah, June 4th. Said, hey.
So 8 days ago.
So, yeah, and then, so this is harassment to her. I sent, the message before that was in December 13th of 2022.
Right.
That was it. That's it. And also, it's we're willing to know that she's actually transphobic because remember when James thought that I was like that person that was like threatening to dox him? This was like last year.
Sorry?
Remember? Okay, you know James from the internet?
Maybe faintly.
Okay. Do you remember when people? He was led to believe that I.
Yes. Okay, now I remember.
Yeah, the docs.
That was the whole President Sunday thing, right?
Correct. And then I came on and cleared my name or whatever.
And
Apparently, I've heard through the grapevine the person that pointed at me was Polly, and Polly's reason was because she thought I was trans. So literally just based off of that and nothing else.
Oh.
So, I don't know. I was hoping that you could pull Shakespeare in here because I'm just really like tired of these people not being like doing and like saying all these things and then
so what did Shakespeare say in the chat?
Just kind of just like agreeing with Polly, and I wanted to dissect that. I tried sending messages to Shakespeare and they didn't reply to me. I figured they would reply to you because I know you are closer to them.
Right. Well, I can talk to them, but
yeah, I don't know. I just think it's
cannot make any definite promises.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I just think it's really funny to like go into a space, accuse a bunch of people of racism, and then lie about a black man harassing you.
Right.
Just I don't know. That was really weird.
So it's basically drama farming, is what you're saying.
Yeah, drama farming, and then just monetizing all that, and then sending her crowd to harass people.
I'm definitely not the right person to facilitate a talk with poly people since I'm far too small to be on the radar.
No, I mean, I don't know. There's it's really kind of hard because it's almost like a Hydra situation.
What do you mean?
Because like you can't, confronting her gives her clout.
Right.
There's no situation in which, and then if you ignore it, she can build narratives that then facilitate her clout. So like the only real way to stop it is to.
Vaus sort of ignores her. Demon Mama ignores her, and they sort of, you know.
True, which is why I want to do it because I don't have a platform for her to. That's the main reason she knows I'm as somebody that can beat her, and that that I don't have an audience.
Right.
So I'm like, I'm the worst thing in her world. She has nothing to gain and everything to lose from debating me.
Right. Did you tell her to?
I had several people went into her chat and told her to, and she was like no, because I'm a harasser.
Oh. Your keyboard is really loud.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. I was having people come to your stream from the Catboy Ranch.
Oh. Hello, Catboy Ranchers. Are they
I don't know.
coming?
I put your link in the general chat.
Oh my goodness. Is that allowed?
I don't know.
Won't
I didn't really think about it.
Punish you with a punishment?
Hopefully.
What?
What?
What's happening in this chat?
No, she's gonna force Italianize me.
You mean Irishize you?
I'm already Irish.
Oh. Canadize you.
No, never. I will never pretend that poutine is good. Okay.
Poutine?
It's poutine. It's gravy on fries. Canadians like it.
Putin. Like that's how you say, the Russian boss in Polish, Putin.
Yeah.
I didn't know Canadians like Putin.
Yeah, Canadians love Putin.
Maybe I should debate Kefos on that, by Canadian or President Sunday for that matter.
I think I might be more of like a Montreal thing. I don't know if it's a. I know he's on the other side of Canada.
Who?
Sunday, President Sunday. He's on the other side of Canada.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know.
So he hates Putin.
Yeah, I don't know British Columbia culture except for weed.
Wait, President Sunday is British?
British Columbia is a part of Canada.
Oh. Interesting.
So technically.
The whole situation is so bizarre that I don't know. Oh, Noel.
Hey. You got a wiggler.
Hello, Noel. Noel, is that true? What I'm hearing right now about people calling people racist and transphobic over not having pronouns in their bios? Something that I've never had in my bio ever. Like, it's okay to have pronouns in your bio, but I just never. Oh yeah, we have a wiggler emote in here.
Yeah.
You have to be
We can bring Claire in here and tell her why that joke was bad.
That's true. I would. Yeah. Oh, okay. You don't need to actually be. You don't actually need to be a subscriber to use the wiggler emote. It's free.
Nice.
If though it's more than that Polly was mad someone didn't like Jay or something. Oh, okay. Now I get it. It's why does it always come back to that Jay person? It's so weird.
It's honestly, it's because they're actually a 42-year-old white man from Texas.
Who?
No, I'm just kidding. Jai. They might as well literally just be. You ever see people
Isn't Jai trans?
Do we know?
I don't know because I've never met this Jai. I only heard of.
Nobody's ever met this person. They are just.
I've never interacted with that person ever in my entire life. Jai is a part. I mean, I saw their tweets, but never interacted in my entire life with the person ever. I know that it's the person that mocked the death of
Eden, and then now has Eden Knight in her display name, and then made a petition just to rub salt in the wound.
What petition?
Just like pretending like she supported Eden the whole time.
Isn't it documented that you didn't?
Yeah, pretty much.
So what does that even do?
She's just doing it to be an asshole.
That's so weird.
Yeah, I mean, they are basically just a kiwi farmer.
Oh.
And like hung around people that like insinuated that we should like that they had like Kiwi Farms accounts and shit like that.
But
it's just sassy gays getting too sassy. It's what it is. It's sassy shooters. All right. Just never underestimate
spiteful bench moment. Why can't people do what I do, like do
play Warcraft?
history and that's too, you know history and art and languages or something?
It's because they love drama, right? It's because they're messy bitches.
But history is full of nice drama to explore and learn about.
Yeah, but for them, it's about the pain. You can't cause pain with history. Well, I guess you can, but like the idea of causing someone to have a bad day is what makes it for them.
It's just.
Oh, one of the fun, you're watching Vosh. She was like, Vosh is a Nazi and has a Nazi audience.
What?
Yeah, she did literally say that.
You wanna react to the rest of this weird debate with me?
Sure. I caught a little bit of it.
Okay, I'm ready. You sure?
Is this what is this person like? Who is this person that's on?
Capitalism girl.
Okay, but she's like not even arguing within a capitalist framework.
She sort of wants to pretend that she is. Still can believe that Polly called Claire a Nazi. Oh, Claire Keffels, yes? Claire the Italian.
No, Claire the pin girl that made the joke about the pin thing.
Oh, I mean, I already said that I don't feel good about the pin thing, especially because of, you know.
Yeah, you do Holocaust studies. You're a Jewish person that had family in the ghettos. Yeah, I'm catching up, Noel.
You know, and the pink triangle explicitly targeted all LGBT people as well. Just, you know.
Yeah, including the French. There.
Like by the paragraph 175. Was that it? One moment. I'm gonna know in a second. Pretty sure it was one. Yep, 175. Yeah, the paragraph which basically criminalized the LGBT and was created before Nazi Germany. It was just expanded on by Nazi Germany. And you know, it's like, I don't know. I mean, it's pretty harmful to a person who lives in a country where the whole population has been wiped out from the face of the earth, you know? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
I don't know. It's like going to a native, you know, to an indigenous person and making a joke about indigenous people being populous before, and you know.
Yeah, it's like here's a blanket. There's no smallpox on it. Haha.
Well, basically, you know.
Yeah. No, I get why not liking the joke. I'm an edgy boy, and I get what Claire was trying to do, which is the idea of like forcing identification on people, trying to make that link. I don't think it was that good of a link, but you know, it made Holly freak out, and I think that was their main goal, despite no matter who caught the strays.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's a better way to react to the
Oh yeah, I just
ridiculousness of saying that anyone that doesn't have pronouns is transphobic or racist, which I guess I am both of these things because I don't have any pronouns on any of my bios.
Dude, yeah, I'm gonna make the joke better, which is just photoshopping DMs of her just calling me the N word with the hard R. No, I'm kidding.
Oh my god.
I mean, hold on. Polly likes to accuse black men of harassment because her idea of gender affirmation is being Carolyn Bryant.
I see.
Wait, do you know who Carolyn Bryant is? I don't know if that.
Who is it?
That was the woman that accused Emmett Till. Wait, do you know who Emmett Till is?
No.
Okay, that's actually a pretty important American thing. Emmett Till in the 1950s was a 14-year-old boy.
Oh, okay.
Apparently like whistle or just looked at a white woman wrong or whatever, and then that woman's brothers went and beat him to death, and like
oh damn.
Yeah, and it was a big cursor to like the civil rights movement because Emmett Till was from Chicago and he didn't really know how things were in the South when he was visiting, and his mother.
Oh, so he just visited and he was just strolling around and looked at a person run and got killed.
Yeah, pretty much. And the mother said to have an open casket, just so that the world could see what they did to. And then the two men that beat Emmett Till to death were found not guilty in court. And Carolyn Bryant, I think, just died within the last few months.
That is so messed up.
Yeah.
And of course, no justice was ever.
Yeah, pretty much.
Jesus Christ.
So yeah, that's the joke. I was saying that Polly's idea of gender affirmation is being Carolyn Bryant.
Right.
All right.
I don't know. The whole pronoun, I just.
No, it's just like, it's a weird thing. Like she's basically doing the opposite of who was that, Heels Babyface? No pronouns.
It's so strange. Like, yeah, it's fine to have them in the bio. I mean, it's helpful, but mandatory? Again, I don't have pronouns in my bios in anything. Like, you could make an argument, unironically, that someone might not want to have pronouns in their bio because people could be harassed over it, no? By bigots.
Yeah. It could be like a safety thing. You know, it'd be like her going around being like, in 1930s Germany, being mad that like people aren't wearing like outwardly Jewish stuff for safety.
Right. I don't know, it's strange.
Well, I mean,
why would you make a whole thing out of it? I mean, I know the answer to that, but it's a rhetorical question. But still.
I mean, wouldn't it be better if she just sold porn? Like, wouldn't that be less exploitive?
Well, the thing is, and I don't know, I've made this point before, but because if you're a drama person, you're supposed to expect any sort of returns from that, right? You're supposed to see growth or anything. And I make this argument about Chud Logic, and Chud Logic is much bigger than Holy People, you know? And I still basically make that argument about Chud Logic, that he doesn't really get any bang for his buck, if that makes sense. For all the drama seeking, he doesn't really get, in my opinion, that big of a return for it, you know?
Do you think, well, if he didn't do it, he would get any return at all?
I think so. Like, I think he could better use his, I don't know.
I mean, who would watch Chud Logic if he wasn't doing that?
I mean, he could lean into humor or something, and
Is he that funny?
humor. Maybe he could be. I don't know. Like he could lean into some sort of ironic humor. Like maybe that. I don't know. I'm spitballing here. Okay, maybe he could make the drama thing like a bit. You know.
Yeah. I don't know. I think the main thing he has going for him is having a Nazi editor that creates content for him
I mean,
by
that is
being
the
a
main
Nazi.
thing, but I don't know. He could network more with people. I don't think I'm the funniest person on earth, you know?
No, it's just I am the funniest person on earth. So
Yeah, but I'm not
me.
comparing myself to impossible standards.
Like
That's not
like
what I
me.
do. That's not how I roll. I try to
No.
have attainable goals.
You are the history person.
That's right. He's not very charismatic either. Would you call me charismatic? Charismatic trans girl?
Sometimes depends on how well you're doing at Warcraft. I think when you play play as the Horde, you'll be more charismatic.
I've beaten the Horde just moments ago.
Oh.
I've ended our campaign just moments ago.
I don't know. See, the main thing that stops me from being like a content person is mostly because like I have a job and
That's
I'm
right,
busy.
and you can be my Tanuki as you've announced in the chat officially.
Yeah, I am single-handedly funding Lucy Hayes.
That's right.
But no, it's just there's only really so much to say, and I think when people
I always have things to say.
There's a lot of people that just start spinning their wheels and they don't know like.
Well, then just read more. Then you'll always have something to say.
But
unironically.
not being able, but like people get into these like content like whirlpools where they're like, I have to get to the next thing. I have to get to the next thing. I have to grow. I have to grow. And that's how you get people like Polly. Is that?
Like, yeah, but that's the thing that I'm trying to say. She's not growing.
Maybe she's. Is she growing or not?
Her growth is not really like.
She's got 57 people right now watching.
Yeah, but it's like
17K followers,
for the
which is
amount,
more than she had.
Like for the amount of effort to the whole drama thing, that's not really the bang for the buck, I would say.
I mean, drama's pretty low.
Yeah, I agree with Noel.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, Holy People is pretty stagnant.
I think a lot of Twitch poll is going to come back, especially with the election coming next year.
Oh, my election is next month.
Nobody cares about Poland, though. It's all about the American elections.
Yeah, but you should care about Poland, like, for my sake.
Okay.
You haven't thought of that, have you?
I will falsely vote in the Polish elections on your behalf.
True. Against peace and against confederation.
I will fly into Poland and I will find so many homeless people and I will pay them to vote against the far right in Poland.
True.
I don't know their names, but I figure you will tell me before I go.
Did you know that unlike in the US, in Poland, people in prison can vote?
That's, I've always thought that should be like a thing. Like taking away people's right to vote based on crime creates an incentive to create more crimes.
And it's so weird because in the US you cannot vote, but you can still run for president from jail, which is like the most bizarre dynamic that you can have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, apparently a court might be deciding whether or not Trump can run for re-election or not.
What Noel has said, I actually wanted to talk to Holy People about the whole anti-electoralism thing, either in private or on stream, But she just never responded. She just said that I wasn't serious because the second topic that I said that I wanted to talk about was not serious. Do you know what it was? Do you remember?
What was the topic?
It was me saying that it's not exactly, you know, that I find it pretty strange to mock someone's addiction. And you probably know what it refers to.
Yeah. Yes. Her clout addiction.
Well, no, I
know.
Yeah.
I do think that clout disease will be in the DSM-7. I think that there is like a literal mental illness that like social media and streaming is creating.
Maybe. I don't know. I feel like I'm doing a pretty good job not falling into the whole...
Well, that's because you have a soul, Lucy.
Probably won't ever debate anyone who actually knows how to debate, but I wouldn't call myself the best debater, to be honest. I've debated one person.
That's me.
Sorry?
That's me. I'm the best debater.
True. I've debated only one person, actually, for now.
Who was it?
Loner Box. It was more of a talk than a debate as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, have you seen it?
Yeah,
I've debated transgenocide with Loner Box.
Yes. I remember that.
It?
I saw it when it happened.
What did you think?
I thought that you made pretty much most of the same points that I made, which means you were correct.
Nice. Which means I won, technically speaking.
Yes. Yeah, no, I actually wanted to get, like, Polly has this, like, weird, like, idea that, like, black people can't be systemically racist, and I'm just like, explain Clarence Thomas then, because he's literally a Supreme Court justice that voted to take away voting rights from a large amount of black people. How is that not a black person acting in a systemically racist way?
Oh, wait, Maya Mayor. Is that an argument from holy people that
It is.
the Roe v. Wade was revoked under Biden with no additional context?
It is. There's like people keep on making super stupid arguments.
Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, I also had a, I guess, debate when I was on a panel about the whole affirmative action.
Hold on. I'll be right back.
We'll be right back. So how are you, Noel? Are you enjoying this beautiful stream? I still couldn't have that talk with Keffels about you know what. Wait, where's that? Oh. It's a vibe, thank you. I still have to have that talk with Keffels about communism. I started estrogen today. Oh! I've been on it for a bit now. But as you can see, it has not affected my face in a positive way yet. Oh my gosh. True, Maya Mayor.
Wait, were you guys able to hear that?
Weak piss.
God damn.
Yes, we heard actually everything. That is... My goodness.
I'm sorry, it was from... Well, I'm surprised you guys heard it from 20 feet away. That's just how strong my stream is.
Oh my gosh. And then you're surprised that poly people calls you a racist.
It's
and
true.
a
It's true.
harasser. You harassed me on stream with your piss. You should, to atone, you should buy Noella sub or something as the to be, you know. After all,
That's
you're my.
Honestly, I should start. I should start doing that in debates. I should do that as a power move.
Aren't you supposed to be my tanuki?
I am. I've given.
And why is Noel a white name of a clock?
Tipster got you.
Hello,
hey, what's up,
Tipster.
Tippy?
I'm here discussing very strange topics that I usually don't cover.
They're discussing my piss pressure.
And also, Ellen DeGeneres promised to be my sake tanuki. Also, Arkaya says, Polly People is good example of moral lack. She has such a strange mix of progressive and reactionary position, and the only explanation I can think of is that she relies completely on intuition. I think your keyboard is so loud.
I'm sorry.
Are you using that keyboard to buy a sub for Noel?
I think Tipster is though.
Tipster is.
Yeah, I'm throwing him under the bus. I gave you $50. Fuck off.
Yeah, but Sakatanuki is like, thank you for the other, thank you for the $20, thank you for the $30, thank you for the $10, thank you for the, it's usually like in a rapid succession.
True. I don't have the power that Sake Tanuki does.
Thank you for $1 billion, Sakatanuki. You're very generous. Yeah. And this is how what I should be telling you nonstop.
True. They're gonna ask me what my goals are at work, and they're gonna be like, to fund at least 3 streamers.
Lucy has that. Lucy has this alternative channel, and Lucy has this.
This is Lucy's short channel, the shorts channel.
True, free streamers.
Yeah. But no, you should talk. I don't know. Oh no, you know what? Tipperson, are you still here? Tipster, are you still here? Okay. So, Polly's a clout goblin. You should try to host a talk between us because she'll look at your sub count and say yes.
Poly People, you mean?
Poly People, yeah.
My goodness. True.
Just say that you want to. You say that you want to have her on, and then I'm gonna be like Sam Cedar, and she's gonna be like Steven Crowder.
Oh my god! Will she say what a nightmare?
Yeah, she'll say, "Oh, what a nightmare," and then she'll say, "I have like beady eyes or something." I don't know.
Well, she won't say that.
No, she'll just call me the N-word with a hard R. She'll say, "How dare you with your melanin count correct me, a white woman?" She'll be like, "Know your." She'll say, "Know your place, monkey."
Oh my god! This is not One Piece or Dragon Ball for that matter.
Okay. Speaking of One Piece, have you watched the Netflix adaptation?
Apparently, it's not that bad.
I'm hitting the Blinkerton, Noel.
Apparently, it's not bad. What are you doing?
I'm going to Pinjamin City. Hitting the pin.
I cannot believe. See, you're coughing because you're smoking. Smoking is bad for you.
Yeah, it's good for my sleep.
I'm so fed up with this space. I could just piss. Oh snap! We got a Saiyan warrior. I don't know. You came here talking to me about this strange thing when I do nice calm.
No, I'm trying. Ask Tipster. I am the devil on your guys' shoulder. I'm the one that's trying to make you guys be meaner.
So who's the most drama driven then?
Me. I like the conflict, okay? Because drama gets people in the door, but the thing that makes them stay is the actual ideas that underlie it. Because it's very easy to say, oh, this is stupid, this is just somebody doing this. But there are real ideologies at play that people do subscribe to. And disseminating those is weird. I think that poly represents a non-zero amount of people who have Dunning-Kruger syndrome when it comes because they listen to half of their sociology 101 class.
Keffels tried to keep me out of trouble, and Ellen DeGenerate tries to get me into trouble. It's because
it is true. I am a Hall of Fame instigator. I just absolutely. I don't. Have you ever watched RDC World where he does the Olympic gold for instigating? That's me.
Archive says, I really like the Netflix One Piece. It's campy, but it works because the source material is already goofy. The acting is really good, and they made a lot of good writing decisions. Apparently, the author, Eiichiro Oda, was really heavily involved in the creation of that. Maybe that's why it's not bad, because...
On Gum Gum Vape.
See, you're just gonna cough your stuff away.
Look, I already have asthma.
And you... Oh my gosh.
Look, I was born with shitty lungs, so like
So you gotta make it worse, I see. The logic.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's logic in what you say. Okay.
Look, I'll worry about it when I'm unable to outrun the police, okay?
It's 7:24 here. AM. Because I've been streaming for 10 hours.
Wow.
10 hours,
Damn.
22 minutes.
I'm so glad that my job doesn't last that long. I get to make my own hours at my job. I do what I want.
See? That's why you have to be the Saka Tanuki.
Maybe. I mean, okay, if I keep doing what I want, then I won't be able to afford it. If I have to create some discipline, and that's just something I don't have.
But what you want is to be Saka Tanuki, so it all plays out.
I am the most undisciplined man in the universe.
I see. Lucy Marathon. Sima Grind setup is true. It's true. My streams are long and fascinating.
Where's Somnio Static with the hardcore edits? I've been expecting him to drop hot edits.
There's a video here, new video about the crying Bethesda man. It premieres.
The crying Bethesda man? You mean Vosh?
No, not that one. The other crying Bethesda man. Human thumb gets triggered by pronouns in space.
Heel baby face. Fucking pronouns.
True. Gender ambiguity.
You know, Tipster has a thing. I really wish people would make this point that, like, you know, that dude, like, I think, does he love Warhammer 40k?
I'm not sure. You have stolen everything I love from me.
You could easily make the argument that
we love.
Space Marines are trans, okay? They have hormone enhancements. And I would easily make the case that a man is closer to a woman, like chemically, like on a level, than a Space Marine. I think Space Marines are farther away from man than a man is to a woman.
Okay. I guess they're like
they're 8 feet tall, like muscular space virgins
with 2 or 3 hearts. I don't remember.
Yeah,
like Time Lords.
Exactly.
Also,
And
I'm sharing.
they don't have a
with you.
problem with that.
I'm sharing with you my screen. You ready to
I'm
listen to
ready.
your favorite streamer?
No, my favorite streamer is Adriana Chechik.
Not me.
I'm sorry, Adriana Chechik can do things you can't.
I don't want to know.
Okay.
Let's unpause. Are you watching?
I'm watching.
Okay.
Poor decisions which lead to it.
No, it's not making poor decisions. It's just making different decisions.
Different decisions
True.
which lead to them being evicted and having high credit card debt.
But different decisions is just sell your furniture or your kidney to afford a medical emergency. How does that sound to
Yeah,
you?
tipster, when you can do what Adriana Chechik does, you will become my favorite streamer. Okay, or what she used to be able to do. I don't know if she's recovered from the.
Don't. This is a nice, friendly stream.
Okay.
My goodness. I warned you about the smoking, but you never listened.
Tipster, some things can't be learned. Okay, I'm here.
My goodness.
Shall we? Faded than a hoe. Faded than a hoe. Faded than a hoe.
Sometimes, yes.
So this is what I mean by contemptuous, and it's a
What-
poor job
what's
at
what's the
masking it, too.
contempt? I'm not understanding.
I agree. What is with the contempt? What the?
No, what is contemptuous about that?
You
My
have
God.
a laughably poor understanding of the plight of the average American worker.
That's
And
true. That is actually true. Oh, do you know this debate? This person said Vosh, repeated the whole Coconut Island thing,
Yeah. Yes.
And she said that it's completely consensual.
You know what that means?
What does that mean?
It means this bitch sucks dick for coconuts.
She said that it's unfair but totally consensual. I watched
Wait,
it today or yesterday.
How can something be simultaneously unfair and consensual?
Well, you have to ask her, not me.
Okay. You're not the one debating Vush right now? No.
No, I cannot pause Vosh on command.
No, you're casting Hold
I don't-
Person.
I don't
Okay,
have
it's
that-
a D&D spell.
I don't have that power to just freeze Vosh in time whenever I want.
No, all you have to do to freeze Vosh is tell him that you like the current Bethesda game, and then he will short circuit.
Like, light, whatever, Starfield. I cannot like it. Pronouns. Gender, current day. I'm a yo-yo character.
Character.
spite of-
It's a JoJo's character.
Character.
I'm saying it like I'm from Boston, which I refuse to say as an accent. I think that's just a bunch of people saying shit wrong.
Oh my god. Okay.
In the case of some of the specific stuff that we've discussed, empirical and widely accepted evidence of
True.
things being skewed against them, you have instead obstinately refused to acknowledge the extent to which this game is rigged on any level. Like, you claim
True.
to want better conditions, but it's
Like
all just
building
like
more
skill
Walmarts.
issue with you.
I believe that that's an inaccurate characterization because I've said things like the lack of competition in American economy leads to
You're
lower
doing it
wages
again.
and higher corporate profits.
You're doing it again.
That's a systemic issue that I would like to see
Yeah,
solved.
it's a systemic issue on which you're wrong. The idea that these problems can be fixed with higher
Got her.
competition is the lowest politicians have been.
My goodness, are you okay? You
Sorry.
sound like you're about to cough out your...
One time I coughed. No, the other day I coughed so hard that I passed out and hit my head on my desk.
You should... Oh my goodness.
The Blinkertons are more important, all right? Vapor die.
Oh my god.
This is why you bring me on.
I see. My goodness.
Maha Major, why do you hate me? Just they're just like they just weird chant me for everything I do and say.
Maybe you should, think on that.
No, I'm right all the time.
You should, practice introspection and
Look, it's normal to cough so hard that you threw up. Okay, it's normal.
I see. I see. Live and learn.
See, I just hit it again.
Okay. Are you ready for another hit of Vaus?
Oh no.
Running for
I
decade.
just misread that last YouTube thing. I thought it was Goonmatic, not Goomatic. The name of my pilot on Armored Core is Dr. Goon. He does pretty good.
Okay, let's continue.
Pro competition, and what's happened? Nothing. Like, this is the line that's led to all the harm that we're talking about here.
True.
The American populace right now has the highest standard of living they ever have had.
The what?
The American populace right now has the highest standard of living that they ever have
By
had.
what standard?
Oh.
By the Human Development Index.
Okay, and what metrics are they looking at?
They're looking at education. They're looking at median wealth. They're looking at various things like this.
And yet, for some reason,
health outcomes. They're looking at all of these things.
And yet, for some reason, the average life expectancy right now is lowering. People are having a harder time finding gainful employment. Underemployment rates have skyrocketed. People are having a harder and harder time affording rent. This is what I mean by contempt. There are plenty of contempt. There are plenty of metrics that you can look at. Economic journals you can read. I'm not asking you to be all lovey-dovey, feely-feely here, okay? There's plenty you can read, hard data you can read to indicate that things are getting, in many cases, worse. But you have two contradictory values that you're trying to push here. On one hand, you claim to want things that are better for the average worker by pushing for more economic competition, because that's been so effective in terms of dealing with these issues. You know, we've definitely done a lot to fight the inevitable monopolization of our economy. But then, at every level, you patronize and condescend the experience of the average worker. You say you want things better. Why? According to your worldview, they're better than ever. And all the mistakes they make that lead to them being evicted or having credit card debt or not being able to afford an emergency, it's just poor economic management on their part. Oh, sorry, different priorities. Ones that
Vaus. So what do you think? You're a big Vaus fan.
Am I?
Of course. I know you. I know your number.
Well, what number am I?
Number 7.
Oh, and what?
In being a Vaus fan.
I'm the 7th. I'm the 7th Vaus fan.
No, you're 7 when it comes to your power level of liking Vaus.
Look, if it's not over 9,000, I don't want it.
You have to build to it. You have to train.
King
Kai's planet.
I'm already king of the Saiyans. Okay.
Well, yeah, but so that means that you're weak. He was killed by base level Freezer.
No, I'm not king of the Saiyans like the same way like Luffy is king of the pirates.
Yeah, but the king of the Saiyans got one shot by Freezer.
I never got one shot.
Maybe you remember the history wrong.
I've never actually read Dragon Ball.
Oh, you should. Okay. Then you would not be.
I don't read. I'm American. I don't fucking read.
Didn't you say you were Irish?
I'm.
Did you lie to me?
TK, I was never in a panel with Vaus, and no, I am. Okay, I'm not culturally Irish. Like basically,
you lied to me about it.
No, my grandma had a Maury situation with my mom. Okay, and the biological father is Irish. So I am genetically Irish. I just have no connection to the culture.
Yeah, but you made it sound like U.S. people do not
I would.
endorse this.
You're Polish. You endorse drunk driving, okay? That's how all your politicians get to work.
What? That's not.
Sorry, I've heard the Polish
cannot.
language. It just kind of sounds like a drunk German.
A what? Oh my goodness. Nie mogę w to uwierzyć. You're as Irish laddie. True, Arkel.
Yep, pretty much.
Maybe that's why you're so angry at Vaus all the time, because you're jealous
I'm not jealous of him being Polish.
of him being an Irish laddie. Okay, let's return.
Let's get it.
As you miss his voice.
That lead to them in poverty.
So there are a couple things that
Sneering
can simultaneously be true. Things are better now than they ever have been,
So,
but
wait,
they're
how-
not good in
Okay, that's.
Oh
that's
my
great to
God!
know.
Mute your microphone if you're gonna do that. Jesus Christ!
I didn't know I was going to do that.
I mute every sneeze, every cough.
Sorry, I'm authentic. I don't hide my sneezes or my coughs. I let people hear everything, okay? They get to...
Oh my God.
Lucy's never going to have me on again.
You've scared away viewer number 7, and now it's only 6.
Ellen is scaring the hose. Good. In the words of Nick Fuentes, good. They deserve to be scared.
I cannot believe this. You've sneezed over Vaus, which is the most biggest sin of all.
Yeah, I didn't really like the new JPEG Mafia album with Danny Brown Noel. I thought I like the idea of using like someone smacking an ass for rhythm. Like the idea is cool. I just don't think they executed it well.
I see. Okay, let's listen to Vaus. It's our only way out of this.
You do know, of course, that the plight of the worker has never been meaningfully improved by people whose first ideological priority is defense of the status quo. You argued that I hated the global poor because I don't think that we should be defending Walmart because they support sweatshops in China.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think you have any serious positions outside of feeling smarter than the people you talk to.
True.
Something in which you've spectacularly
like me.
failed in this conversation, if your goal was to appease any audience, by the way. If you want to have real positions on these issues, like actual genuine positions, you have to work out the inconsistencies, because you cannot simultaneously say that you care about improving the standard of living for the average worker, and then also talk about how not only are things better than they have ever been, which is wrong, but also, you know, all of these articles explaining how things have gotten worse, well, they're just hand-wringing.
True.
I don't appreciate this hostility that you're directing towards me.
The
I think
American
it's
worker
unfair.
doesn't appreciate the contempt and derision you've directed at them.
What do you mean contempt? I haven't.
Then you never will, and that's fine.
Oh my goodness.
But okay, can I say one closing statement if you're going to be like this?
Sure.
It said its end, by the way.
There are barriers to the productions of goods and services, such as zoning laws that prevent housing construction, that lead to specific bad outcomes, such as people not being able to afford housing. There are also
Would she support
barriers to
decommodifying
immigration
housing?
that
No.
prevent the
Well, what she supports is sweatshops and selling your furniture to afford a medical emergency.
Wait, you're in Poland? You can afford a medical emergency with just your furniture?
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't know. You have expensive furniture in the U.S. Oh yeah, and she also said that
Every piece of furniture I've ever gotten was from the side of a road, or my grandma used to work at a nursing home, and whenever people would die, sometimes they would leave behind furniture. The computer that I'm using right now is sitting on a dead man's dresser.
I see. But the best thing that she said during this whole thing was that everybody basically can just pay off their student debt straight off finishing university. People just choose not to do so because they want to buy stuff.
It's true. It's true. I did buy a computer instead of paying off my student loans.
My goodness. I want to try and learn Polish. I shall teach you. Dzień dobry.
It's easy. Just speak German and then get drunk. That's Polish.
Can you speak German?
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Ein bisschen.
Wunderbar.
Anything else?
Nothing that's safe for work.
I see.
Okay.
My goodness. So now you just have to get drunk and start, and then we can communicate in Polish.
It is how that works. I also think Italian is just gay Spanish.
I see. I guess by that logic. Wait, English is the drunk German.
I thought English is just 3 romance languages in a trench coat.
No. English is a Germanic language.
I mean, it's Germanic and romantic.
It's Germanic and...
It's 3 different languages in a trench coat.
It's just Germanic.
It's not just Germanic. It is definitely romantic. There's definitely a heavy romantic influence in English.
From what language?
Why do we share a bunch of we share like a bunch of root words with Spanish and French and Italian?
Yeah, but
I'm not saying it's not Germanic. You're just saying it's not romantic, and there's definitely heavy romantic influence in the English language. Okay, I might be stoned as hell, but I know my English, damn it. And Archaeo, no. Puerto Rican Spanish is angry Spanish. I'm smoking your mom.
What?
I was responding.
How
to
dare
chat.
you insult the audience?
I will. A streamer audience? Yeah. If anyone like that is just Swirly City. All right. This is loser town.
No, you're all winners. Also, English has like about 80% of its vocabulary from French.
Boom. And French is a romance language.
A what language?
Isn't French a romantic language? Like Roman?
Pretty sure no.
Are you Wikipediaing?
Yeah. Not from Rome.
It's a romance language. Yep. It is the largest Wikipedia edition in a romance language. Boom. It's a romance language. Wikipedia. French Wikipedia. Okay, well, yep. I'm still right.
He's descended from the vulgar Latin.
French language is a Romance language of the Indo-European family and descended from vulgar Latin. Okay, yeah, you
half
just said that.
Germanic, half. So it's at least partially drunk German.
No.
Yeah.
French would be gay German.
Yeah, I'm speaking about English.
And English is based.
Is it?
I
It's
love it.
French.
No, it's not.
It sure is. It takes 80% of its vocabulary from French.
We fought a war over this. It's not French.
It is. You're just
Well, okay,
in
when I say
denial.
we.
Also, what do you mean we? Are you
Alright.
British?
Probably somewhere.
Somewhere. Over
I
the
don't-
rainbow.
No, not there. That's a sin.
What? I don't know what you mean. What are you trying to tell me? Yeah, let's go back to the debate.
Sort of increases to wealth that would hugely benefit everybody, but especially the global poorest. And that's... Sorry, I'm nervous again.
I see.
The eyes of the American working class are on the back of your neck. None of this will ever mean anything if you continue to tout the line.
What? What happened? What makes you laugh so hard?
Just that the eyes of the American worker are on the back of her neck. I'm glad
true.
she's scared. I'm glad she's slipping. I'm glad she feels the glare that we are all
True.
currently doing. She should take us seriously. There are dozens of us.
True. Millions.
Better than they ever have been, a empirically and provably false statement, then there is no reason to believe any subsequent qualification. It's Steven Pinker shit, you know? It's ludicrous. I think that I mean you do
glare like a white mage.
You do know you're being motivated primarily by a feeling of superiority to the people you're talking about, right?
No, I'm not.
I've seen so much of it, and I can identify
This
it really
this
easily
lady sounds like
when
Siri.
talking to people, I think more.
Sorry, what?
The lady person
Yeah.
sounds like Siri.
Siri the
from
program.
iPhone. Yeah, like are we sure that Vaus is not just debating Siri right now?
Maybe. Who knows? That would have been strange. Also weirdly interesting.
Ooh, that would be the best way to bust his AI takes. For him to debate an AI and not know it.
My goodness. Alright, let's continue.
More so than almost anything. I'm not denying the fact that you're intelligent. But, like, so much of what you've said and so much of the rhetoric that you engage in is picture perfect. It's stereotypical. And assuming you're telling the truth about, the money you've saved and what have you, I think, if anything, it's more indicative. You're a person who, I assume, has been very fastidious and thoughtful in how you've managed your...
Don't type over Vaus. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I had to type something very important in chat.
In chat? She sounds like Luna Oy with a stutter. My goodness.
All right.
Finances in your affairs. You certainly seem fastidious in our conversations, so that seems applicable, I think. And you have a high opinion of your own intelligence, which plenty of people I do. So that's not like a huge demarcation. It's not hugely negative, but people in that position are. I mean, we have a term for them. It's embarrassed millionaires, right? Temporarily embarrassed millionaires. The idea of people who believe very much in the system on a fundamental level, who maybe have some sort of outside or specific intellectual critiques, but the one thing they can't abide is the idea that the system is not meritocratic. And I don't think you'd say it's meritocratic, but everything you've said comes across as the defenses of a person who wants people to believe it's meritocratic. I mean, arguing over median net wealth as a determiner of whether people can afford to pay for it, like stuff like that, you know?
Can I interject?
Sure.
I would like to specifically state that I don't believe the system is currently anywhere near fully meritocratic.
But I just said you wouldn't say that.
I'm just saying, well, you've also said that everything I've said seems like that is something I would believe, and I want to make it clear to you that I'm not this evil monster. I recognize that there are some systemic issues.
Can you understand how, from my perspective, some...
See? This is proof that this is not Siri. Okay? This is
How's it proof it's not Siri?
Siri would know how to say the word systemic. Come on.
Okay. So it's a badly made AI.
Yes.
Okay.
Somebody like you would be, even assuming you're completely genuine, would be completely evil. That you would be like a demon to somebody like me. Because it seems like your reflexive priority on most every issue we've discussed is to take a line that is, at the very least, reminiscent of, like, hardline neocon, the poor attitudes. Like, that's the reflexive thing. That is consensual, the Coconut Island analogy. That, hey, whoa, the average American can afford this, you know, huh? Take a look at this, like, chart on, like, net median wealth or whatever. Like, oh, man, there's some stuff you can sell if you got an emergency. I wouldn't even think to say that is the thing for me. If somebody was talking to me about, like, the state of economically, like, the state of affairs that we live in, and someone was talking about how bad it had gotten,
Sell your house.
Response would not be, like, I wouldn't even think to say, well, here's net, like, median wealth. There must be something you can sell. But you went to that instantly. Because I think that, like, your first priority is, like, the skill issue thing. Because you've skilled your way into a pretty decent economic system, or state of affairs with the money that you've saved up. So why shouldn't or why can't other people? It makes what you say sound contemptuous to the working class. Because it sounds like you're, oh, they have different priorities. But it reads like, in reality, you think they have stupid priorities. You think that they're stupid.
I mean,
They've
that is
mismanaged
true.
their affairs in a way that you haven't. You did well. You were smart. You saved the money. You did what everyone said you should do. You probably lived with your parents for a while saving up money. You invested it smartly. You did what I read on Reddit that I should do back when I was young. You know, you stay there for 2 or 3 years with your parents and you save up money, you pay down your student debt, and you go right ahead. And, you know, I'm not saying it's bad advice or that a lot more people couldn't do it, but that's kind of been your response to a lot of this, right? Like skill issue, skill issue, skill issue, just in different words.
True, skill issue.
So when
Are you rich, Ellen?
Oh yeah.
Fair enough. I wanted to say skill issue, but you seem to have it handled.
Something like that.
All right. That means you can be my Tanuki, no problem.
No. Now after you're about to hit 1,000 subs, so
Not
you're
quite.
Gonna be the big streamer.
I'm not about to hit 1,000 subs.
You're gonna be richer than I am.
I'm
You have
891. That's not about to hit 1,000 subs.
That's 100 subs. That's 891 more subs than I have.
But you're Tanuki.
Okay.
you say it like that, I can understand how that is the impression that you might have gotten from some of the things I say. And I can understand how jumping to, yes, you can sell things might be seen as like flippant and, what's the adjective? Well, like you said, demonic. But when I was thinking of that, I was thinking of, you know, it's not saying sell your furniture. It's not saying sell your kidney. It's
okay.
The average person has more than that they can sell. They can sell something fairly non-consequential to their life.
Like what?
But even what you're doing right now, still, why would they have to sell anything if they have no liquid cash on hand to spend on the emergency? That's the issue being discussed. Like see, you've done it again, right? You're saying like, okay, well, you know, I'm not saying it's a skill issue, but it's a skill issue. But that's,
can I interject?
If it's not liquid cash, that's the problem.
Can I interject?
Yes.
I don't have any liquid cash on hand. I keep it in stock.
The average American does not have no liquid cash on hand because they keep it in stocks.
Oh my gosh.
And also, you should really keep liquid cash on hand. You really don't want to have to like quickly sell in case you get into a car accident.
Okay, but
oh my god.
So you say that I have this negative view of other people because they don't have liquid cash, but I'm in that exact position.
No,
I'm not moralizing.
You're doing it again, though. You just equivocated them not having liquid cash because they're broke, and you not having liquid cash because you're playing like Wall Street Gold games on the exchange. Like that's damn well that is not why the average American who doesn't have liquid cash doesn't have liquid cash. It's because they're broke.
Yes, some people are in really unfair positions. Some people have not had a fair shot in life. Some people have been victims of racism. Some people have been
this cannot be real. This is
so
a
they
troll,
can't
right?
get that. But the reforms I want an open border that undocumented people can work in the United States freely. I want a less racist society. I want to eliminate the barriers that have been put in place by society to prevent people from getting into my position.
Yeah, but I think the thing is that when you say this stuff, I think you're doing it from more of a libertarian perspective. You didn't buy into liberal economic critique either. I think that like if you say you want more competition, but then you defend the ultra monopoly Walmart, you know? You say you want better working standards for the American poor, but then you say things are better than they ever have been, which is demonstrably false. You say you don't want to come across the demon, but then when it comes to talking about people's debt, you sound like a Fox News article saying, debt? Well, why don't they just sell their iPhones? You know, it's at every personal level, you leap towards something that indicates great personal bias. Even if intellectually you defend all these things, like the only thing that I know for sure is that the consequence of your political beliefs, given the fact that you defend Walmart and can't accept the effect it's had on local economies, is that you're fine with monopolies. By more competition, what you mean is less government barriers to corporate power.
I have a thing.
No. When I say more competition, I mean anti-monopoly policy.
Yes.
A big part of that makes her thing nonsense.
I mean,
is
there's
that,
not just one thing that makes.
Yeah, not just one thing, but okay. And the crux of her idea that Walmart didn't hurt small economies is the idea that things got so much cheaper.
Yeah.
That it enabled more people to replace the business that might have been lost because of the lower product goods. But the problem with that is that doesn't take into account skilled use of things. Like small towns are brain drained as hell.
Right.
So even if there are just having more skilled people in a general area with the same market effects will be able to take advantage of it more than places where literally everyone that's left is somebody who couldn't leave.
Right. Yeah. And there's the thing that was talked about, money
Like-
not going in back and then.
Yeah, like innovation isn't just like a market buzzword. There is a tangible effect to having a lot of smart people concentrated in one area and other people concentrated in not that area.
Right, yeah. That is a good point.
Policy. I mean, it.
Then
breaking
why
apart,
defend Walmart?
Because Walmart isn't an example of a firm that has had those effects. Look at their profit rate; it's very low.
My goodness.
What?
When a monopoly is having a harmful effect, it leads to higher corporate profits, higher prices.
No, that's not necessarily true. A monopoly can have incredibly harmful effects even if it's doing poorly.
I disagree.
No, you can't disagree on that. Nobody who complains about monopolies is like, well, the problem with monopolies is when they make too much money, they're dangerous. No, the problem with monopolies is that they drain local economies. They lock out competitors. They have back-end negotiations they can do to this is what I mean. You don't want things to be better for the American worker. You want a specific set of economic policies that you've adopted, in all likelihood because you think holding them makes you smarter than the average person. And your policies would be ruinous. When you talk about the poor, you sound like a sniveling neocon, a 75-year-old white man on Fox News.
Oh my gosh.
And when you do this, well, I actually want systemic change. The systemic change you want would make things worse.
So
There's nothing more sad than to sound like you're 75 at the age of 25. Okay?
I would never sound like that.
My goodness.
Want to say,
You're
for
not
example,
25.
it's literally just specifically
Are you?
Walmart. If
Yes.
you asked me about United Airlines, I would say that they should be broken up. If you asked me about Apple or Google or Amazon, I would say that they should be broken
Why
up.
United Airlines? Their profit margins are even lower than Walmart's.
United Airlines has made a fundamental in the last 30 years, I think. They have consolidated industry in a way that has harmed the consumer experience of using the airline, and they have increased their profits.
Okay, but airlines operate at an incredibly narrow margin because of all the expenses that go into that kind of industry. If we're talking about these margins...
It's a narrow margin, but it's higher than it should be given the nature of that industry. It should be even lower.
This seems like a very arbitrary determination. You know that a monopoly can be bad even if it's not making money, right?
Sure. But what? What about that?
Well, that would be the category Walmart falls into.
Well, Walmart makes money.
You want to know how good the American economy was in the 70s and
point.
80s?
Yeah.
People were able to afford to have a family and be serial killers at the same time.
Oh my gosh.
All right, you know why there's no serial killers anymore? We just can't afford it, okay? We need legislation so that I can be like my grandpa and be able to afford to have two separate families that don't know about each other on separate sides of the country, and then I'll be a serial killer.
Sounds like a skill issue, honestly.
Yeah. Honestly, I mean, they just had
I don't know,
better
pull
work
yourself by your
ethics.
bootstraps if you really want to pursue your hobbies.
I just want enough money to be a serial killer, but not be one.
Pull yourself by your bootstraps.
Okay.
Also, you need to be Tanuki now because you promised. That's your new goal.
Don't think I've never gaslighted a woman. I'll do it again.
What?
I'm kidding.
All right.
That said they didn't make enough money to categorize themselves as a monopoly.
They make $1 billion in revenue, but on a very high amount of expense.
But this is irrelevant to whether or not monopolies are harmful.
Where have they used their monopolistic market share in order to
destroy
gain
the world?
price-setting power?
I don't care about price setting. This is what I mean. No, none of this. You are so locked
in the sauce
into your into the framework by which you analyze
locked
this.
in the sauce.
The problems with their monopolization are present everywhere. I mean, to start, the fact that they are able to use the economy of scale to drive prices far lower, which means that the suppliers have to pay their workers less, and it means that they pay their workers less. I mean, a ton of Walmart workers are subsidized by welfare. And the fact that it means that they can lower prices beyond what local industry can do, which drives them out of business. Like, all of these are problems associated with price setting, but those aren't the only ones. Like, monopolies are just bad in general.
So when you talk about their ability to set workers' wages, that's a monopsony, not a monopoly. I agree that Walmart very often has monopsony power that's problematic.
I see.
I love it when people think they're smart for doing.
Realize,
I love it when people think they're smart for like being like, well, it's actually monopsony instead of monopoly. I'm like, well, it had completely. It's just like completely missing the point.
Listen.
It's like actually he's an aphebophile for economists.
I have empathy because I like to feel smart as well. Okay. You probably don't. You know. You don't
No, I
know
don't
how it
ever feel
feels
smart.
to, want to feel smart. So
Nope, never.
there you go. I can.
That's nerd shit.
Feel empathy. I feel the real empathy
Sorry,
for the position.
Who is empathy? I'm a Sigma male.
You're a Sigma male?
Yep.
Alright, listen, pause. Vaus.
Specific definitions of words.
You realize
You were slain, Vosh.
that monopolies develop monopsonies, right? Like the more omnipresent any given firm is in an industry, either locally or like in terms of broad availability, these are like this is total semantics. You know perfectly well that when we're talking about monopolies here, we are talking about
the board game
industry giants that
I'm
have
muted
grown,
for that cough. You're
that
welcome.
have grown too powerful and control too much of the
Thank you.
market share.
Sell your house is my answer to.
I don't presume that a company being big is bad in and of itself. It is what they do with that bigness.
The bigness
The
is
bigness.
something they will always use to do the bad thing.
Good night, Noel. And I hope to see you in the future stream since you've been brought here. You've been brought here, which means that you should visit the next stream, which is gonna be history stream if you're interested in history.
Have you ever do you know who it's a TikTok archaeologist, Milo something?
Milo Yiannopoulos?
Yeah. No, he dug for a different kind of treasure. No, it's I don't know. No, Milo. He's I don't know. He just did an examination of like a bunch of stuff in Turkey. I don't know. I'll send you a link later.
All right. Now we have to finish this important debate.
True.
Not if there's a sufficient rules-based order to the market.
Which has been doing wonderfully so far in an age of unprecedented monopolization.
And I've said that I
That is
want
bad.
the rules to change that.
Okay, but you said it wouldn't apply to Walmart, so why would I care about the changes that you want if you don't think Walmart, one of the main groups that should be broken up, should benefit from them? Like, clearly your definition of what needs to be stopped in a monopoly is very different from mine. I think that, like, if your rules, if applied, would lead to a situation just as nightmarish for the average worker, and then I would point that out, and you would go like, oh, but look, according to this one chart, you know, their overall purchasing power is increased, so things are actually better than ever, you know? And then you would, like, conveniently ignore the fact that more and more people are working, like, multiple gig jobs just in order to survive. And then they would all go back to their workplaces. And then they would argue for workplace democracy. And you'd be like, what for? Just lobby the government. And then the government is completely controlled by corporate lobbies, like it always has been.
Flush, I'm seeing that we're probably not going to come to an agreement on what things mean.
I see.
But I want to leave on the note of what we agreed on.
What
I
did
want
they
to
agree
keep
on?
this
Nothing.
amicable because I don't hate you. But we agreed on carbon taxation. We agreed on. You have a better memory than I do. I'm sorry.
I don't have a great memory. Would you agree at least that Amazon should be broken up?
Yes.
Okay.
Anyway, trans rights.
Trans rights. But also, please don't stomp on any poor, earnest working class people on your way to the stock exchange to pick up your revenue, okay?
No guarantees.
All right, take care.
See ya.
See ya. We can fix her. You're only saying that because they implied they're trans.
All right, that's over. If you've enjoyed this little long segment that also a cooperation with Ellen DeGenerate.
Correct. You had the white supremacist
Maggie
Ellen
and
on. You had the extremely racist problematic.
press like, subscribe, hit the bell.
You platformed a harasser.
I mean, I've already been told that so before. So having you on again doesn't change my awful past.
You platform racists.
Okay, now you have to watch the Warcraft window.
Oh god.
As punishment.
Wait, what?
I guess.
Warsh? War? Do you say Warsh?
Warsh? Where's the Warcraft? Oh my god. I don't see the Warcraft. What did you do?
I don't do shit.
You should.
Okay.
Poop.
I need. No, they already heard me pee.
Oh my god, that's true. It would have been disastrous. Actually.
Okay, I actually do have to go to bed.
Okay. Good night.
All right. Night.
We'll see you. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna disconnect as well. Then we're gonna watch a quick thing and then we're gonna go to sleep. Whoever is still watching is a real hardcore giggler.
Bring it on. Step aside, Junior.
It's time to go to Mom. Wait, why isn't it over? Okay. Victory, peasant. I'm a peasant now. Worker class.
A great host of orcs have reconstructed
The
the
music
dark portal
bugged
and
out.
now lay siege to the citadel of Nethergard. The Horde still maintain their hold over the great winged dragons of Azeroth. A faction of these creatures, seeming to have grown to crave the taste of battle, have become willing allies with the orcs under the leadership of a great black dragon known only as Deathwing. Danap has been asked to raise an army from New Stormwind to relieve the beleaguered forces at Nethergard and drive the Horde back towards the portal. You must lead the forces of Azeroth in an attempt to break the vanguard of the invading Horde.
Why did
for
the
unless
music
their assault
just
is
die?
stopped, they will gain dominion over the Black Morass.
So now we save game. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming. Love and solidarity, as always. Love and solidarity, heart. Love and solidarity, heart. See you today or your tomorrow, okay? I'll try to make it very special. See you. Good night, gigglers. Good night, good night. Yes, don't let the back bite. I press disconnect.